Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. President Trump says the US is taking over security in the Strait of Hormuz as tensions with Iran continue to escalate. A night of celebration turns to tragedy in Bangkok as a devastating bar fire kills at least 28 people. And Europe's record heat wave has been linked to more than 10,000 deaths. The Strait of Hormuz is once again in the spotlight after overnight strikes between the US and Iran brought commercial shipping to a halt. Speaking to Fox News, President Trump said the US is now taking over security in the strait and would act as its guardian, while accusing Iran of breaking its deal with Washington. In a separate social media post, he also said he plans to reinstate the blockade on Iranian ports. Take a listen to what he had to say.
But we had a deal. What nobody knows, we had a deal. It was a done deal. And then they broke it. They always break it. We've had 10 deals with these people. And so we're just going to hit them very hard. And we're going to keep the strait, and we'll probably run it. We'll become the guardian of the strait. Maybe we'll call it the guardian angel of the strait. Yeah. And we should be reimbursed for that. When we do that, we're going to be reimbursed because the other nations are very wealthy. They're on our side. And we can't be expected to do that for nothing, unlike we had for many years. You know, we guarded the strait for 50 years more, and we never got paid for it. They made all the money, and the United States was just, they wouldn't. It's amazing. It's we guarded it for nothing. And now we're going to guard it. We're going to get paid for guarding it. A lot of money. They're a bad group of people. Let me just tell you that. I don't say that often, and I have to live with that statement. They're a bad group of people. They've been this way for a long time.
For more on this, I'm joined by former U.S. official and president of Institute for Voices of Liberty, Kian Bijan, and research director for United Against Iran, Daniel Roth, and Riyad Kawaji, Al Arabiya geopolitical and security analyst. Everyone, thank you for being with me today. Riyad, let's begin with you. You are in the studio here with me. We just heard from President Donald Trump today. It's been a really busy day, lots of developments, lots of back and forth from Trump, who claims the US, as you heard, will control the Strait of Hormuz and get paid for it, plus the US reimposing the blockade. Iran says they will not allow the US to interfere in the Strait of Hormuz. The main question is who's going to blink first?
Well, Iranians have overused their card, the Strait of Hormuz card, to an extent that, as you know, invited the U.S. Into this. Right now, Strait of Hormuz is an international passageway. It was open according to international law. The U.S. came to the region from back in the 80s during the Iran-Iraq war under a understanding, U.S. act as security guarantor to the countries of the region, the Gulf countries of the region, in return for these countries to always make sure that the oil prices are at an acceptable level, that it will not cause an inflation in the U.S. So there was an understanding, there was a give and take. It was not for free. And these countries have been very good U.S. allies, have bought a lot of weapons, done a lot of business with the U.S. So again, it was not for free, as President Trump is now saying. I think the message of President Trump right now about being alone in this is to Europe. Mainly it is to the NATO allies. He said that they are the ones who mostly use and benefit from the Strait of Hormuz. They are the ones who should be there working with the U.S. and enforcing the security and, pushing Iran back. So right now we have a situation where Iran has tried to impose its will, its hegemon in the region, and it is now paying the price. The agreement, the framework agreement, is all but gone because we are back to the exact same situation before it was signed. The Iranians had closed the Strait of Hormuz and the U.S. had imposed the blockade. So now we're back to square one. So right now, I think any diplomatic moves will be to reach a different framework agreement under new, better terms, clearer terms that could be implemented. That, provided the diplomatic course is given a chance, and we've seen more international players get involved in resolving the situation before we see a new cycle of an all-out war between the two sides.
Bijan, I want to come to you. I don't know what your thoughts are on what Kawaji just said. Is Iran overusing its Hormuz card? And also, how would Gulf partners view the idea of the U.S. effectively becoming the guardian of the Strait? Would they welcome it or see it as destabilizing?
Good to be with you, and greetings to you, your listeners, and distinguished guests. Leigh Ann, I agree with Riyadh, except that I won't say Islamic Republic in Iran is overusing the Strait card. I would say the Islamic Republic in Iran has failed to use the Strait card effectively. It's not clear to me as to what end they're seeking to this conflict. What is it in it for them? Islamic Republic in Iran has a big problem. Over 80% of its people do not want this government anymore. So with that kind of lack of political support for the government, a fractured structure, an invisible leader, which, by the way, if he's alive, he may have told on his father and received immunity in response. So that's just a side point. But Islamic Republic is failing on all grounds, losing about $500 million a day. If their strategy is to drag their feet and buy time, they're failing in that regard as well, because there's no progress and there's no capability. Whatever was left of their naval and air capability has been destroyed. So Islamic Republic is in a very bad spot. As for the countries in the region, I believe they really have to make up their mind if they want to keep looking in the rear view mirror at a beautiful relationship they've had with the Islamic Republic, or they would like to change that view and look front of the picture to look for what is coming next and align themselves with those interests. It is very apparent that as long as Islamic Republic feels the kind of pressure they feel from their own people, they would be hostile. And look, they cannot respond to the United States, so they check to see what is the effective range of their missiles, and they find their neighboring countries have been very cooperative in the general scale with the Islamic Republic as targets. Jordan is hit, Kuwait is hit, Bahrain is hit, and you ask yourself, what end are they seeking? So I would say they failed in using the Strait card. There's a lot better strategies if they're really trying to solve the situation, but they're not. They're trying to keep their feet dragged, and the prices of oil increasing, but in the meantime, losing so much money every day. $500 million is the estimate. How long can they take this kind of pain? I'm not sure. I'm not sure they have any appetite or capability to be able to hit their pockets at this scale every day.
And Daniel, let's come to you, because has the latest US military strikes reduced Iran's threat to shipping, or is it just escalating the conflict as we see it now, because we see these tit-for-tat strikes continuing?
Yes, just one little clarification. It's United Against Nuclear Iran that I work for, rather than United Against Iran. We have nothing against the Iranian people, but good to join you, Leigh Ann, and your distinguished guests. I'd just like to go back to the MOU, because it ties into how this has all played out from the point of view of the Islamic Republic and the regime in Tehran there. Really, a month ago, when this memorandum of understanding or memorandum of misunderstanding was signed, about 30 days ago, the world was up in arms because it seemed like the Iranians had got every one of their desires fulfilled. And to me, to anybody kind of looking at it casually, say an alien coming down to Earth, they would have assumed that the Iranians had defeated the United States, and these were the terms of the surrender. Almost every point was in favor of the US. But to seasoned Iran watchers like your fellow guests on the show here, I think we all kind of knew that there were so many tripwires, and it was inevitable that the Iranians would stumble over their own tripwires because they just cannot help themselves. We heard President Trump there say, kind of in a very irritated tone, he said, the Iranians, they just break every deal. And I think President Trump has kind of come to that realization, perhaps a little bit belatedly, but most of us who study this were always of the impression that this kind of thing would happen. The latest issue, it seems to be that Trump has really had enough. The MOU has collapsed. The confidence building measures, the first part of the MOU, they have really, they've been frazzled, they're fried. And that means the US commitments that people were very upset about, they are contingent upon Iran fulfilling those things like the freedom of navigation in the Strait, and also no more interference in sovereignty, no more hostilities. So those three things have completely cratered. That means the US commitments are stalled, and those other technical aspects are likewise very unlikely to succeed. So Iran is really, it's its own worst enemy, ultimately. That is the bottom line.
Riyadh, as Daniel just said, Iran its own worst enemy, and we're speaking about the MOU. Basically, it's just collapsed since it was signed. But what leverage do Qatar, Oman and Pakistan have over Iran and the United States to help de-escalate this crisis? Because we're talking right now of what's been happening over the weekend and today. Is there back-channel talks happening? Is de-escalation likely from this point?
We are watching something unprecedented, very interesting here, where the same countries that are playing the role of the mediators are under fire by the country that needs them the most to help mediate a way out for it from these daily strikes by the United States. They don't have a real leverage in terms of an actual physical thing, except for Qatar with the $12 billion that in the frozen assets that Iran was eager to take, but still they have not been released because Iran has not fulfilled any of the terms of the framework agreement. So we have that, if you might call, a leverage. Also, Pakistan, a significant state, regional power, today has made it clear to Iran that return to a war where Iran could also start targeting Saudi Arabia would get Pakistan this time involved militarily, because there is a defense pact, and the Pakistanis have now moved their assets, military assets, into Saudi Arabia and will be involved in a military showdown if Iran decides to continue along down this course. So this way, Iran is by itself doing its harming itself, destroying the bridges that it needs to find a diplomatic way out of this whole crisis. Right now, the problem in Iran is that apparently their leadership has chosen the course of reviving their ideological rhetoric in a way to galvanize their popular base, even though it is like 10–15% of the whole population. But the regime itself feels insecure about its future and sees the overwhelming challenges. So I think they have chosen to take this course ahead, first by moving towards or playing the Strait of Hormuz card. They're trying their luck with a blackmail game. Maybe they could win it. Counting on the U.S. being busy with internal elections, Trump finding himself, pressure to pull out, that they can build on that, and also they try to run away from facing the problems they have inside, and put off any discussion about the nuclear issue, the ballistic missiles, and have everything focused on Hormuz, the Strait of Hormuz, as the key issue.
And Bijan, I actually want to come to you about that, because the US and Iran are nearly at the halfway point right now of the ceasefire agreed back in June, which was meant to lead to further talks. As Riyadh just said, they were meant to discuss the nuclear issues. Many more issues were meant to be talked about. So, and of course, a permanent war to the end. So the big question now is, what comes next? I think a lot of people are asking themselves.
Well, we have to get real, Leigh Ann. I was listening carefully to our colleague describing any leverage that they might exist between the countries who are under fire from the Islamic Republic and mediating. I see a bit of an observation here that the mediators are not exactly honest brokers. Honest broker meaning they have no interest, no personal interest. I just am stuck on this question. Do the countries in the neighboring countries in the Persian Gulf want to see a normal Iran, or do they prefer a weakened Islamic Republic who would do business as usual, using brokers in neighboring countries, circumventing sanctions, doing all the business as usual? Is that what they prefer? Come to Pakistan. Is Pakistan okay with Chabahar, which is heavily invested in by India, becoming active and competing with Gwadar port? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I can see an honest broker here in Pakistan. Then come to Qatar. Is Qatar going to be happy with the normal Iran, where Iran would have an LNG plant of its own, that the South Pars reserves are going to be benefiting the Iranian people? I'm not sure. It's a question that needs to come out of that lingering status. So what's next is going to be escalations, without a doubt. I believe President Trump when he says, I'm at the end of the rope. They break every deal. But you see, the Islamic Republic, Leigh Ann, has no choice. The moment they agree to a deal, because it's a fractured governance over there, they're all fighting each other, and this fight is not going to end well for the leadership, without a doubt. I mean, I said it before and I say it now. Is the leader alive? If he's alive, come out. Let us see you. If he's alive, there's a great possibility that he might have received immunity and told on his father to eliminate his father and replace him. The rumors that may have some foundation to it. But what's next? Escalation. It's going to be seriously complicating, and I think the role of the countries in the Persian Gulf region is very critical, because this kind of diplomacy that basically is not geared towards an end. There's no end. It's just, well, okay, let's stop the escalation. Let's stop the military action. To what end? What is going to be a sustainable situation? I'm not clear on that. How are they going to solve the problem of a government that is rejected by over 80% of its people? How can this lack of legitimacy in governance continue? How could people even rely on negotiations with a government not accepted by its own people? There is a crisis of legitimacy for Islamic Republic that is not an easy one to overcome. I think they're stuck in a dead-end situation, and what's best for the countries in the Persian Gulf region, the neighboring countries, is to look to the future and stop cutting the ropes with the past, because it's not going to continue. the future is going to be a safer future without the Islamic Republic as a menace in the Middle East, in the world.
Daniel, we just spoke to Bijan there, and he speaks about escalation. And my thought pattern is, how does this current escalation that we're seeing right now differ from the peak of the conflict in March?
Well, I think, as Bijan said, and as I mentioned before, it's the fact that the president of the United States, and everything really comes down to what he decides. He has come to the end of his tether with this. He really gave it, as they say in the US, the good old college try, sending in his Vice President Vance to really allow Iran to put everything what they wanted on the table, and ultimately gave everything to them. A fantastic deal for them in terms of the MOU. But now it's different because Trump has finally realized that the Iranians will not keep to any deal. I think he's realizing that this is a completely qualitatively different government, regime, administration, whatever you want to call it, to other governments that he's dealt with. This is not Venezuela. This is not Ukraine. This is not Russia. This is a fundamentally theocratic, absolutely radical regime. And the things that they want are completely out of the mindset of your average Westerner and your average Arab, Arabian country that wants peace, wants to just get on and have good economics, banking, finance, etc., trade with the world, have the Strait of Hormuz open. And I think we saw, interestingly, little side, as an aside, we saw the UAE today propose a new huge port container terminal on the East Coast, in Fujairah, as opposed to Jebel Ali. I think we're going to see a lot more of that. The Persian Gulf countries, the Arab Gulf countries, whatever you want to call it, they need to, as Bijan says, cut ties with the Iranians. And I think they have become somewhat radicalized by Iran's utter disdain for normal relations. As your other guest said, the fact that the Omanis are supposed to be a mediator, and even I think it was just yesterday, the Iranians were attacking an Omani base, or supposedly a US base in Oman, but ultimately it's Omani sovereignty. So it's just a remarkable situation that cannot be sustained. Not only can it be sustained, as Bijan said, internally, but the whole region, it's not sustainable regionally and globally, I would also suggest.
Bijan Kian, Daniel Roth, I just want to correct your title there. Thank you, Research Director for United Against Nuclear Iran. Thank you for pointing that out. And of course, Riyadh Kawashi in the studio with me. Thank you so much for joining me today.
Thank you.
Now to Bangkok, where authorities are investigating the cause of a fire that has killed at least 28 people and injured some 73. Police say they are assessing whether exits to the building were blocked and whether the interior of the bar was covered in flammable material that may have allowed the fire to spread more rapidly. Jan David has more.
It's a tragedy that I think it's fair to say has shaken the whole nation. This fire that ripped through a bar in Bangkok now has claimed, we think, some 27 lives, more than 70 people injured, more than 24 of those injured critically, and of course also a number of missing people. We're seeing reports of families and friends waiting outside the bar to see if those people who haven't turned up yet have made it out alive. Eyewitness accounts talk about jets of flame shooting out of the doors of this bar, talk about the fire once it started spreading rapidly, quickly across the whole establishment, about people struggling to get out in time. Some people, it's thought, hold themselves up in a bathroom, weren't able to keep themselves safe. Now, the authorities have, of course, already begun investigating the cause and the reasons why this fire was able to spread so quickly. They're pointing to the fact that exits may have been blocked, that's what the police say, as well as the fact that the insides of the building might have been coated in a material, perhaps something used to soundproof, that was also highly flammable and that could have seen fire spread quickly. That, of course, is not going to help for the families who are mourning those who have lost their lives and who will no doubt be questioning how this could happen. And it's not the first time. Thailand has seen big fires like these, one back in 2009, one in 2022, each time claiming lots of lives. And analysts suggest one of the reasons why this could happen is because there are relatively relaxed regulations surrounding these pubs, relaxed at least in the sense of enforcement, that bribery does go on often. But it's being reported that this bar itself, the bar in question, was itself inspected just some months ago. So questions really about the regulations and about whether or not the regulations have been enforced, all ongoing as the authorities continue to investigate how a tragedy like this could have come to pass.
A record-breaking heat wave that swept across Western Europe has been linked to more than 10,000 deaths, according to new health data. Experts say the majority of those who died were over the age of 65. For more on this, I'm joined by Rodney Martinez, expert at the World Meteorological Organization. Thank you so much for your time with me today, Rodney. Great to have you on the show. First of all, what were the main drivers behind this extreme heat wave we have seen across Western Europe?
Thanks for the invitation. Yes, this heat wave was the result of a combination of natural weather patterns acting on top of a warming climate. This is a persistent high-pressure system, often referred to as a heat dome, trapped hot, dry air over Western Europe for several days. And this suppressed cloud formation increased solar heating and prevented cooler Atlantic air from reaching the region. So dry soils further amplified temperatures because less energy was used for evaporation and more was converted into sensible heat. Exceptionally warm Mediterranean sea temperatures were also contributed to warmer nighttime conditions and increased heat stress. So the key message is that while atmospheric circulations triggered the event, climate change made it substantially hotter than it would have been otherwise.
And when we have a look into these reports that have come out, scientists like yourself say this heat wave would have been virtually impossible without human-caused climate change. How confident are you in that assessment?
Well, no single heat wave is caused solely by climate change, of course. However, climate change has dramatically increased the level and intensity of these events. The evidence is overwhelming. June 2026 was the hottest June recorded for Western Europe and the second warmest globally. This is driven by the highest sea surface temperatures on record for the month. Europe is the fastest warming continent, having warmed by about 2 degrees Celsius since the 1970s. A warmer atmosphere means that when a heat wave occurs, temperatures start from a much higher baseline, making records easier to break and increasing health risks. Attribution studies consistently show that today's spring heat events are far more likely and often several degrees hotter because of greenhouse emissions. Without human-caused warming, events of this magnitude would have been much less likely.
And do you think extreme heat should now be treated as a public health emergency in the same way as pandemics or major natural disasters? Because we're getting figures of 10,000 people losing their lives. That's a huge volume of people.
Yes, because it's the...
Rodney, I'm not sure if you can hear me, but we just appear to be struggling with your connection. Are you able to hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes, indeed.
Well, Yes, my response was that absolutely. Extreme heat is often called the silent killer because it causes more deaths than any other weather hazards, yet its impacts are often underestimated. Heat affects cardiovascular and respiratory health, worsens chronic diseases, reduces labor productivity, disrupts transport and energy systems, and increases wildfire risk. The recent European heat wave is estimated to have contributed with more than 10,000 excess deaths. And this is why WMO, the World Health Organization, and partners are promoting the heat health early warning systems. The objective is to move from reacting to disasters to anticipating them through timely forecasts, coordinated health response, and public actions in advance.
So do you think that's what Europe needs to do in order to keep people safe in the future? Because we've also seen wildfires across Spain. 3 of the victims were British. There's been deaths there. We've seen a lot of wildfires across certain countries. What is government's problem here? What are they failing to do to protect their people from, like you say, heat health-related illnesses like cardiovascular problems?
It's have an integrated problem that needs to be addressed in a holistic way. And of course, from governments, the public action should be cross-cutting to different sectors. Higher temperatures, dry vegetation, and soils creating ideal conditions for wildfires, heat waves affecting all the human health. So that demands a very integrated response. And of course, in strengthening the early warning systems and the public actions to be held in advance with all the population, including also the response, a more coordinated response and prevention for wildfires in advance. This is entirely, wildfires require an ignition source, but extreme heat, drought, and strong winds create the conditions that allow fires to spread rapidly and become much more destructive. This is why we're seeing larger wildfire seasons and increasing risk to communities across Southern and Western Europe to be affected. This is entirely consistent with what climate scientists have projected for decades. And now we have concrete actions from governments because this will be more frequent in the next years, and we need to act.
And Rodney, what's the answer to this? You say it will be more frequent in the coming years. What can actually happen to make sure that we have a cooler climate? Well, we need to continue the efforts on reducing emissions, of course. But despite we cannot prevent every heat wave, we can prevent many resulting tragedies. Better early warning systems, stronger heat and health action plans, climate resilient cities, sustained reductions in greenhouse emissions are essential. So I think we have the mechanism in place. The international community is working on that. All the documents has been agreed by the countries, but we need to really translate them in actions at the very local level, counting with global, with national public policies, of course, and the international cooperation. Rodney Martinez, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for talking us through that heat wave that we have seen in Western Europe. Fascinating analysis. Once again, thank you.
Thank you.
And now to sport, where it's been a busy few days on the world's biggest stages. The World Cup is down to its final 4, with England set for a blockbuster semi-final against Argentina. And at Wimbledon, Jannik Sinner retained the men's title and claimed his 2nd championship at the All England club. For more on this, I'm joined by sports journalist Emilia Baltrau. Emilia, great to have you on the show. Let's start with Jannik Sinner. Once again proved why, of course, he's world number 1. He did have a little bit of a slow start in the first set, but went on to dominate and really retain his Wimbledon crown.
Yeah, I mean, we did think it was looking a little bit shaky, obviously, with Zverev taking the first set. And I was actually getting quite concerned because Jannik Sinner's history in doing 5-set matches haven't always swayed in his favour. So if it was to go to that fifth set, I actually couldn't tell you who was going to win it. But of course, he did what he does best. He did manage to climb back, claim those last 3 sets, and he did look a bit vulnerable at times. This is definitely not the Sinner that we are used to seeing, where we'll see faultless games from him. We've even said it from the first match he played at Wimbledon this year, where it's not really looking as in form as we'd expect. Maybe he's just missing Carlos as his tough competition to keep pushing him. But it was, of course, an incredible achievement. He now has back-to-back wins, as you say. He's now on par with Rafael Nadal and Andy Murray in claiming those 2 Wimbledon champions, and he's one of 10 players to win back-to-back in the Open era.
I must admit, I was very nervous in the first set because I thought he just didn't have that extra gear that he often shows everyone, Jannik Sinner, but of course went on to find it. And actually, I quite liked Alexander Zverev. He really did begin to show his sense of humour. I think he took to X or social media after the match and he said, "I don't really like you anymore, Jannik. I've lost 9 times in a row." But Zverev did win the French Open. You mentioned Carlos Alcaraz there, but do you think Zverev and Sinner could be the new tennis rivalry in this new era that we're seeing? Because Alcaraz, of course, been out with injury.
Well, with Zverev, he actually said that after he lost on court in his sort of post-match interview on centre court. So it definitely got a few laughs from the rest of the audience. And he definitely was carrying the momentum from his French Open win. And we saw when he beat Arthur Ferry that it was pretty much faultless game from him. He was feeling very confident, very strong, powerful. But the difference is that a lot of people do struggle to win back-to-back Grand Slams. Going from the French Open to the grass court, from clay to grass, is very difficult to adjust. So he actually did very well to even get to the final. But that is, of course, with Carlos absent. And I think he will take a lot from this, the confidence of being able to get to a Wimbledon final, because this always seems to be the tournament that kind of escapes him. He can't ever get past into the semi-final. So this was his best run at Wimbledon. It's definitely got a lot to take from it. And who knows, he may one day have his name on the trophy.
We'll wait and see. Of course, I think Novak managed to do all 4 in 1 year, didn't he? But we won't go on about Novak. He obviously was beaten by Sinner in 3 sets.
Upset you.
Yeah, don't upset me.
Novak.
Let's move on. We'll move on to football now. But let's talk about football, because some fans believe Argentina, Emilia, have really benefited from key refereeing decisions. Do you think England should be concerned as they head into the semi-final against Argentina because of all of this controversy we've seen?
I think it is going to be difficult because Argentina are a goal machine. They've scored the most goals. They've scored 17 goals throughout this tournament. Of course, Lionel Messi is leading the race for the Golden Boot. He's on 9. And England are lacking defensively. And I think one of the key things that England must not do is get frustrated if there are calls that don't go in their favour, because for the likes of Jude Bellingham, we know he can be quite vocal and can be visibly frustrated on the pitch. So I think the key thing for England is if there are calls that don't go in their favour, don't get frustrated, just kind of focus on the task at hand, just trying to focus on maybe challenging Messi, let's say.
Yeah, exactly. And also, France and Spain are playing the other semi-final, of course, and we can't forget that. That's happening on Tuesday. Who are the favourites? And is Kylian Mbappe the main threat, really, to Spain making it all the way through to the finals, do you think?
Well, I think the difference is what we'll have is with the England and Argentina game, I think we'll see more goals in that than the France versus Spain game, because they've both been so solid defensively. Spain have only conceded 1 goal, and that was in their quarter-final against Belgium. France have conceded 2 goals. And there are a lot of heavyweights in both sides. As you say, Kylian Mbappe, he is just a goal machine. He's just one less than Messi in goals for this tournament, but then they've also got really strong players up front. As I say, Spain maybe haven't been as clinical as we'd like to have seen with Spain, considering the fact they are the 2010 champions. But as I say, they have been the most solid defensive side. And that will be very tough for France to pass. So definitely not to be overlooked as a contender to book their place in the final.
And I just want to talk about something. It's not really football, but it is. But it's really caught my attention. David Beckham has joked that his wife Victoria was celebrating inside. And this came after a clip surfaced on social media of her super muted response to England's goal in the quarter-final. Do you think this has become one of the lighter moments of England's World Cup campaign? Because it's definitely doing the rounds and some women just aren't that interested, maybe.
I think it's just iconic when you see the comparison of when she was watching David play 20 years ago and her face is the exact same, and it's, oh, good to see nothing's changed. I think some of the particular highlights for me is, I would say, the John Stones dance has definitely caught the attention of the UK with his fake shoulder injury. But then my particular favourite is Lamine Yamal's little brother and his chaotic celebrations. He's been seen chanting Vamos at the top of his lungs, sticking his tongue out to the camera, and he's just completely captured the hearts of so many footballing fans.
Lots of iconic moments, definitely, in this World Cup. Emilia Baltrao, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
A reminder of our top stories. President Trump says the US is taking over security in the Strait of Hormuz as tensions with Iran continue to escalate. A night of celebration turns to tragedy in Bangkok as a devastating bar fire kills at least 28 people. And Europe's record heat wave has been linked to more than 10,000 deaths. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
What happens when the beautiful game turns ugly? Football's governing body FIFA is no stranger to controversy, but the latest accusations are making headlines well beyond the sports pages. Are we seeing a new level of political interference in sport at this World Cup? Stay with us. That debate is coming up soon on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English headquarters in Riyadh. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up, marking a new chapter of economic cooperation, the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney pays a two-day visit to Saudi Arabia. We'll tell you about the deals that came out of his visit. And Saudi Arabia prepares to launch its first homegrown carbon credits as major companies show their backing for the kingdom's growing carbon market. Plus, we're going to tell you about a new Guinness World Record that's on track to be beaten. A massive AI hackathon organised by the Saudi-based AI hiring platform CANS. Let's dive straight into our top story. The Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has wrapped up a two-day visit to Saudi Arabia. That's the first by a Canadian Prime Minister in more than 25 years. Well, during the visit, Carney held talks with Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, as well as the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources, Banda Al Khuraif, and the Energy Minister, Prince Abdulaziz bin Salman. Well, that visit resulted in a series of agreements aimed at deepening cooperation across sectors, which included mining, industry, energy, infrastructure, AI and financial services. Well, one of the standout announcements was in the field of artificial intelligence, where Saudi Arabia's Humane and Canada's Cohere agreed to work together on advanced AI systems, including Arabic language AI models and new tools for businesses. Well, the Saudi-Canadian Investment Forum was another major focus of the visit, with both countries looking to boost trade and investment, as well as to encourage Saudi companies to expand into Canada and attract more Canadian firms to establish regional headquarters here in the kingdom. Well, let's listen in now to what the Saudi Investment Minister, Fahad Al-Saif, and the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney, had to say.
The discussion we had earlier today have shown our two countries share a common ambition to build competitive, innovative, and open economies that create opportunity, attract investment, and deliver lasting value.
I complimented His Royal Highness this afternoon on many things, his leadership, his vision, his attention to execution and action, his steady hand, his focus on what we can control in a world that has many risks, volatilities. This region knows it, Canada knows it in different ways, but the same lesson. This is our second largest trading relationship in the Gulf. The private sector has kept the relationship alive, the commercial relationship alive. But we barely scratched the potential of the relationship, and today is part of the next phase of building out.
Now, Saudi Arabia is taking another step in the development of its carbon market. This as businesses increasingly look for ways to meet their sustainability goals. Well, at a special ceremony at the Tadawul Tower in Riyadh, officials have just announced CMF Select Red Sea 2026, which is a new sustainability-focused gathering that will bring together business leaders, investors and policymakers later on this year in November. Well, the event will also mark the launch of the kingdom's first Saudi-generated carbon credits through the Regional Voluntary Carbon Market Company, or VCM. And that will allow companies to invest in projects that reduce or remove carbon emissions here in Saudi Arabia. Well, more than 30 leading entities, amongst them the PIF, Saudia Group, Ma'aden, STG, Bank Al Bilad, have expressed interest in joining this milestone, signalling growing corporate engagement with Saudi-generated carbon credits and market-based climate action. Well, we're joined now by the CEO of VCM, Fadi Sadeh, who is with us now. Thank you so much for taking the time to come and see us. Let's start with that announcement that I was mentioning there, the announcement at the Tadawul Tower. What exactly was unveiled there?
So, first, thank you for hosting me, Tom. So we announced the CMF Select Red Sea, hosted, focused on sustainability, and is owned and hosted by the Saudi Exchange, Saudi Tadawul, and is co-organized by VCM, our company. What most importantly is also CMF Select Red Sea is going to host the inaugural Saudi carbon credit launch on the platform. This is the first time Saudi carbon credits from projects here in Saudi Arabia being generated and being launched in the platform. They will have access to our market for the corporates to start trading those carbon credits.
Okay, I mean, Vision 2030 is entering its final years, its final stretch before the year 2030 itself. Why is this such a significant moment, do you think, for Saudi Arabia?
So this is a significant milestone, and mainly because now we are entering a new phase when it comes to the carbon market and the sustainability agenda for corporates. So we started by building the demand the first 3 years of establishment of our company. This is where we managed to trade more than 15 million carbon credits, valued around 350 million Saudi riyals. Now we're entering to the phase where we are enabling those project developers, either international project developers or local ones, to stay here, to build projects here in Saudi Arabia. This creates so many jobs here in the kingdom. It also builds a circular economy for carbon credits here in the kingdom.
Okay, this isn't, of course, VCM's first carbon credit auction. What's so different about this one?
This is the first year where we're gonna also we'll have and host and auction Saudi carbon credits here in the kingdom. Part of it also, this event is happening here in Saudi Arabia. It's happening in the Red Sea, and a very important factor is these project developers will have access to the market. Corporates now are more mature, more advanced than 3 years ago, where it was zero supply, zero demand. So these corporates now have more access to these Saudi credits. And from a financial perspective, we are moving capital to these Saudi projects here in the kingdom.
Okay, I mean, there's one piece of terminology I haven't understood 100%. Maybe you can help us with this. Saudi-generated carbon credits. What does that mean in practice?
That's a great question. Whenever we talk about carbon credits, people say, what do you mean, right? So carbon credit means one carbon credit is a certificate. This is a tradable certificate. One carbon credit means 1 metric ton of carbon dioxide or equivalent gases being prevented or being reduced or removed from the atmosphere. So this is a very measurable certificate. This is verified by external verifiers for this. So any project developers who builds projects here in Saudi Arabia, they have verifiers who come and verify how many tons or metric tons of carbon dioxide or equivalent gases being removed from the atmosphere. These projects varies from nature-based projects to more advanced technological-based projects and to waste management. And of course, as we see in Saudi Arabia also, renewable energies is a big factor out of that.
Okay, thanks for helping us decrypt that. 30 projects already being developed across the kingdom to generate these Saudi carbon credits. Can you tell us a bit about some of these projects?
Of course. So these projects varies from Saudi entities establishing projects here in the kingdom into more international project developers who already have projects around the world coming to the kingdom, putting investments here and building this. These project developers varies also across the kingdom. And what's amazing is a lot of these projects are also in rural areas. So everything comes from circular economy of building jobs there. Investment in those areas are super important. And what also these projects come, as we mentioned, there is nature-based. We have reforestation projects happening here in Saudi. We have mangrove planting. These are nature-based. And then we have more e-waste management, landfills projects. We have renewable projects here in the kingdom, two more advanced projects or technological advanced projects such as air capture, negative concrete. Just for me to give an example, negative concrete is projects here in Saudi Arabia where project developers are they have technology to take these carbon dioxide, take it from the atmosphere and inject it in concrete, makes the concrete much stronger, and it captures it for hundreds of years. These are edge technologies coming here in the kingdom, being traded and being built here in Saudi Arabia.
Wow, so it's really cutting edge stuff. Yeah. What's been the response from Saudi businesses so far?
As we saw in the ceremony that we announced, we're seeing a very big interest from corporates coming here with us. We started 3 years ago where we have big corporates. Today our platform captures more than 70% of the corporate emissions in Saudi Arabia. And what's amazing is 50% of these companies who joined us in this ceremony are taking the first step when it comes to carbon market. This just shows the growth and the confidence in the carbon market in Saudi Arabia. These companies covers all sectors of the economy of Saudi Arabia. So we have financial sector, we have mining, industrial, aviations, healthcare, and others, real estate, of course, all covered in the kingdom. Some of them are publicly invested companies. We have private sectors, and we also have family businesses are all joining us into building this market. This just shows the confidence here in the kingdom to build this market and to become a leader globally.
And as you say, across all sectors, well, every sector you can think of pretty much. Yeah. So that probably means, doesn't it, that, you know, carbon capture and carbon markets are very much a part of the mainstream corporate conversation now, are they?
You perfectly said it. So that's the idea. So a lot of corporates today are building their sustainability agenda, their corporate sustainability agenda. Part of us as the voluntary carbon market, VCM, we have our advisory division, and that's mainly to help these corporates first build their decarbonization agenda, they build this decarbonization strategy, and that comes from first having to understand where the emissions are coming from their operations, from their value chain. So we have tools here in Saudi that help them build and find where the emissions are coming from. Then the next steps comes for them to build an internal decarbonization strategy in order to reduce that internally. Of course, there will always be emissions that are hard, at least on the short term, to be reduced. And this is where carbon credits comes in. These corporates, for those hard to emit carbon credits, they buy or they trade those carbon credits. In return, they invest directly on projects that are credible projects, measurable impact for these projects that's affecting the environment and the climate here in the kingdom.
Okay, I mean, some people watching might be wondering whether buying carbon credits is a substitute for reducing their own emissions. And I wonder, what's the right way to think about it?
So the short answer is, of course, no. Corporates need to build their own sustainability agenda internally. They need to look at their operations, they need to look at their value chain, find different ways, innovative ways to reduce these emissions. Now, of course, this also requires time, requires investments. There's always hard to emit or hard to remove emissions. This is where carbon credits comes on. So the best approach usually for all these corporates is a combination of both, is to build your decarbonization strategy internally and to use carbon credits to offset the hard to emit emissions for the short term.
Okay. The Red Sea is among the places where I think it's fair to say sustainability is sort of built into pretty much every aspect of day-to-day life. Why is it significant, you think, as a top destination?
Of course, we all know that Red Sea is one of the most ambitious projects in the kingdom, and what makes it perfect for our sustainability event is also it's one of the biggest examples when it comes to sustainable development and regenerations. Red Sea took a lot of approaches when it comes to sustainability, and they built their whole approach comes to that. It's very important for us to show corporates, company leaders, and examples of the scale of sustainable development in the kingdom, and there's no better place for have it other than Red Sea.
Okay, just looking ahead to November and this Red Sea event, what should businesses and investors be expecting?
So this is an event where we gather project leaders, project developers from across the country, policymakers, government entities, as well as corporates who would buy. So this is a perfect place for discussions and for us to build into that discussion into the next phase, from building a demand now to building the supply in the market. One important factor as well for this event, this is a perfect stage for these corporates to actually shows what they achieved so far and how they can learn from each other to build this decarbonization strategy that they have.
Okay, and just lastly, Fadi, I want to ask you if there's a short message you have you'd like Saudi businesses, investors, project developers to take away from our conversation, what would that message be?
That's a great question. So Saudi Arabia has a big ambition. We have a big target for us to achieve. No one company can achieve this alone. It's something that all corporates from different sectors in the kingdom needs to work together in order to achieve this. We're seeing leaders from different sectors doing this today, so it's time today for you to take that action into climate change in the kingdom.
Okay. Fadi Sadeh, the CEO of VCM, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate your time.
Let's get a quick look at some of the other stories from the week. And expanding their presence in the kingdom, the German banking giant Deutsche Bank has announced that it's obtained a regional headquarters license here in Saudi Arabia. The new HQ will be here in Riyadh and will oversee Deutsche's management, strategy and corporate functions right across the Middle East region. Well, Deutsche joined several other global financial institutions that have made Saudi Arabia their regional hub, amongst them JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. Well, the regional HQ programme is central to Vision 2030. Saudi Arabia's official reserve assets have risen more than 8% during the last year, reaching almost 1.85 trillion riyals at the end of June. According to the Saudi Central Bank, the increase was largely driven by higher foreign currency reserves. Well, the kingdom's reserve position is amongst the largest in the Middle East. Well, reserve assets are closely watched by investors as a measure of economic resilience and financial stability. And construction of the kingdom's first entertainment-focused business park and corporate resort has been completed. This marks another major milestone in Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 transformation and reinforces Riyadh's status as a regional business hub. Well, Boulevard Business Park is a 1 billion riyal development which offers more than 60,000 square meters of office and retail space. And finally, a new Guinness World Record looks like it's on track to be set during the days ahead. So what's this about? Well, the idea is to hold the world's largest free online AI trading event, for which already more than 37,000 people have signed up for this 7-day hackathon from more than 130 different countries. Well, this is the initiative of the Riyadh-based AI hiring platform CANS, and it's in partnership with the Saudi Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development. Well, I'm joined by the CEO and founder of CANS, Roy Baladi. As we've said, Roy, CANS is an AI-driven recruitment and tech platform based in Saudi Arabia, built on AI, and it seeks to simplify the hiring process. So I'd like to say, first of all, congratulations to you, because it's amazing the turnout you've had so far, the number of people who've signed up. I want to know what you think a Guinness World Record would mean both for CANS and for Saudi Arabia.
I'll start with Saudi Arabia, because today we're in a world where AI is changing just about everything that we're doing, making us more productive in employment. Employers want to hire people who have these AI skills or promote those who have AI skills. So a Guinness World Record, specifically in AI, specifically in upskilling, means that Saudi Arabia is at the frontier of the future of work. And for CANS, it's extraordinarily humbling for us to be able to deliver that in partnership with the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development to realize it. So it's game-changing for us, but in reality, it could be life-changing for every participant who participates in that record.
Well, a giant mabruk to you and your team for that. I mean, this initiative should see a record-breaking result, but that's only part of it, isn't it? I mean, there are some serious aspects to this hackathon. I want to ask you what participants are going to take away with them.
The idea is that you're going to get to learn how to use AI to its full potential, starting as a beginner. So assuming that all you do is use Claude, GPT, Gemini, for example, to prompt and then get responses to help you with your daily tasks. Starting Wednesday, from 6 to 9 p.m. Saudi time, for the span of a week, you're going to learn with an instructor, offered for free, how to build on day one an app, web app, mobile app, and publish it from scratch. We're going to be using Replit. On day two, you're going to learn how to create images and videos in a way that does not look like it's generated from AI, where you can use everything from the role of a videographer, costume designer, lighting designer, so on and so forth, all through prompting. We're going to use Magnific. On day three, you're going to learn how to create avatars and how to bring them to life and give them the right accents and sounds and animate them. And then after that, you're going to learn how to create songs, and you're going to understand how to protect your data from it being stolen on the internet and how to protect your digital identity. All the while, you'll be building your own app. And that's the hackathon part. So one part of it is training every day, and the other part is hackathon, where you build your own thing. And then on day 5, you submit it. On day 6, an AI engine is going to be grading it, shortlisting it, and then a panel of judges and employers, top-notch employers are going to be evaluating. And then on day 7, there's going to be awards, prizes, actual live commitments for interviews from employers, a certificate of completion from the Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development, and the Lebanese American University's Academy of Continuing Education. And everybody's going to have an AI portfolio, which means that you'll be able to apply and show a project that you built from A to Z using AI, which can make you that much more marketable when you're applying to jobs.
Right, I'm going to be asking you about that exact point in just a moment. Before we come on to that, I want to ask you about Saudi Arabia specifically and how the kingdom's really invested heavily in AI infrastructure, talent, education. And I want to ask you what advantages you see the kingdom having in its mission to be a global AI hub.
Top to bottom and bottom to top. It fits in Saudi Arabia. Top to bottom, you have from His Royal Highness through the entity of Humane and Sadaya, an incredible amount of investment in the vertical AI stack, from the infrastructure layer to the training to the inference, all the way up to the application layer. That money is there to be invested in AI that's going to reduce the reliance on others and have your own AI independence. $100 billion is not a joke. It's a significant investment. Bottom up, Saudi Arabia is known to be the most digitally penetrated country in the world when it comes to adoption of digital tools. Really is good at social media, really good at gaming and e-gaming. Well, AI is just one step next. And so the entire Saudi population, or at least a big chunk of them, are quite eager to be able to learn how to use AI beyond just basic prompts. So it's not that you speak to AI, it gives you responses and you speak again to it. No, you speak to AI in a way where it speaks to itself and then iterates until you have a proper agent. And you have these agents together and you build your own company, your own consultancy, or you can become a lot more productive when you're at work. It works both ways, and I think they're going to meet very well. And initiatives like this one, championed by the Ministry of HRSD and operated by KENS, are where they meet.
Okay, yes, I can see loads of convergences and linkages with Vision 2030 as well, and I was thinking that as you were speaking there. Tell us a bit more about KENS. There'll be people who don't know much about you. You're an AI hiring platform, and I want to know how AI is playing an increasingly important part in recruitment. How does AI help?
Honestly, AI can do 90% of the work. Right now, we're used to having a job description, but we don't even write them. We recycle them from old job descriptions. We're comfortable leaving voice notes to friends or text messages. So if someone leaves a voice note of a particular job, says, this is who I want to hire, growth marketing manager with 5 years of e-gaming in Riyadh, earning that budget. And after that, you can say, this is when I want to meet them, next Monday at 2 p.m. AI can do all the rest. It can take the voice note and convert it into a job description. It can publish it into 20 job sites, including KENS. It can search from within the database of KENS, which is 1.25 million people, to surface the best candidates, and search from external databases of 300-400 million and surface the best ones. It will then create a skill assessment with an AI avatar that will interview everybody. All that in 3 days. And then after that, the top 3 will get to meet the employer, and then the employer can then move on to the 4th, 5th, or 6th. But the cool part is that there's going to be enough information about every single applicant that AI will give feedback to any candidate who's not in the top 3 within that time frame. By next Monday at 2 p.m., you would know if you've got the interview or you didn't make it to the top 3, but this is what you can do better. And these are the strong points that you have, and these are better jobs for you. All is done by AI.
It's amazing. So it actually will be better for the person being recruited as well, because they'll know where they stand in a more timely way, and they'll get that feedback that people so often want. Now, before we started the interview, you told me that Kanz means a treasure in Arabic, and clearly you're going to have a whole pool of treasures at your fingertips with these AI tools and on your database. I'd like to ask you, I mean, AI skills are valued by employers more and more. And I'd like to ask for your advice. How would you advise people to stay ahead of the curve and essentially remain employable with these new tools out there?
It's extremely important to be up to date on AI, because AI can allow you to do your work 10 times better. Anything that could be automated, like what we talked about, the recruitment flow, can be automated through AI. In order to get into that, you've got usually, you can go on YouTube videos and watch YouTube videos and upskill yourself. Or you could work with, get consultants, and they could be quite expensive. This is why we're offering this initiative for free, where you're going to learn the 10 most popular AI apps with experts in each field. So the Google session is going to be with a top instructor from Google, so on and so forth, where you're going to be able to learn all of these apps. So ideally, as if you can join a training hackathon where you learn, but you also apply at the same time. Because once the session is over, if you just learned, 2 days later, you're likely to forget 80% of it. But if you end the session, the 2 to 3 hours, and you've actually built something, then afterwards, all you have to do is just prompt it a few more times. And then you're just going to retain all of this and build upon it.
Okay, that's good advice. I mean, people are quite afraid of AI and how AI is going to take all our jobs away. I mean, do you think people should be slightly afraid? Or do you think, on the other hand, AI is actually creating opportunities that will counter the losses of these perhaps older way of doing things?
We should be afraid, I think, to be honest. It is a bit of a major technology change. And so it's really important to get ahead of the curve. People are not going to be replaced by AI per se. You're still going to have marketers, salespeople, developers, engineers, architects, entrepreneurs. You're still going to have that. But you're going to hire someone who can use AI to their advantage. And I will give you an example. Last year, we ran a similar initiative. We graduated 3,300 people. One of them, Rihab al-Mut'ab, built an app in marketing that will connect Facebook, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, X, where she can put her content, schedule the post, put her hashtags, and then in one shot, it'll post everywhere and bring back the analytics. And then she shared that in a 1 to 2 minute video. When I saw that video, I did not need to interview Rihab. I knew that she could run the marketing department of one on her own, and she'd be highly effective. And the proof is there. She's helping us build this hackathon. So that's where it comes in handy. If you are able to augment what you do, and you don't have to learn a single line of code. So people are afraid because they're like, oh my God, this is so big. Where do I start? Where's the menu? Where's step 1, 2, 3? Well, the thing is, when you have this training hackathon organized and curated with the ministry, with a certificate from them, then you're starting from step 0. You're not going to do anything but prompt like you generally do on ChatGPT. And then after you do this, you're just going to do it in a different application, like Magnific, like Higgsfield, like the ones that we're going to teach you, Notebook LM, Replit, Claude. And then, but it's going to give you a full application that you can then use for everything.
Okay, Roy, that sounds fantastic. And we wish you all the very best with the hackathon. I just want to ask you briefly, if someone wants to participate, what should they do?
They can just go to the website or Google Ken's Hackathon. That's going to be the first link.
Okay.
And then the link is ka.nz/hack. But you can simply Google Ken's Hackathon.
Okay. All right. We're going to have to leave it there. Really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Roy Baladi, the founder and CEO of Ken's. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. We look forward to seeing you again next week. Meanwhile, stay tuned.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
Karim Khan, KC, prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. Welcome to Al Arabiya, sir.
Thank you for having me.
We understand that the OIOS, which is the Office of Internal Oversight Services here at the United Nations, prepared a 5,000 pages report after 1 full year of investigations. The ICC Bureau, which is the ASP primary oversight, legislative and management body, appointed 3 judges, 2 men and a woman, looked thoroughly in the report and made 137 findings, and in all findings they found no evidence of inappropriate conduct or misconduct or abuse of authority, not a single one on your behalf. This decision was advisory opinion by the 3 judges on the 21st of March of this year, clearing you of all allegations. You would think that this is the end of the matter, but it wasn't. How do you explain that?
Well, I can't. You're quite right that the United Nations Office for Investigations collected 5,000 pages of evidence, an awful lot of it from me, evidence that I gave. And in the 137 findings, there is no finding of conduct that could constitute prohibited conduct. But importantly, the most important thing is 3 independent judges handpicked by the Bureau of the Assembly of State Parties, reviewed all of the underlying evidence, the full 5,000 pages, and the UN report, and they unanimously, as you said, concluded that there was no evidence to find misconduct or breach of authority to the required standard. And I thought that would be the end of it. Why appoint judges if you're going to reject their findings and their advice? And unfortunately, the Bureau departed from the principle of deference, and they have referred the matter now to the Assembly of State Parties. But I think it's astonishing, it's unwarranted, and it's unlawful.
The Bureau also voted on the 8th of June to suspend you as a prosecutor of the International Criminal Court till the whole ICC 125 state membership convene to vote on a secret ballot on the issue on the 24th of July here in New York. The ICC Bureau must win by at least a 2/3 majority of the 125 member states. If they fail in doing so, then the whole motion to find you guilty of sexual misconduct is rejected by the ASP, the Assembly of State Party, and that's that. If they win and the ASP finds you guilty by 2/3 majority, which is 83 member states, then they will start another motion to vote on firing you, and that can be decided by a simple majority, i.e. the support to the motion of firing must be 63 member states or more. So I hear here now at the United Nations, the ICC Bureau want to vote to go straight on the motion of firing you with simple majority, bypassing the determination of your guilt or innocence of misconduct by 2/3 majority. Will the Bureau succeed in doing so? Especially, this is the one time in history that such a vote is conducted, can they do it?
Well, the Bureau has a composition that I think the WEOG, the Western European, another group, Eastern European group, and the allies are disproportionately represented. Going back to your first point, it's really critical to understand that in the 20 years of the International Criminal Court, until my matter, experts have written that not one decision of the Bureau was decided by a vote. It was all by consensus until Karim Khan's matter was before the Bureau. The biggest group of countries is the Africa Group. There are 33 countries from the Africa Group, and no country from the whole of this vast continent of Africa supported the finding of misconduct. They were really of the view that you have judges, you should stick with the judges. This is what people have said after the vote. In terms of the procedure, I'm in the dark. I mean, it's amazing that I'm in the dark. I find out things from the media, from speculation. They have not told me what the procedure is. I can't, of course, go to New York, but I don't know if I can address the Assembly of State Parties. The procedure says I should be able to, but they haven't given any guidance to my lawyers. They haven't told me anything other than there will be a special session of the Assembly of State Parties convened in New York on the 24th of July.
The UN ambassadors of the 125 member states of the ICC will be voting here in New York on the 24th of July. They are politicians, not legal experts, they're not judges, but they will decide your fate. Nevertheless, it is doubtful if they would have read the 5,000 pages report by the OSIS or the 3 judges' advisory opinion, which had 137 findings, all in your favor. How do you feel about that?
Well, I'm not even sure if the Bureau member, hand on heart, have read the material. I mean, we have formally asked the Bureau Secretariat, my lawyers have formally asked, which members of the Bureau have read the evidence, and we have not been given the information. The fact that they have evidence available is not the same thing as reading it.
After indicting Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel and former Defense Minister Gallant, you became the first ICC official to be sanctioned for doing so. Later, another 8 officials were sanctioned, 6 ICC judges and 2 ICC officials, and these sanctions led to your bank accounts being frozen. You cannot now even have a credit card to your name. In addition to that, you are not allowed to travel, and hence you will not be able to be here in New York to defend yourself on the 24th of July when your fate is decided. Your thoughts on this subject?
Well, we see an increasing proclivity on the part of powerful states to use coercive measures. I've mentioned that there was an arrest warrant against me and some other judges by the Russian Federation, and I've been now sentenced to imprisonment in my absence to 15 years by the Russian Federation on account of applications for warrants that were issued by independent judges on the evidence. In this round, you're right, of course, my predecessor for some months was under sanctions, but in this round I was the first person sanctioned by President Trump in February 2025. And of course, it was quite lonely for several months. I was the only one, and later on, some judges and deputies, I think in about August, September, they were sanctioned. I just think it's unwarranted. People try to enter public service. Some do better than others. But to use the power of the state to coerce, to intimidate, is deeply dangerous. We see this tendency to what's happening in some countries domestically with prosecutors or attorney generals of previous administrations. We see threats against UN special rapporteurs like Francesca Albanese or judges of the ICC or myself. We see threats in the media about putting sanctions and targeted measures against other individuals who simply take a different view. And they don't, in the most case, at least in my case, and in the ICC, I'm sure, take a different view out of malice, out of bias, or out of any antipathy to any people or person in the world. It's simply an exercise of responsibilities, given that one has to look at the evidence and the law and apply the law fairly, equally, for example, in Palestine and Israel, as we did in Ukraine and Russia, as equally as we're doing in Afghanistan and Myanmar, and the list goes on. And to cause pain is not an unanticipated consequence, it's the desired outcome. Because you've seen from public sources, even before the current administration in the United States took office, 12 senators wrote, and they said, you target Israel, we will target you and your family. You have been warned. That's almost a verbatim quotation. And so one can say on this area, at least, they are truthful and they've made good on their promises, because the court as a whole has been targeted. But I deprecate it. It's undermining the moral authority of states. It is dividing the international community. In the end, it's bringing us closer to more and more conflict, because if we don't have the law, what do we have?
On Friday, June the 19th, you have been suspended from practicing as a barrister or lawyer in England and Wales by the UK Bar Standards Board, BSB. What happens if you lose the vote on the 24th of July here in New York? Would that mean to end the career of Karim Khan KC as a lawyer and as a barrister? I apologize for this. This must be painful to you, sir, to hear.
Well, I'm sure some would quite like that. I mean, there have been previous attempts by UK lawyers for Israel, twice in fact, to make complaints against me on the basis of the applications that I filed in the Palestine situation. That was dismissed. They appealed it. That was dismissed as well. This interim suspension, you're quite right, it was very painful. It hurt that there was an interim suspension by the Bar Standards Board. It's not based upon their own evaluation of evidence. It's not based upon anything really, except the fact that the political bureau of the ICC, this group of 21 countries, by qualified majority, decided to suspend me. And of course, one can raise one's own questions. These allegations have been known for more than a year. I took a voluntary leave from May. What the need was for that suspension is questionable, but certainly led to somebody giving this information to the Bar Standards Board, and then the Bar Standards Board issuing an interim suspension. It's emotionally painful, but I'm not even practicing domestically at all. It's very clear. It's a full-time job as the prosecutor of the ICC. My chamber's website made it clear that I wasn't practicing any work in the UK or anywhere else. But we have to just keep fighting on all the fronts that I'm being attacked on. And I will do my best, even though it's extremely difficult. I hope it's not the end of my career. But I'll simply say this. I've won the legal case. I have the decision of 3 independent judges. I'm a simple person. I know a little bit about the law. I won in that fora. Where I'm a bit out of my depth is amongst big, powerful states that have the full apparatus of ambassadors all over the world, and some of them are very vociferous and organized in their lobbying for a particular outcome. And an individual, like me, it's difficult to deal with that, because I'm not a politician. I'm an international public servant, but I'll do my best, and we leave it to God and leave it to states to decide what they want to do. But yes, it's right. The future is not in my hands. All I can do is keep making the arguments and hope, as the panel of judges did, they will see that there was no misconduct or abuse of authority established, and reject this majority decision by the Bureau of the Assembly of State Parties. And from what people are saying, it seems they got 1 more vote than they required. And I hope when all states are there and they're properly and more equitably represented, some sanity and fairness can prevail. But that's not under my control.
You chose to voluntarily, like you mentioned, to suspend yourself when the charges were leveled against you till the end of the 1 year investigations into the allegation conducted by the OSIS. From the start, you always insisted, of course, on your innocence of these allegations. But then there's a question: why did you volunteer to suspend yourself from your position as the prosecutor of the ICC, the International Criminal Court, without any guarantees, while your accuser continued working in your office at the ICC, giving her, some would say, and her claims an advantage?
Well, I won't speak about staff members of the ICC. I've got a responsibility in relation to that, and whether people were on leave or working is a separate point, but I didn't take leave. The first point is the allegations firstly raised themselves as a matter of record in May 2024. It was closed by the internal oversight mechanism because a complaint was not made. I carried on working. I took advice from IOM and other senior people in the institution. In October, when my name was released and there was what I described just before the announcement of the warrants, a media campaign, I carried on working. October, November, December, January, February, March, April. It was in May 2025 I finally took voluntary leave, and I did that quite frankly because the campaign from major newspapers around the world and egged on by people that were leaking information or misrepresenting information in this one-sided attack became so loud. It was distracting, I think, from the work of the office. And I thought in the end, maybe it was a wrong decision. Maybe it was not a good decision by me. But in the end, I decided to take leave. I didn't think that the leave would be more than a couple of months. I didn't think it would take as long as it did. But once I took leave, it became difficult really to go back. But time will tell if that was the right decision or the wrong decision. I made it believing that it was the least worst option at that particular moment in time.
You successfully indicted and issued arrest warrants on war crimes against President Putin of Russia and Maria Lvova-Belova on March 2023. You also successfully indicted and issued arrest warrants against Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his Defense Minister Yoav Gallant on November 2024. So it's safe to say you made powerful enemies in both East and West. What gives you hope that you can win such a vote in the Assembly of State Parties in New York on July 24th?
Well, the important thing is I made those applications as prosecutor, but the judges of the International Criminal Court, they're the ones that issued the warrants. They're the ones that analyzed the evidence, and they're the ones that independently determined that the evidence that we submitted required them to issue the relevant
upon your
warrants.
request.
And so there are, upon my request.
The ICC today faces American sanctions, as do its judges and yourself, its prosecutor. It faces internal crisis. It's engulfed by controversy and faces a legitimacy debate unlike any other in the 23 years history. In your honest assessment, is the ICC is going to emerge from it all the stronger for having been tested, or will we be witnessing the beginning of the end of the international courageous attempt to end the culture of impunity around our world?
It's a great question. I think the jury's out. I don't believe with this adage, this simple adage that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. If you're beaten up, you're not stronger in the short term, you're bruised or your bones are broken. So time will tell. It's true that the threats, the sanctions, the coercive measures have forced the court to adapt, to try to become more resilient, to be less dependent upon the vagaries of political power or expedient decisions. I think that much is correct. But it's important also that you are anchored in due process. And we need to stay the course. We need to make sure that in the storms that we see around us, including the storm of the ICC, we don't try to dress something up as a legitimate decision to try to make people happy or to lessen the heat. You have to sometimes go through the fire, stay firm, stay focused, and take the consequence of whatever they are. And I think that applies to me. It also applies to institutions. We do what we think is right. Don't depart from due process.
On the personal level, how are you dealing with this kind of pressure? And how do you deal with it without being consumed by it? How does your family, your daughter, your wife, deal with such pressures?
This is painful. I'm lucky. I'm blessed with a wonderful wife, wonderful children, a wonderful family, and they're my life raft. I think without them, no man is an island. I'm certainly not. I would have sunk a long time ago. So I'm very blessed in that regard. I'm believe in God. I believe in service, and I think importantly, I think we have to look at what's much more important than us. I said to the office when I was elected to the staff in a town hall that when one becomes a judge or a prosecutor or in any walk of public life, whether we know it or not, we are exiting stage left. We are temporary custodians. There's a limited mandate. We should be looking at the victims around the world that look to the ICC, that look to the institutions of the United Nations also for protection. They're suffering a million times worse. They have much more insecurity, much more pain, and they deserve better from us, from me, but from the institutions as well. And I think focusing on them, that's a battle worth fighting because their rights should never be surrendered to. And that's why international service is a wonderful opportunity to work for something bigger than our individual egos or our individual ambition or even the temporary occupation of our positions.
You have been sanctioned, investigated, suspended, and attacked from multiple directions, all while running the most active docket in the history of the court. Knowing now everything that you know, would you do it all again? Would you change anything?
Well, I'll do it all again in the sense of making the decisions I made. Of course, there's lessons to be learned, mistakes, improvements that we can always make in these types of jobs, with all one's limitations to serve something more important than ourselves, our shortcomings, our limitations as human beings. That's a great opportunity. That's a great blessing. And I feel very fortunate for all the daggers drawn and difficulties, criticism, sanctions, convictions, warrants in absentia that we face, and the character assassination that I think I've been subjected to, the breach of due process. It's a heavy price, but I think I feel still honored that I've had this opportunity. I wish it wouldn't have happened, of course, and I hope things can be clarified by the Assembly of State Parties in just over 4 weeks' time.
Karim Khan, KC, prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, the ICC, we thank you for this exclusive interview with Al Arabiya, and we thank you for your insight and your frankness. And we will be here at the United Nations to report in the outcome of the vote on the 24th of July.
Thank you, Talal. Thank you so much for having me, Talal, and please let me know what happens there if I'm not there myself.
The people of Milana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long, their skin is wheat-coloured, They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. The unique democratic system practiced in Milana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully.
What happens when the beautiful game turns ugly? Football's governing body, FIFA, is no stranger to controversy, but the latest accusations are making headlines well beyond the sports pages. Are we seeing a new level of political interference in sport at this World Cup? It's up for debate here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Football scrutiny is reaching fever pitch. Fanatics and first-time fans all have an opinion. Was it interference or was it fair game? And no, we're not only talking about US striker Folarin Balogun's red card. It's what happened off the field that's proving even more divisive. President Donald Trump got a hand in and made a direct appeal to FIFA's president to overturn the star player's penalty.
Yes, I asked for a review by FIFA. I spoke to a man who's highly respected, and by the way, whose level of respect has gone up tenfold. And he was good before this started, but you know, he really pushed it in this country. I'm the one that got them to do it.
The man he's referring to is FIFA President Gianni Infantino, the same man who awarded President Donald Trump the inaugural FIFA Peace Prize last year. Football's governing body denies there was any undue interference, and it insists it is independent and autonomous. But do spectators believe them? Coming up, we will ask our panel, was it wrong for FIFA to reverse Balogun's suspension? Did President Trump exert undue influence to have it overturned? And has this been a fairly administered World Cup? Stay with us. Joining us for this discussion is Mickey Ambrose, a former professional Chelsea player and an ambassador for the British Royal Family Charities. Will Chamberlain is back with us, Senior Counsel at the Article 3 Project and also the Internet Accountability Project. And rounding out this panel is Karim Ben Sharifa, football manager and head coach with experience in international and national teams from across the world. To all of you, thanks for being here on Counterpoints. Well,
you're welcome.
Thank you. It is almost unheard of for football fans to universally agree on every decision that a referee makes during a game. And taking pot shots at FIFA politics is almost a sport in and of itself. But the analysis around the Folarin Balogun's red card has gone all the way to Capitol Hill. President Donald Trump said he went from not knowing what a red card was to personally calling the FIFA president, Gianni Infantino, to ask for a review. It's raised a lot of questions about political interference in sport, especially when you take into account the reputation between the two men. So, Mickey, let's start with you. Was it fair and right for FIFA to overturn the suspension of the American player Balogun? We'll leave Donald Trump out of it for just a moment. Was FIFA's move fair?
Well, first of all, what a spectacle of football on the pitch. I'm a footballer. I like to see what's happening on the pitch. I feel all the countries are doing magnificently well. The lesser so-called countries have really put a shift in. So fantastic spectacle for young boys and girls to watch. I thought it was fantastic, the actual what's going on the pitch. Unfortunately, what's going on off the pitch, we knew something was going to happen. In my opinion, I don't think that was fair at all. When we look at the game against Egypt, if they had allowed that goal, it was an identical sort of move and set up for Argentina. I just think it's very unfair, personally.
It's interesting that you raise Egypt because we're going to come onto some of the refereeing controversy as well. Will the idea of FIFA saying that they're purely abiding by the rules, even though this is the only time we've seen it happen since I think the 60s, was it fair and just?
Well, I'm not a footballing expert, but I think that the red card suspensions have been lifted before. They were lifted for Ronaldo. I think this is a strange situation. Yeah, but even so, I mean, if FIFA's lifted a red card suspension before, then it's not unprecedented, right? The fact that it's happening during a World Cup or during normal international play doesn't seem to be particularly material. And I would also say that it's part of the reason. I mean, you saw even Thierry Henry and Zlatan were both saying this is not a red card offense. And I think it's not just that it wasn't a red card offense. It's that there were procedural problems with how VAR was being used. They were using slow-mo and freeze frame, not just to identify the person who committed the foul, but to actually try and look at the severity of the injury, which they're not supposed to do. And so, in American sport, well, first off, you wouldn't have automatic suspensions as a result of the decision by a ref in a game, right? A ref can kick a player out, but in none of American sport can the ref in the game suspend somebody for future games. That's left to the sort of higher authorities in the sport. So the idea that, essentially the higher authorities were always, it doesn't strike me as bizarre as an American that higher authorities would look at a potential offense, see whether it is deserving of a suspension for future games, decide it wasn't, and then lift the suspension.
Mm-hmm. Kareem, Kareem, weigh in on that for us. What do you think? I mean, that is exactly what a red card is, even if perhaps it's not common in other sports.
It's very technically FIFA have based their decision based on their rules and regulation, but because it doesn't happen frequently, and it happened to the host country, it makes it really look unfair. And the irony is, I don't think it did help a U.S. team or even the player himself, where just 24 hours before the game, the whole world was talking about it and how unfair it was. So in fact, in my opinion, it galvanized and motivated more Belgium to prove a point. And it also, when you watch the game, the concerned player, I don't think he had a good game. And was he affected by, because there are many voices that voice the fact that the player himself should say that I don't want to be in this situation and I prefer to not play the game.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting point you're raising. I've been in football for many, many years as a player, a scout, a little bit of managing, and I've never, ever come across that. Never come across where we talk about political interference in a minute, but that's happened. Your point about players sort of owning up to something, again, I've never seen a player who's been given a penalty and it shouldn't have been given go on TV and say, no, it wasn't a penalty. Because obviously, when Thierry Henry handballed that game in the France game, Maradona. So, players are not accustomed to sort of owning up to things. What I'm just really concerned about was the fairness and the level of refereeing throughout the tournament. You can pick the Paraguay game, for example, where people were just kicking lumps at the French players and they didn't even get a card, and then you got the Harry Kane situation where he just lifted his boot and when he was given a penalty was given. So there's a variety of sort of biasness, if you want to call it, but I've never heard. It's like the Batman phone rang and this guy picked up the phone, in Vitali, and said, okay, he can play the next game. I've never heard of that. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's quite detrimental to the game as well. We're not going to go on about President Trump yet. I'm sure we will, but we can all see with our own eyes what's happening. It's like in the UK when we had COVID and our Prime Minister Boris Johnson's holding a glass of red wine and telling us that he's not at a COVID party in the Cabinet Office when we all know he is. It's just sometimes these people are egoistic. They're in denial of themselves. And I just think on the pitch, it was fantastic. The games I saw from a whole range of clubs, fantastic football. But yet we knew something like this was going to happen. It's going to become some kind of controversial things happening. But Article 27, there was no independent panel looking at that decision. It was at one phone call. OK, that's the way it is. Very strange indeed.
The other point, if I may jump in, is the fact that FIFA had opened a precedent, and then now whoever feel an unjust red card can appeal and expect that the red card will be overturned or the suspension will be lifted.
I mean, I would say that, not that I don't think they can expect that it will be lifted, right? Like a bad red card offense is still a bad red card offense, right? Like Kwanzaa, the English footballer who, had the dangerous tackle in that game. I mean, I think that guy, he's going to lose. He's going to be suspended. There's almost no question that you just can't tackle that way.
100%,
right?
100%.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you.
So,
I agree with that red card. I'm not being biased because I'm in England. That was a definite red card, and he should take the punishment. 100%. You're right there.
Right. So I think that, but I think the general precedent of, I think the American way, not to be all chauvinistic about America, but I do think the American approach of, future suspensions are based on post-match review by higher authorities who have the time to look at an incident and think calmly, because otherwise you're giving the power to the ref in game who's under time pressure, right? He's got to make a decision right now with what he sees.
But shouldn't the American team have to play to the rules of the game itself? And that's what the rules are.
They did. And but also the rules say that the VAR refs should not be looking at slow-mo and freeze frame. And they did that, right? Like if the rules everybody needs to follow the rules. And if you don't have an appeal process in place for teams to appeal refereeing decisions that were based not just on like a improper subjective decision, but improper procedures, then I don't think, then from Americans' perspective, well, then it's like, even if you are correct that it's improper to appeal, well, then it's a two wrongs make a right situation. Like you had a wrong, we were wronged by the refereeing procedural error, and you provided a formal appeal, a way to appeal it and to correct that error. And I think there is something in the American Constitution, maybe I don't know if it's true elsewhere, but it's certainly true in the American. It's why we're so litigious, why we have so many lawsuits. Like we just don't, we don't take being wronged, and we're just not okay with it. Like the idea that we would be procedurally harmed and there would be no remedy, it just doesn't work in the American Constitution. No, we will sue you. And if we can't sue you, we will appeal to your higher authorities and we will bully you until we get what we want because we feel wronged. That's very much an American way of looking at things. So.
But as you say, FIFA has been going for many years. We've got, I've never come across this type of thing that's happened. And, when you look at the VAR, when I played football, there was no grass on the pitch, by the way. You only had one bath, so I ran off the pitch quick because I wanted to get the clean water. Back then, it's like it is now. But you could tackle from behind and so on. And I just think that the VAR, they seem to go to VAR for certain things and not go to VAR. There was the Paraguay game, I couldn't believe what was going on there. It was basically a disgrace. Some of the players, the Paraguay players, were actually disgraced the way they went for people in that game. And I didn't see many bookings or send off. But we have to go by the FIFA regulations, and FIFA have gone against their own policy, in terms of what they've done and what they've done.
Mm. Kareem, I saw you nodding your head before when Will was mentioning VAR and using the slow-mo. Do you think, and also further to what Mickey's saying there, that there is a bit of a procedural issue that FIFA needs to address with regards to this sort of review?
When we go back before the VAR was created and was put in place to end the controversies and the decision. But it seems that it's making everywhere. I had seen it.
Every sport.
In every sport, but especially in football, whether is it English Premier League, whether is it Morocco League, whether is it the World Cup, it creates more issues that maybe we didn't expect. We thought, okay, the camera is there, the justice will be done. But it seems, as my colleague said, in some decisions, they appeal to the VR, they have a look at it. But in some other situation, maybe similar, they don't even look at it. And
that's right.
It does create more issues, in my opinion. Maybe it was better when there was no camera, no VR.
Oh, I definitely disagree with that. I think the VAR is good. I'll just quickly explain the core reason I think the VAR is good, because it limits flopping, right? It limits simulation of injury, because you can go back and check. Like I think in the U.S.-Paraguay game early on, there was an incident where I think it was Almiron, the Paraguayan, he flopped in the box, and there was a penalty kick called on Ream, and or I guess it might have been a free kick, not a penalty kick, but it was anyway like on the edge of the box.
Yeah.
And then VAR looked at it and was like, "Oh, he flopped. Well, okay, you get a yellow card instead." And that's a really good way to punish what I think, if there's been one, speaking as American, if there's one uniform American objection to the way soccer is played and sort of the rule set, it is flopping. And I mean, there's some of it in American sports, obviously, but
it's case by case, because I can also mention many situations. The last one is Argentina versus Egypt, where the without VAR was a goal, but they came back to a foul at the other end of the field, and many feel that foul, we had seen it so many times, and the referees doesn't even notice that, because if you notice the World Cup, and something I liked while watching the games of the World Cup is the flow of the game. Is the referees, they don't whistle for every contact or every pull of a shirt. But then why on some situation, not some other situation? That's the question.
Yeah, I think that's bad refereeing to me more than anything. But go ahead. Yeah.
I just wanted to add, I say back in the day when we had the old First Division, it was the human eye. It was the human eye. The referee was the human eye, the linesman, and you had free flowing football. I just find it stop start. I just find it very, maybe I'm too old school. I just find it very inconsistent. Even the VAR is inconsistent. The decision to go to the VAR, and then, as you say, you're going back to something that happened before. In rugby, in fact, rugby is a more tougher sport, and rugby players actually respect the referee. They never see him arguing. I find football, strange enough, is not a tougher sport as rugby. I just find all this stop-starting, and I can understand it when Jeff Hurst hit that third goal, the second goal, when England won the World Cup in '66, and it bounced off the bar onto the line. Was the whole boy of the line? That was '66, and now we're in 2026. And we've got new technology, which is fair enough. I just find it's sort of the decision making in this tournament, I think we'll all agree, has been a bit go to VAR, go back to VAR, or just let them play. I don't get me wrong, I tug the shirt now and again. Somebody should stand on my foot with a boot. The ref wasn't looking. And we were told what to do. You look at players like Roy Keane, Mean Machine Roy Keane, and I was a centre midfield player. I got told off for running back. If I didn't run back, could get told if I didn't run forward. And that was my job. I had to get the ball, give it to Ambrose, and he'll do something with it. So, yeah, of course I used my shoulder-to-shoulder barge. I wouldn't never elbow someone deliberately or go to chop someone. I just find it's very stop-start, and with all these water breaks. I don't know, it was 104 games. I mean, we're human beings at the end of the day. In the next, in 2034, we're going to have in Saudi Arabia the World Cup, playing in 100 degrees heat sort of thing. I just find the whole thing very sort of, we'll go on to the Trump thing in a minute. I know,
we will, yeah.
Stop starting. I think the stop starting thing, hey, it's a conversation we're always going to have, I think, if VAR stays.
Indeed. Well, we've looked at FIFA's intervention. We've looked at the technology. So, as you say, Mickey, we have to look at the political intervention now. Did President Trump's intervention, as someone outside of the sport, did his political intervention overstep the mark when we come to international sporting events?
I don't think so, honestly. Like, what I mean, this is sort of President Trump's thing. He likes calling people up and seeing if they'll do what he wants. But I genuinely take the FIFA, the FIFA president's statement about what happened here at his word. He said that this, it was already what he told President Trump is what he told the public, apparently, that it was just under review by a committee and the committee's decision would be made and be final. And no, I don't think so. I think that, the president can call who he wants to call. If he wants to call the head of FIFA soccer and be like, what happened here? He can do that. He can complain.
Do you think it's a bad look, though, Will?
No, this is just this is what President Trump likes to do. And I think from the American perspective, it's nice to have a president who cares sufficiently about sport to want to make a phone call on behalf of your national team. There's something kind of patriotic about that, right? Like if your president wouldn't make a phone call to the FIFA head, just a phone call, be like, hey, what the hell happened with that call? I don't know. I'd feel kind of lame about it. I want my president to be invested in the success of our national teams. And I also think it's then the obligation of the FIFA president, if Trump were to actually make an improper request, to be like, no, we're not just going to overturn it.
Is it more than just a call, though, Will? It's not really just a call when you're talking about President Trump, because he has so much power and such a close relationship with the FIFA president.
What's he going to do?
Undeniable.
Have ICE arrest Infantino? I don't think so. FIFA president's a pretty powerful guy, too.
Sorry, I totally disagree with some parts of what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry to be straight. I'll be quite straightforward.
Do it.
I just think. I mean, this is. If you look at what President Trump's been doing, and I've got family in Boston and so on. I just think that the way there was supposed to be a process. Or now they're saying it was a process, but when Chelsea won the Club World Cup, President Trump stood on the stage. He wouldn't get off. I think I was on one of your shows, Leigh Ann
yes,
show,
with W News, indeed.
Mm-hmm. And I remember when he was given a FIFA Peace Prize, and was there political affairs? And FIFA for some reason set Blatter, the previous president. I just find the whole organisation. I'm not going to say for legal terms what I think, but I just think it's very odd how they're chosen. For this role. Now he's trying to go for another term. I think you do 3 terms in 12 years. I just find the whole kissing the feet, stroking people's ego. For me, I'm of course quite straightforward. I just think why didn't Sir Keir Starmer pick up the phone and say, "Oh, hold on, Harry Kane should." That was the penalty. I just find that type of, but that's like you say, that's his modus operandi, isn't it? That's the way he acts. And President, Gianni Infantino seemed to bow to that. But to the world, to football fans, to soccer fans, we all know what's going down. And it wasn't the Egypt game. I mean, that was a shocking decision. It could have been 3-1 to Egypt. They would have been through. But the Egyptians were all saying, "Oh, because it's Messi, because they're the holders of the cup." The England game, we played 11 minutes overtime. I just find the whole thing very odd. But you can look at different clubs of that. But coming back to President Trump, he's a man of who he is. But I think it was political interference, personally.
Do you think if Sir Keir Starmer had have made the phone call, he could have had any sway over Infantino?
No, because... No. Now, I'm the chair of the People's FA. The People's FA, very briefly, the People's FA are a group of ex-players from different clubs, and we challenge government decisions. And I'm quite critical of our own FA because of the way it's structured. It needs to be reformed. And to be fair to the FA, they are thinking about the red card that the right back got. But I think it was a red card, personally. But you have to go through a process. The FA would have to make that call. But President Trump is who he is. He's proactive. He's. I'm not going to say too much, but he's serious. So if he wants to pick up the Batman phone to his mate Infantino, who gave him a Peace Prize for stopping 8 wars, which are still carrying on, I just find the whole thing very odd. We all know what's going on. I'm not going to go on about it. I just think that we should leave football for football, and keep presidents and prime ministers out of it. The best thing is, if the USA won the World Cup, yes, invite them to the White House and say, well done. But other than that, keep out of it.
Well, football for football and politics keep out?
I mean, as a general principle, I think that's a good one. But, I think that I mean, I actually have an interesting question for both of you guys, and I think you've sort of answered it, but which is, do you think it was actually a good red card or not for Balogun in the United States Bosnia game? Like, do you think the ref made the right call giving him a red?
Yeah. Definitely.
You think it was a red card? Okay.
Yeah, it was a red card. It was reviewed by the VR, and the challenge was the foot was on the ankle of the player. It was really dangerous play. I don't know whether the players got injured after that, but the red card is definitely a red card.
Mickey, what do you think?
And just to answer you there, that I also feel that, and we're seeing a lot of this now, where players are going in with their studs up. We didn't have that in our day. We can tackle from behind in our day, but it seems like players are going in for 50-50 balls, and they're raising their foot with aluminium studs. I tell you what, when someone stands on your foot with studs, it does hurt. Trust me. But going in like that, looking to take someone's ankle, that is shocking behaviour. Shocking, and that's a career-ending. That's a career-ending injury.
Okay, fair enough. I'll leave I'll defer to the footballer's expertise.
Kareem, I want to ask you, and again, we should remind our viewers that FIFA says that this decision was independent and autonomous, made by officials. There was no undue influence on them to make a decision, that they're upholding their high ethical standards. But to your mind, what do you make of a president calling the FIFA president? Do you think that it is overstepping the mark to have President Trump calling?
I think it's unpresident. It's unprecedented that a president should bring another president.
Unpresidential for a president to call the president. Kareem, what do you think?
Well, look, if you look at the situation, at least we knew exactly what's happening. And President Trump, he had even tweeted about it, I think. And from then on, we knew. But my question is, there might be sometimes calls that happen, but just we don't know about it. So
he bragged about it. He bragged about it. He was bragging about it. That's what
yeah. So what I'm saying is in my opinion, is the position of the FIFA. Of course, President Trump calling Infantino put a little bit, the situation was kind of embarrassing for FIFA. But these things sometimes may happen, but we don't know about it. And the stand of keeping politics away from football is one of the basics of FIFA itself. There are many federations that was suspended because there is the interference from the political side. And now that it did happen, I think it's a good debate, in my opinion. But I will come back, being a coach, I would come back to highlight the fact that Belgium went on with it, because it could be more complicated if Belgium was very strict on it, and they insist that this player is suspended and they go on with tasks or with other things. But the most important thing is for the players and the coaching staff is to focus on the game, and because they still have a chance. Now, we talk about the game of Egypt. Yes, there might be some decision that we feel unjust, but I would also blame a little bit the staff and the players of Egypt. For the last 15 minutes, there was no more instruction for the players. There was no more motivation for the players. It's very important for the coaches and the staff and the players, despite all this happening outside the field or inside the field, to keep focused on the performance or on the game. Because I think despite what happened in the game of Egypt, Egypt could have won the game. But they, in my opinion, they went out of the game 10 or 12 minutes before the end of it. And I think we have a proof that Belgium have won the game despite the unfair decision.
Yeah, they won the game with the Americans at full strength. The Americans have nothing to complain about. We played the worst game of our tournament by far. I mean, you guys see that third goal? That was pretty embarrassing. The goal.
And Belgium and Belgium, they played their best game of the tournament.
Yeah, they looked great.
That's the unfiltered side.
You know, I'm sitting here, I got all excited as an American because, you know, we were playing this high pressing tempo attacking, which I've never seen from an American team in my entire life, right? Like we've always been like low block, defensive, a really good goalkeeper like Tim Howard or something, and we just hope to squeeze out like a 0-0 draw in PKs. That's been the American way of winning international soccer for decades. And all of a sudden we're like pressing and attacking, and it's cool. And then so we're all getting excited, like, hey, maybe we're actually good this year. No, we're not really that good still. We're a little better, a little more capable, but it was, you know. And I think, and the funny thing is, Balogun, I thought was, you know, you said he played poorly. I thought he was the best American on the pitch. Pulisic gave the ball away like 11 times in 45 minutes, something crazy like that. He had the worst game I've ever seen him play. So, you know, I think in the end, you guys don't have to hear about any American complaints anymore. I think that's the silver lining for you all. Like you would have heard endless American complaints about Balogun not getting to play. And now we just are sitting here being like, oh, yeah, we got beat by a much better team. Okay, now moving on.
Yeah. Just really quickly, going back, I mean, by the process, when you mentioned about why didn't Keir Starmer bring President Trump, the process is you go through the federation. So the USA Football Federation, Mr. Trump should have rang them and said, "Oh, I don't agree with what's happened. Can you contact the FIFA and see what we can make an appeal?" But what he did, because he's got a close relationship, he just picked the phone up. He must be on speed dial or something. You know, but normally you go through your federation to make a complaint. But obviously, because of the relationship they've got over the many years and the things we see in the UK, you know, with the draw and everything else. But just coming back to the Americans, I thought that high pressing was quite impressive. You've got to be really fit to keep doing that for 90 minutes. When I organise celebrity charity matches, and some of the celebrities in the UK, when they get their DVD, they say to me, "Mickey, was I really running that slow?" And I say to them, "Now you know what box to box means." You know, it's all right looking at the telly. But I thought it was a very good tournament. I think everyone gave, all the countries gave what they gave. I think it's fantastic spectacle for football for our young children, boys and girls to follow.
I want to pick up on something that Kareem, you said, and ask you about this. You were talking about, you think that Egypt lost it in those last sort of 10 to 15 minutes because they just didn't keep it up. What about this chatter that's been ongoing since that game, that there was maybe a little bit of unfairness in the refereeing because it's in FIFA's interest to keep a team like Argentina with Lionel Messi in the competition so that they're going through? I mean, no one's accusing them of wrongdoing here, but there is that chatter and that speculation. How do you read that, Kareem?
The beauty of the game of football is those discussions. You know, after every game, we have a debate about, we scrutinize the decisions of the referees, of the coaches. And the advantage that we fans and we love this game is over the referee and over the coaches is we discuss the game that has passed, while those individuals, they are in the thick of it. So I don't want to take credit from Messi and Argentina. You know, it's very unfair as well to say that they are moving, they won the last World Cup, or now they are moving forward in the competition just by that. I have seen Messi walk for 80 minutes, but when he put the engine on, his magic made the difference. You had seen maybe other Argentinian players, they had similar chances, but they could not make it. Messi have that magic left foot. And of course, things have to be fair, but we all would like to keep watching the best players going on. But I don't think to the extent, as I explained regarding the Argentina-Egypt game, I still feel Argentina was more composed, wanted more. And even if you see, beside the last 10 minutes, after the 2-0 of Egypt, they took this decision to sit back. And I had seen it game and game again in this World Cup. The team that doesn't take, for example, Morocco against Holland. Holland sit back. We had 70% possession and we did attack. Basically, the justice of this World Cup is the team that have the intent to win the game, have the intent to play the attacking football, the high press football, is usually the team that is rewarded with the win. And that's what I see in the last game of Argentina-Egypt, without staying focused only on some mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think also that you have to, it's been a long, long season, in the Premier League and all the other leagues around the world. Players are human beings at the end. And like you say, that last 10, 15 minutes, they were still going for it. When you're not in possession and you're running here because they passed it there and they passed it there, that's tiring to keep chasing the ball. We're always told to keep the ball, keep the ball. And nowadays they're playing a lot from the back. Every club in women's football as well, they're very good. They're playing from the back, taking their time. But at some point, you need to press a button. And you're very right. Messi, for his height, when I scouted for Tottenham and Chelsea, and if you were 5'5", they say, "Oh, you'd never be a footballer." But look at Messi. Messi's not muscly built. Look at Ronaldo and Messi. Messi's got that flair, that touch. He can drift past you, and he never gives up. He's a winner. In his brain, it's a winner. And psychologically, footballers, and in the other sport, you want to be winners. Horse riding, you're a winner. So I agree with you there. I just think if you're fit enough to keep that going, that's great. The American game, I thought that was where they were pressing, but to sustain that, that's hard. And it's been a long season. And you've got to remember the difference between games is about what you got four days rest, then you're going again. That's where you have to have a big squad of players who can come on and maybe rest some people. We're human beings at the end, we're not robots.
Yeah, and the Americans really had a very thin bench. I think they had a good starting 11 or good-ish. Yeah. Maybe like the front seven were pretty good. I think the back line was pretty weak. But they had like nobody really to come off the bench, maybe one or two players, and that was just not enough to like keep doing what you say, the high pressing.
Kareem, you want to jump in there?
Yeah, just to add one thing is it will be very interesting to see the number of goals that was scored in the last 10 minutes or 5 minutes of the game. I saw stats a few games before that ironically against the African teams, many of them have conceded at the 86th minute by a number 9 of the opposition team. So the composure, the composure and focus and concentration is very important till the final whistle of the game.
You always play to the final whistle. Look at Scotland, the mistakes they made in the defence. Too many touches, bad first touch. This is the World Cup. You're playing against. This is a learning curve for a lot of players. If it's their first World Cup, you got to be on your game and you play as a kid. You always play to the end of the whistle, and that's right.
All right, I'm going to move us on to the second component of our debate, looking at FIFA, because, as I think some of you have mentioned, we've got a re-election year for the president coming up next year. So let's have a look at Infantino. The FIFA president, as all FIFA presidents do, for during any World Cup, they're always coming under fire for something, but particularly for the Balogun decision. Separately, as we've also been discussing there, the Egyptian players and managers have accused FIFA of bias against their team during Tuesday's match against Argentina. They've suggested that that FIFA wanted Argentina and its star Lionel Messi to go through to ensure more viewers. But it hasn't all been bad press, we should say, for the FIFA boss, because Infantino has delivered record turnouts at this World Cup, with more matches, more teams competing, and opening up audiences to a much broader geographical scope, more countries than ever before at this World Cup. So, Mickey, is this going to tarnish Infantino's reputation? And do you think that there's any weight to calls for him to resign?
There's two pathways with Infantino, I see. We've just discussed a lot of the negative stuff we see, and I'm a kind of person that judges somebody on what I see. I don't know. I've met him once, I think, as well as the UEFA president. And before we started the World Cup, 104 games in Canada, Mexico, USA. How is the working person going to afford for any country to go to all these games? The ticket prices. Previous to that, we had the Qatar World Cup and human rights. We've always had something going on. But to the credit of FIFA, and of course the hydration breaks means more advertising, more money coming in. I do look into FIFA's community, what they do in grassroots, and that's very good. There are a lot of negative things, but the positive things of FIFA is, you know, they do go into countries and do grassroots football. They are building infrastructures for more soccer, and they are opening football soccer to the third world countries. I think that's fantastic. You know, football is a fantastic vehicle that you can use for anybody. Now I work in education now, and I brought the assistant England manager, Steve Holland, to one of my schools just after they resigned because we lost against Spain. And he spoke to two or three students who got a few anger problems. And he said to one student, he said, so when the teacher said you can't go to the bathroom during maths, you sort of kick off. So when the referee gives you a bad decision, do you kick off then? Oh, no, I can't let down my players. I can't be sent off because I'll let down my players if I'm sent off. So we use football in a way. And, you know, all the countries that are suffering, obviously with Iraq and so on and so on, all these countries where they're kicking a football on a sandpit or not with Nike boots, you know. So football is a fantastic tool, a vehicle. And I do praise FIFA for the way they're opening it up. Obviously, the way they're selected is a bit different. You know, we were saying it's a bit dodgy how they're getting how Saudi Arabia getting the 2034 World Cup. You know, he may not be in president, but he's already sorted that out already. So there's lots of parts. But on the humanity side and bringing football to the people, the beautiful game, I think the FIFA have done well. Whether he gets elected again, I don't agree with the way the election is. I think there should be, you know, the People's FA with the RFA, it's all again behind closed doors. I think we should have a type of, when you elect a president, I think we should have that type of election to have 12 nominees to become FIFA. But anyway, let someone else get in on that.
Will, what do you think? I mean, has this put a stain on Infantino's reputation? Do you think that the election of a FIFA president should be more open, as Mickey is saying there?
I mean, I think openness is probably good. I have a hard time taking, you know, I mean, FIFA, the Qatar World Cup has major bribery issues that I don't think ever really got resolved. So I think that compared to that, the ballot, whatever the decision made on the ballot and red card is trivial. I also think that Infantino deserves a lot of credit for this World Cup, which I think has gone off swimmingly. You know, it's really cool to have it in America. And I think we really have great infrastructure for a World Cup. Like the fact that we have all these, you know, massive football stadiums that are just waiting and ready to be used for this. And we don't have to have a situation where, you know, we have, you know, some country with a much smaller budget is suddenly just laying out huge amounts of money to build a whole bunch of stadiums that they won't be able to use after the World Cup, and linger on like eyesores. I think it's really cool that you brought it to the United States. I think I've seen a whole bunch of full stadiums with like 100,000 people in them. And I mean, I think it really, as a result, it's given a lot of more opportunity for just people to come and actually go watch a World Cup in person when you have, you know, every stadium, you have 100, you know, a lot more teams in the World Cup one, and then you have so many stadiums with 70, 80, 90,000 seats in them. So I think it's really cool that a lot more people would get to go to a World Cup than otherwise would. So credit to Infantino and FIFA for making this event happen, and I think picking the U.S. and you know, having a U.S. World Cup in the current, and not just U.S. but Mexico and Canada too. Mexico has been a great environment. Can't really say that with Canadians. Canadians are kind of whatever, but Mexico's been a great
and I mean, you know, when we talk about the selection of countries, obviously Qatar has continuously and consistently denied any allegations that there was wrongdoing or any impropriety or anything unethical with regards to the selection of the host city during that World Cup. But, Will, do you think Infantino's reputation, will he come out of this by and large looking pretty stellar, or do you think it will cast a little bit of a shadow over his reputation?
I think he'll look great. I think it's a great World Cup. I think we've got a lot of great teams left. We're having some great games. I mean, whatever you think about what Egypt did in Argentina, that Argentina-Egypt game was just an absolute cracker of a game. And, you know, we're going to have, I think, you know, we've got great teams left. I mean, you've got France, which they look outstanding. Argentina, England, Norway is going to be a great game and upcoming. I thought England, Mexico was an outstanding game too. Wow. You know, England pulling that off in the Azteca. England look and you know, down to 10 men too. I thought that added a nice little drama to the end of the game where Mexico was in a position to attack.
You're calling it drama. The kickoff was supposed to be 1 o'clock, English London time, UK time. It went to 2 o'clock. And I had to go to work. I had to get up at 5. I didn't sleep. And the last 50, last 50, 20 minutes, 10 men, for once, the three Lions dug deep. And they kept coming. I was standing up with fingers crossed like this every time.
We'll see if you can keep that going. We're almost out of time. I just want to hand it to Kareem just to wrap us up. Kareem, what do you think with regards to Infantino's legacy, his reputation? Has this cast a shadow or a bit of a tarnish on his reputation, or do you think by and large, as Will says, he has delivered a very successful World Cup and he'll come out of it with a shining reputation?
Well, being a president of FIFA is a top job, and it's open to criticism, and it's a very popular figure. I think I do agree with my colleagues about what was said. There is a mix of good things and maybe less good things. The process of election is very complex, and there's a lot of things that happen to make things go either way. But I do feel that a lot of positives had happened for the football in general. And my stand is always to keep a balance between the commercial, the marketing, and also the pure football, the football we love and how it started. It's about the sports. And there was many, for example, things that was said in a negative way about the tickets expensive and all that. Honestly, I thought that we will see some empty stadiums during this World Cup, but it didn't happen. The atmosphere was great. Stadiums was filled up. And I'm looking forward to the end of this, because we still have many games to go, and a lot of things will happen in either way to help or doesn't help Infantino about this World Cup. But I'm looking forward to my American colleagues didn't mention Morocco, the dark horse
Morocco's
of
been playing great. They look
all right, well, because
since USA is no more there, I'm counting on you to support us tomorrow against France.
Love it. Gentlemen, we're almost out of time, so I just want to quickly ask you a rapid fire right for the end. Mickey, who's going to win?
Well, my last time I was on here, I said I put £200 on 13 to 2 for England to lift the World Cup. We're still in it. Pele came to the Cosmos in the USA. USA are now on the map for soccer. Well done to Infantino for that and open up football to the USA. Pele and all the greats came to George Best, Clyde Best, all came to the USA to galvanise the US League. And I think the Infantino's done very well on that side. So, but England for the World Cup is coming home.
Oh, you've been saying that for a long time. All right, Will, is it coming home?
No.
Not to you.
I feel I liked England. I like England. I think they can do it. I think they
Will.
really can do it. Bellingham looked immense. I thought they're really good back to front. They're incredibly athletic, high pressing. I think they'll at least make the final. I think an England-France final is coming, and I think that'll be really competitive.
Oh, okay, Kareem.
France, Argentina are up there logically based on what they show in this tournament. But how sweet it will be for Morocco to win this World Cup, you know? I think if we can get over tomorrow the hurdle of France, Morocco play fantastic football, attacking football. I think it's a young team, by the way. Wadi and other players are 18, 19 years old. And I feel that we have the whole world is with Morocco because we are the only African team still there with the giants. And I hope that Morocco will make it.
It's good to see. It's good to see.
England final. Come on, Morocco England final.
Yes, could be interesting. Well, look, best of luck to all of you. It's going to be a very interesting wrap up to what has been a great tournament. We really appreciate this is a little left field for us at Counterpoints, but wonderful to have this discussion with all of you. Mickey Ambrose, former professional Chelsea player. Will Chamberlain, Senior Counsel at the Article 3 Project, and Kareem Ben Sharifa, football manager and coach. To all of you, thanks for being here on Counterpoints. And as always, thanks to you for tuning in to this very sports-themed episode of Counterpoints. Nice for a change. Keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews and subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube and follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Cairo, one of the world's greatest megacities, Cairo. It is rich in its historic finery, while at the same time known for its extremely hot weather, traffic, and yes, noise and air pollution. While it is perhaps the city that tourists both love and hate, the experience makes it rather worth the challenges. It's got history that spans centuries, the city is full of vigor, and Cairo is the place to be when you're looking to experience the Egyptian street life. It is, in fact, where the only surviving wonder of the ancient world is. No words can describe the majestic view of the 3 5,000-year-old pyramids on the Giza Plateau. One of the most popular ones is the King's Chamber, considered one of the deepest man-made silences on Earth. Of course, you can't miss the Sphinx. It is both an enormous sight and an overwhelming experience you will never forget. It serves as the guard of the pyramids with its lion body and pharaoh face. It is certainly an iconic monument of the ancient world. You can take hours-long camel rides to get through the pyramids. Despite the heat, dust, and other hurdles while traveling, it is definitely worth it. The pyramids of Cheops, also called the Great Pyramid or the Pyramid of Khufu, is the largest pyramid of the Giza group. You can explore the mysterious interiors of its narrow passages. There's also the Solar Boat Museum behind it, where you will see the ceremonial solar barks that's amazingly been restored to its original glory. On the south, there's a Pyramid of Khafre, which is also known as the Pyramid of Khafre. It also has an internal tunnel that invites you to explore it. Finally, there's the smaller Pyramid of Mycerinus, or the Pyramid of Menkaure. When it comes to shopping, you must visit Khan el-Khalili, which is considered to have one of the world's greatest shopping experiences. Its narrow alleyways have been established since 1400 AD, and up to now is still up and about with all sorts of trade, from tiny stores to cluttered workshops. For sports and recreation, Find tennis courts around the south of Jazeera or ride the stables at the sports club. The Cairo Tower, built in 1961 by President Nasser, offers you an amazing view of the sunset at its observation deck. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hatan, your first professional debut fight after being an undefeated amateur. How are you feeling ahead of this big fight that you have coming up, and what challenges do you expect to face?
I'm super excited, and I am well prepared for my professional fight. It's a really big step in my life, and it's my dream to step on a cage as a professional, not an amateur. And we can say that I'm quite sure that I will do my best in the cage, and I will represent my country in the best way.
And of course, your opponent tomorrow has already had a professional fight. How do you feel going into that? Have you changed the way that you've trained? Have you changed your mindset? What's been different going into a professional fight and into the cage tomorrow?
I have been training as a professional fighter since the moment I started. I play amateur, but in the train, I always tell myself I'm a professional. So there is nothing have changed in my training, only if there is a plan that we are sticking with for my opponent, because every opponent you have is gonna have his own plan, his own game to play. She had her first pro fight. I still haven't, but I'm quite sure that this fight is going to be mine, inshallah.
So what do you hope to deliver in this fight? Is it going to be a knockout in the first round, second round? What do you think?
I'm not going to tell you what I wish to deliver, to be honest, because all I want to do is enjoy that moment. Because everyone knows my style in the fight. Everyone knows that I smile, I do shows, I laugh, and try to get my opponent nerves. It's my style because I love what I'm doing, and I'm enjoying what I'm doing. So I want to keep enjoying the fight, and if I saw something that's going to knock her out, I'm just going to hit it.
You're just going to hit it, so you're there, you're ready. Your unique style, of course, that you were just talking about. And you are the first Saudi woman to be signed to PFL MENA. And this is a massive moment for you and a massive moment for Saudi Arabia, for the country, for female sport. Is that a heavy weight for you to carry, that so many young girls are looking up to you?
It's a bit heavy because I'm representing a lot of women and a lot of people in my country, and I always wish to represent them good, but it's also so lovely, and I'm so proud. I always have so much love, and a lot of kids, a lot of girls started showing in gyms, and they started taking my name as an idol, even in the jokes, when someone say I'm strong, they be like, oh, like Hatan al-Sayf. My name got bigger, got more lover, more fans. So it's a bit heavy, but I do love it.
And it's so difficult because you just mentioned there about more women going into the gyms. This is a new era in Saudi Arabia. And how would you like to see it changing when it comes to female sport and especially martial arts? Because MMA is one of the most difficult sports in the world.
Exactly. Martial arts, it's really difficult. And for me, it is the #1 difficult sport in the world. Because you're gonna try to be complete in all the situations, in every way. You're gonna try to be complete in your conditioning, in your strength, in your striking, in your ground game. You're gonna try to be complete in everywhere, everything. So you're gonna be working in all the ways in your life. But the moment you love it, it's gonna be addiction and you will never gonna stop it. It is so hard for women, but there is plenty of women that have this much strength to do it.
And you had a difficult upbringing and a difficult childhood in many respects. It wasn't the easiest road for you. What do you think martial arts has brought you? And now you come into a fight. What has that given you strength-wise and mindset-wise?
There is a lot of people that were saying that fighters are not born. Fighters are made from life. But for me, I don't take this thing. I believe that fighters were born. Because many of us, plenty of us, since they were kids, they born, and the moment they were born, they are fighting. Not fighting in a cage, fighting in a life, fighting for themselves, fighting against anything in life. Every one of us is fighting something. But you're gonna find your own situation to fight it back, to fight your weakness, to fight your depression, to fight anything you're gonna have in your life. And for me, martial arts was the way to fight back.
And you talk about the way to fight back, but when you were younger, were there the facilities for you? Because you've spoken about having to go and fight men in the gyms, and this has been an incredible journey. Just what was those moments like going up against men?
There is no facilities, to be honest, and there is no facilities. It's just started to open up maybe the past 2 years. Most of the facilities are for men or mixed. I've been fighting men since the day I started this career. It's not an easy. It's not an easy. You know, God made us women and men have way stronger bodies than a woman, just like how God created us. But it's just how it is. I'm trying to survive it, to be honest, and it made me super strong.
Of course, and obviously, if you take a hit from a woman, it will probably feel very different to what you had to do taking one from a guy.
Sure.
I'm sure that's a very different ball game. But when you look at things in perspective, and what do you hope? Because right now you've signed up to PFL MENA. What do you hope this first year delivers for you? Where do you see your future?
I don't really love this question because it's okay. Many of people tell me, where do you see yourself 5 years ago or 10 or whatever? I always don't like to see far away. I always love to see tomorrow. Okay, I win this fight. Okay, I'm gonna talk to PFL. What do we have next matchup? What do we have next event? What do we have? What do we have? I don't want to focus, I want to be who 5 years ago or whatever it is. I just want to focus tomorrow, after tomorrow, tomorrow, after tomorrow, and focusing on tomorrow is going to give me to reach where I deserve. I just believe in God's destiny.
And what has given you so much drive? Because you talk about, oh, I'll just call PFL, see what's next. Where does that fight come from?
That's why I told you most of the people were born fighters. I don't enjoy being quiet or chill most of the time. I get crazy. It drives me crazy. Like, I can chill and I can have a vacation for a week, 2 weeks, and after 2 weeks I will start to make problems with everyone. I will try to break things. I will start to be crazy. So I try to put myself back in the gym so I don't get in any trouble.
It's where all your energy goes.
Yeah, so I was born this way and I need to dedicate it in the good and right place.
You're going to be fighting in the cage and it's a home crowd in Riyadh. What does that mean to you?
It means a lot. It means a lot. Every time I step on that cage, I can hear the people screaming for me. And I can hear the love, the crowd. And it gives me so much proud, so much.
And you spoke a little bit earlier about, 2 years, women's fighting in Saudi. I know you don't like the stories about the future, but do you ever see yourself opening up gyms here and being more involved and getting more women into the sport?
I would love to. Maybe, inshallah, one day.
Good luck. Thank you very so much. Thank you. Thank you, Hassan.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence, they've got to have a vote and a say. It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. President Trump says the US is taking over security in the Strait of Hormuz as tensions with Iran continue to escalate. A night of celebration turns to tragedy in Bangkok as the devastating bar fire kills at least 28 people. And counter-terror police take over the Ann Whitaker murder after new evidence comes to light, days after the Conservative politician was found dead in her home. The Strait of Hormuz is once again in the spotlight after overnight strikes between the US and Iran brought commercial shipping to a halt. Speaking to Fox News, President Trump said the US is now taking over security in the strait and would act as its guardian, while accusing Iran of breaking its deal with Washington. In a separate social media post, he also said he plans to reinstate the blockade on Iranian ports. Take a listen to what he said.
But we had a deal. What nobody knows, we had a deal. It was a done deal. And then they broke it. They always break it. We've had 10 deals with these people. And so we're just going to hit them very hard. And we're going to keep the strait, and we'll probably run it. We'll become the guardian of the strait. Maybe we'll call it the guardian angel of the strait. And we should be reimbursed for that. When we do that, we're going to be reimbursed because the other nations are very wealthy. They're on our side. And we can't be expected to do that for nothing, unlike we had for many years. You know, we guarded the strait for 50 years more, and we never got paid for it. They made all the money, and the United States was just, they wouldn't. It's amazing. It's we never made. We guarded it for nothing, and now we're going to guard it. We're going to get paid for guarding it. A lot of money. They're a bad group of people. Let me just tell you that. I don't say that often, and I have to live with that statement. They're a bad group of people. They've been this way for a long time.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by journalist and broadcaster Jono Hayes, who's in Dubai, and founder of Narrative Shapers, Alex Malouf, right here in the studio with me. Alex and Jono, great to have you on the show. Alex, let's start with you. There's been so many moving pieces today. We've heard from Iran and, of course, we've heard from the US President Donald Trump. What do you make of these claims that the US will take over the Strait of Hormuz and, of course, should be reimbursed for actually controlling it and helping commercial vessels get through the strait? The US blockade is also coming back. Donald Trump said that will be reinstated Tuesday night, which is tomorrow. Who holds the power here? What exactly is going on?
You know, it's like Groundhog Day. You know, it feels as we've been here so many times before. What is interesting, let's address the whole piece about the control of the straits and also the 20% toll. Firstly, we had Secretary of State Marco Rubio say a couple of weeks back, end of June, that this is an international waterway, which it is. Therefore, no, there are no tolls. It's free to use, essentially. So you've got that confusion. Who is right here? Is it an international waterway? Everybody says it is, apart from the Iranians. Now Trump is saying basically it's not. Now we're going to take over. The second point is the strait was free to use prior to 28th of February, prior to the US and Israel attacking Iran. And then this became Iran's main flex, main point of leverage. So again, if we go back to prior to 28th February, there were no tolls. There was no issue. There was no impact on the global economy. And then the third element is the US and its own forces in the region. You've got US bases in most of the Gulf. You've got a US fleet off the coast itself. You've got at least one aircraft carrier. And to date, they haven't been able to secure the strait. There have been multiple attacks, at least 6, on different tankers, on different boats, going basically on the Omani route, which is the southern part of the Strait of Hormuz. So there hasn't been any security given to date. So, you know, how is this going to play out? We don't know. Is it going to change tomorrow? The Iranians have already stepped in. Their foreign minister has basically played around with a statement. I'm sure Jono's going to talk about that. But, you know, we're back to the same situation whereby, you know, nothing is going through. This is going to have an impact on the regional and global economy. You know, what is going to be the answer here? Because the status quo, which is essentially, you know, no ceasefire, you know, this tit-for-tat response is not helping anybody.
And it's one of those points that we have to talk about, because I was speaking to a security analyst earlier, and they seem to think that Iran has overused its ace card in the Strait of Hormuz, because the MOU was actually signed 30 days ago. So now we're midway through this MOU between the US and Iran, essentially. And the point that seems to be the main point of contention is the number 5 point in the MOU when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, which was to be reopened as it was before the war started. Iran has continuously violated and read that point in a different way to how the US has read it. And it all comes back down to this vagueness in the MOU, because no one could really reach a consensus at the beginning of the MOU. So it's very difficult to read the MOU, because Iran's obviously reading it one way, the US is reading it one way, and this has caused a lot of chaos.
Well, I think this is the brilliance, I want to use that word because it was in a sense, of how the MOU was put together. Each side read it in its own way. Each side interpreted it in its own way. The Iranians have been saying constantly since the MOU was signed that we are in control. The Americans have been saying no. The MOU states that shipping should be allowed to move freely under the supervision of all parties. And basically we are here now because of the vagueness of the wording, especially of that 5th point, as you said. And, you know, the challenge again is sort of going back to what is happening. There was arguments about who is in control of Iran. there were statements put out by the Americans saying that the Iranians had apologized, that these were rogue elements firing on ships because they wanted to basically void the agreement. They said that negotiations effectively would continue. The Iranians have come out and said, no, that is not correct. The MOU always said that we would be in control because it is our strait. So then neglecting the point about the Omanis being on the other side as well. And in the meantime, the negotiators, Pakistan, Qatar among them, and also Oman as well, supporting, have been constantly pushing to try and get everything, back on track, at least in terms of discussions. We've had, the one high-level meeting where they've come together, including J.D. Vance. But it's really hard to see how we're going to get, back on track, given that we are halfway through the 60 days, given that the 60 days was supposed to be the point whereby we'd have something more substantial, and we haven't even discussed the other issues, such as nuclear, such as missiles, such as proxies. All of those are basically pushed aside because of the issue of the Strait of Hormuz.
Exactly, and Iran has made that the absolute flashpoint, because we saw the escalation in tension really start during that NATO meeting when European leaders were meeting with Trump, and Iran did fire on the Qatari and Saudi vessels passing through the Strait of Hormuz. But Jono, let's bring you into the conversation, because today the UK has now outlawed the IRGC over anti-Semitic attacks. Do you think this action has actually any real effect on the ground while we see these tensions between the US and Iran escalate?
Well, look, it can, but probably not in the dramatic way a lot of people might think, or you might imagine that it might have, because it's going to be more than anything else. It's not going to be military implications, but it's going to be an impact that's going to be had legally. So once an organisation, any organisation, in this case it's the IRGC, once they're designated by any government as a terrorist organisation, doing things like being seen to support it, fundraise for it, recruiting for it, anything like that, or even displaying support publicly, that becomes a criminal offence, or at least it can be. So what now you will have is the police will be given, and intelligence agencies from the UK will be given stronger powers to do things like to investigate the IRGC, to freeze the assets, and to prosecute people with links to the group as well. So that, I mean, overall that's bad news for the IRGC at large. And if you look at why this is, there's been a number of attacks in the UK, in Britain, that have been reported to be attributed to not directly the IRGC, but to proxies. So we've seen those, the ambulances, the Jewish community ambulances that were set on fire, arson attacks in synagogues as well, other Jewish and Israeli-linked premises that have been attacked as well. There's been a surveillance threat that's been there in the UK for a while. So now you've seen Britain come out and say that this is something politically that we can do. It is a big message for the IRGC, because, let's face it, the IRGC is not just a branch of Iran's military. It is the most powerful institution that exists in Iran. It is controlling a major part of the security protocols that are in place there as well. It's controlling the ballistic missiles and the program that's at place there as well. So it's got influence not just locally, but then look at the proxy groups across the Middle East, like I just mentioned there as well, and we're seeing more of those come to the fore as well, and we're hearing more about, the Houthis. Of course, we've mentioned previously about the other proxy groups that are at play. That's not necessarily going to change the behaviour of Iran overnight. Diplomatically, it does raise a bit of pressure within the region, within those proxies as well. It makes engagement much harder for Iran. It increases those sanction risks. It does send a message to the Western governments that, the IRGC is not a conventional military force more than anything else, but they're an organisation that are linked to terrorism beyond the borders of Iran. And that, I think, is less of an immediate impact on the battlefield, but more about tightening the legal framework, a financial squeeze on them more than anything else. But if you look back historically at what this actually means, not a lot. Al-Qaeda, who formed in 1988, they were not seen as a designated terrorist organisation by the United States until October 1999. UN sanctions came quickly after that as well. The Taliban, meanwhile, during the Afghan civil war, they were formed. They were only subject to sanctions from 1999 for sheltering Osama bin Laden. The United States never actually recognised or designated the Taliban as a foreign terrorist organisation. So the legal status varies from country by country. But Al-Qaeda, likewise, they became a terrorist organisation in 2001. Never happened in the US. And Taliban has never been recognised as a terrorist organisation by the UK. So if you're looking at trade in terms of how much trade the UK and Iran will be able to do, Well, actually, it's not going to make a massive difference because exports to Iran are under 300 million pounds, imports from Iran 150 million pounds. That is 0.1% of total UK trade. It's the 112th largest trading partner, so it's not going to make a massive difference overnight. This is more of a political show more than anything else. And Alex mentioned a while ago as well, you know, the retaliation back to this and what Iran have said in relation to the Strait of Hormuz, and we've heard President Trump mention that as well. You know, Iran said that them, not the United States, would be the legitimate guardian to the Strait of Hormuz more than anything else. They said that Washington has got no real authority or it has got no place in that waterway or trying to police that waterway as well. So again, what you've seen the UK do is, for more than anything else, a political show to try and say we don't support the IRGC. But in fairness, which government in the world right now, outside of Iran and its proxies, is showing support for the IRGC? And the answer for that is probably none.
And Jono, just a quick thought from you, if you can. We are now having news alerts coming through that Tasman news agency says air defensive active in Iran's Bandar Abbas. So there are now explosions in Bandar Abbas. And also, President Donald Trump has come out on Truth Social today and said he's making a speech to the nation on Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm not sure what your thoughts are on that, but we do still see, by the looks of it, the US hitting Bandar Abbas tonight, and Trump obviously going to address the nation.
So, again, I think we expected this. This was definitely on the cards. The concern would be for the Gulf states, that they would be hit as well overnight tonight with retaliatory attacks from Iran. Of course, this is a concern. We're hearing some deeply concerning things about certain missile defence systems in parts of the Gulf that have been hit by Iran today. And I have not seen the verification of those reports right now, but that may be true. But I think what we'll see likely on Thursday is whether Iran is going to escalate or de-escalate. I think there'll be references to the Strait of Hormuz in that as well. We may get an update on the nuclear policy because we still don't know where that is. It's point number one on this actual proposal, is to try and find out if Iran have allowed access to the relevant authorities to get in there to find out what is the situation. And it might give us some level of significance in relation to the military situation that's taking place right now, and if we can expect more attacks through the coming days as well. Thursday feels like a long way away, and I'm certainly sure for a lot of the Gulf countries who are concerned and who are facing continued airstrikes and also the threat of airstrikes, Thursday feels like a long way away to try and find out what's going to happen. The next 24 hours are going to be crucial, 48 hours, in finding out what happens with this escalation, because it certainly feels like it's going that way and not de-escalating.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And a night out in Bangkok turned into a tragedy after a massive fire ripped through a crowded bar, killing at least 28 people and leaving dozens more injured. Authorities say the blaze spread rapidly through the venue, trapping many inside as investigators now look into whether electrical faults and safety failures do play a role. Jono, let's speak to you about this, because what more do we know about how this fire started and this tragedy unfolded?
Still very early days, Leigh Ann, but the investigators are trying to figure out what is the actual cause of this fire. And I'm just after seeing some new videos before we came to air as well, which are purportedly taken from inside the venue. The evidence does seem to point towards that, as you mentioned, electrical fault somewhere near the stage area. There's witnesses who have luckily made it out, and they said they saw smoke coming from that circuit breaker close to the performance stage. Then the lights went out, which of course caused chaos as well. And the people who were inside said they heard a loud explosion, and then this thick black smoke filled the venue. Now, if you've seen these videos, I think we're showing some of them on screen right now, but there has been very, very dramatic videos. I can only describe it as what looks like jetting or like a blasting flame, as you can see here on the screen right now, coming out of the front door of the venue. It really is an inferno. When I saw this initially, I thought this looks like it's a gas explosion more than anything else. The tragic part of this is clearly all these people who've lost their lives, but also what happened afterwards in the direct aftermath. Many of the victims weren't actually overcome by the flames. They died from smoke inhalation, so people ran to the bathrooms, into the back of the building. They thought they'd be safer there, but they actually became trapped. So police are investigating now to find out if emergency exits were blocked, whether the doors were locked that would have gotten them out from that particular area. And of course, the big concern, whether flammable material was used in the ceiling, in the decor, in the interior of this particular building. Electrical wiring will have to be examined to find out if it met the safety standards that are there as well. There's reports, and again, this is from people who are in the venue, that shelving and furniture that might have narrowed down the escape route. So that brings safety back to the fore of the conversation once again. So investigators have a very difficult challenge ahead of them. They're going to be asked whether, you know, enough was done to stop the fire in the first place from happening. It's a terribly, terribly, terribly tragic story for any nation to have to deal with, and my heart goes out to the people of Thailand on something like this to be seen. And again, it is really shocking footage to see, but it does bring a very valuable conversation back to the front. Is enough been done for safety in places like this? And are fire safety hazards been dealt with in the correct and appropriate manner?
And we're going to talk to you about that, Alex, because this isn't the first such incident or tragedy we've seen like this in Thailand. And Jono raised that question. Do you think lessons are being learned when we see 28 people lose their lives in these sort of circumstances?
Well, looking back at the number of fires and incidents that have been over the past couple of years, so December 24, 3 people killed in a hotel fire. October the same year, 23 people killed in a bus fire. July of 2023, 12 people were killed in a warehouse fire, which was storing fireworks. August 22, 13 people killed in a nightclub fire. Further back, you know, a bigger one, a bigger fire, a bigger incident, which was even more tragic. January 2009, this was New Year's Eve party in a club. 65 people were killed. So, you know, there is a long list here of incidents and fires which have claimed many lives. And when you look at, say, a similar example, we had the fire in Switzerland, New Year's Eve of last year, basically the New Year's Day of this year. There were very quick repercussions, or there were major repercussions. Very quick decisions were made in terms of ensuring safety moving forward. Investigators went in, they checked other premises, and again, they were strict. No, they weren't just strict, they came down like a hammer in terms of ensuring that any location, any facility was up to a minimum standard. And you've got to ask, why hasn't this happened in someone like Thailand, which has a history of fires, which have both impacted the lives of Thai nationals and also as well of foreigners? And again, the tourism sector is a major economic driver. It employs many people. And again, the obvious question is why? You know, is it an issue in terms of standards? Is it an issue in terms of enforcement? You know, is there not enough enforcement being pushed out by the authorities? Something has to change here.
Absolutely, and Thai investigators are now focusing on potential negligence when we look at this fire that's happened in the pub, and apparently the block exits really hampered the escapes. Like Jono did say, the windowless bathroom, so many people were found sadly dead inside of that windowless bathroom because they just couldn't get out. So like you say, it's really important that Thailand do focus on this.
You know, people are coming in from all over the world. It's one of the world's most popular destinations. It has a major entertainment industry as well. You know, this is something which the government really has to get on top of, and they've got to get a grip here, because we have a litany of cases over the past couple of years, stretching back, you know, 25, 30 years, more than that, in terms of fire incidents and people losing their lives. So this has to change. The question is, who's going to make the change? Who's going to force the change?
Yeah, and Jono, you know, Alex just brought up a really good point there when it comes to tourism, and we know so many people travel to Thailand. Do you think that this will be a major concern for tourists?
I really don't think it will. And even if you look on a global scale as well, of course, this is an absolute horrific tragedy, which, if it was preventable, and if they find evidence of that, is, you know, a travesty. But if you look at places like India, whereby, you know, hotels, factories, wedding venues have all fallen victim to fires like this in the past, Bangladesh, Pakistan, China as well, historically has had a lot of people who've been killed, most notably in just earlier this month. A fire killed 28 people there as well in a shoe factory. So if you look at that historically, quickly. The issue for Thailand is that it's in a very tourist-dense, populous area as well. But I have no doubt that the authorities will, again, like Alex said, a clampdown will for sure happen. And we've seen this in the past before. When the Thai government feel that something is at risk for their public or even for their tourist population, and we've seen this right down to things like shisha and its availability in capital cities like Bangkok. If they feel like there is a risk in that particular thing, there was one small shisha fire which took place from charcoal, and they shut down every place within Bangkok within a matter of hours. So I feel like the Thai authorities certainly will jump on this as quickly as possible and make sure, because they are aware of how important tourism is for the country. They're aware of how important it is to make sure that their residents and that the locals are safe in their own country. So I'm sure that there will be an investigation, and they will put in measures to make sure that something like this does not happen again. And I hope that that will happen very, very quickly.
Yes, of course, and our thoughts are with everyone and all the family members who lost loved ones in that devastating fire in Thailand. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. Counter-terrorism police are now taking charge of the investigation into Anne Widdecombe's death after new information and evidence. The former Conservative MP was attacked in her home in Devon last week. Alex, this is an extremely, extremely sad case of a much-loved British politician. What more do we know about the investigation and the suspect so far?
Anne Widdecombe, she was very well known. She was called a national treasure. When I knew about it, when it was announced on Thursday, I think most of us thought, she was 78, it was natural causes. But then we started to hear more details of basically her being found with serious injuries. She lived in a pretty remote part of the country, in Devon, in Dartmoor. When, again, information was first pushed out, there were questions about, is this politically motivated? Because of her high profile, her nature of supporting. First, she was a Tory, she was a Conservative minister, but then she switched to Brexit and then to Reform as well. We've talked a lot about safety for politicians and politics in general in the UK, because there have been deaths of politicians beforehand. We then found out, obviously, about this being potentially related to terrorism. A suspect was arrested, a 20-year-old who was arrested in Yorkshire, which is about 300 miles away. It's a distance of at least 6 to 7 hours. Then he was released. And this is where it gets even more confusing, because he was released. There was basically an announcement put out that it was not related, or it was not thought to be related to terrorism. And now we have essentially the updates today where the person was rearrested when new evidence came to light, and then the counter-terrorism police basically stepped in. And he's been rearrested on suspicion of an act of terrorism. So, there's a lot of things happening here, playing out here. We have had suggestions from some politicians, Nigel Farage, the head of Reform, that it was politically motivated. The government, the Home Secretary has said before that they don't think it was, but again, things are moving quickly and more is coming to light. We actually don't know what the evidence is yet, because they haven't pushed out that into the public domain, but I'm sure we'll find out pretty soon.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't know the evidence yet, but counter-terrorism police are now involved, and the security surrounding MPs is now back in the conversation. We saw it discussed in the House of Commons today. But, Jono, let's talk about the Reform leader, Nigel Farage, because Alex just mentioned him. He did suggest this could be terror-related, and he actually got quite a lot of pushback from some Labour MPs on those grounds. But what does it actually say about MP safety, especially in the UK at this particular time?
So to mention on your first point, that was Natalie Fleet who said that, and she's now since apologised. And she said there was a stack of things that she said referred to the leader of Reform as a gang of Binman, a wild thing to say, and faux outrage is what she described it as well. Now, she's deleted the post since then as well, and she said her thoughts are with it comes family, which is a horrific situation to have happened. And exactly like Alex said, I thought that it was natural causes. That was still devastating enough. But what you now have is a wider and very wide conversation to be had about how politicians within Britain and potentially even worldwide, they operate quite differently than they would have done in terms of security or the environment they're surrounding themselves in than they would have, 5-10 years ago. And you have to look, and this again will come down to the investigation that is now underway, whether this proves to be a terrorism attack or not. There is still investigators to determine this, to find out why counter-terrorism police have now taken over, and they've described this new information and evidence that's emerged as well. So we'll eventually, I'm sure, find out the final motive behind this as well. But MPs and people who are in the public eye at this level face a threat. I think it's from multiple directions. You've got political extremism, you've got lone actors, you've got online radicalisation, which is taking place as well. Specifically targeted harassment that you've seen on not just the politicians themselves, but on their family members, on their close circle of friends. And I've said it before in a very strange way. The left can be far more radical than the right. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to speculate on this, but we might be witnessing even further evidence of that here. The right seems to wait and see approach more than anything else, whereas the left seems to have a knee-jerk reaction. And you look back at the killing of Joe Cox in 2016, and David Amess 2021, they changed, I think, parliamentary security as well. So MPs receive a lot more protection now than they would have back then. They receive security advice. They receive police support more so than they ever did before. And from what I've heard, and this is from inside sources in certain political parties in the UK, the political parties themselves are now allocating a budget to be able to provide private protection and security for their MPs, which is something that they feel is necessary for that security advice to be there as well. But there is a very difficult line to try and strike a balance between here because, of course, these are elected politicians who have to meet up weekly or monthly with their own constituents. They have to be accessible in certain ways because democracy relies on politicians meeting the public. So this is a really difficult one to try and police as well. That balancing act is a very difficult one to try and figure out. And when you've got parties like Reform who are riling the left up to the point where this may actually be a terrorist-related attack, you got to keep the elected representative safe, but you can create a barrier between politicians and people that they represent, and that's bringing that back to the fore once again. It's going to reignite that debate. And wonderful person, outspoken, passionate about what she believed in, regardless of your political views or anyone else's political views. She spoke up for what she believed in, and that's something that we rarely see. She was, in my opinion at least, an honest politician. And I must say, until we know more, if she was slain because of her political motives, it is a sad outcome for someone who I believe was a wonderful lady, one of the last Thatcherite politicians who was left standing, I think, and she had an amazing legacy left behind her. And again, my thoughts and prayers are with her family and her close circle of friends, and not just that, but also her circle within the media, which is quite wide in the industry that we work in. She was very well known, very well liked, and a formidable character.
And let's just pick up on something, because Jono mentioned Jo Cox. She was murdered. She was a Labour MP. David Amess was also murdered, but in his constituency when he was doing the days of meeting the public and listening to his constituents' concerns, which is something about British politics that a lot of people like and a lot of people resonate with. Your MP is like you. You can go and talk to them. They will represent you in the House of Commons at Prime Minister's questions. And, we have seen assassination attempts on Donald Trump's life. Nigel Farage in the UK has also speculated that there's been attempts on his life. He's had things thrown at him. Things have become quite unnerving in the UK. And I just wonder how we get back to the fact that politics can be for the people and can be secure for the MPs who are representing their constituents.
The role of an MP is to represent their constituents, all of them, regardless of how they voted. They have regular surgeries, whereby, again, the concept is you have an open office, people can come in and they can come and ask for support in terms of whatever may be happening within that constituency. You can email them, reach out to them, and that access is fundamental to British democracy. what is strange, especially about what has happened to Anne Widdecombe, is the fact that she's not a frontline MP. She was a spokesperson for reform on home affairs-related issues, so basically internal domestic issues. But also, you know, she'd appeared on celebrity shows, you know, on the Celebrity Dance Show. And she hasn't been, you know, for some time really in the public eye like a Nigel Farage, for example, or one of the MPs for Labour or Conservatives, or even the Green Party or Liberal Democrats. It's a really sad story here. You know, she's 78 years old. She's very well known. She's very well liked. But again, she's not on the front line of politics. And you know, even Jono talked about the issue of security, which has increasingly come up because of Nigel Farage. You know, who gets security? Would Anne Widdecombe have received security given that she is not an MP? And that's the question.
And I think the question comes in now is some MPs are basically voicing that they need to raise money to pay for their own private security. And I wonder if this really tragic incident will give that legitimacy and will give party legitimacy to have money and be given money by donors for security. It's going to be a really interesting conversation. I just say Anne Widdecombe, completely amazing on Strictly Come Dancing. I wish she had won it. She did very well, but great legacy she leaves behind, and of course, very sad moment for British politics. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. The World Cup is down to the final four, with England set for a blockbuster semi-final against Argentina. And at Wimbledon, Yannick Sinner retained the men's title to claim his second championship at the All England Club. Jono, let's start with you, because you love the football. I think it's fair for us to say that. It's the semi-final. England are going to take on Argentina. Spain will face France. Who are you actually rooting for when it comes to any of these teams?
This is going to pain me to say this so much. Purely as a great last game of the tournament, I would like to see England versus Spain in the final, because that's going to be an unbelievable spectacle. And I know from the get-go, from pre-World Cup, as a self-respecting Irishman, I haven't been able to put my weight and support behind England. I supported Norway over the weekend, and that didn't work out so well for me. So I would like it to be England versus Spain. And there's a few reasons for that. I think France and Argentina, and again, I said this before, they've had their day in the limelight in terms of the World Cup. You know, they're probably bored to death of polishing the trophy. So I would say England against Argentina for this one on Wednesday night is a game that is steeped in history. You've got two rivals coming into this game. They're going to butt heads, you know, in terms of fans and on the pitch as well. It is a massive football rivalry, probably one of the biggest. Like, take it back to 1966, you know, least we forget. The Falklands backdrop, Maradona, that hand of God moment as well, goal of the century in 86. Lionel Messi as well has never faced an English side. So for the first time at the World Cup, it's his first time facing them. This is a box office level of a spectacle. We're talking like UFC, but on the pitch, and a lot more people involved as well. So I think England will believe, and I think rightly so, that they're in with a real chance. They've done really, really well in this tournament as of late. Not from the get-go, they weren't. Let's be honest, it was quite boring football at the start. But now we're looking at 4 straight wins in the tournament. Jude Bellingham, he's stepped up in the knockout rounds as well. He's a midfielder. Let's keep that in mind. He scored goals on par with Mbappe and Messi. Harry Kane is now delivering for the team as well. So they haven't been spectacular for this tournament, and I've been super hypercritical of them, and rightly so. I'm like their coach. At this stage, I've been as critical as he is. But I really did say I want to see England in the final. I've thrown weight behind other teams throughout the tournament. But the semi-final, it is impossible to call this. French, of course, they've got Mbappe. They're chasing a golden boot there as well. Spain are an extraordinary team. They're on an unbeaten run right now. It's well over 30 games, which is very, very impressive. So they're not going to make this easy for the French side. So if you're asking my heart, I would love to see England in the final. Questionable if I'd like to see them win that final, but I think a Spain-England final would be wonderful. But I think England-Argentina is going to be a 50-50 throw-up on that game, so we're really going to have to see what happens. But you've got like amazing brilliance from Mbappe and Yamal as well, there's going to be 2 amazing days of football on the cards as well. And there's not that awful early morning kickoff time. So world-class players, Argentina out, Spain and England for the final. That'd be my ideal end of the tournament, but I wouldn't be putting any cash where my mouth is for that one, I don't think.
But it's quite interesting because former Argentina striker Carlos Tevez, they've been asking about it. And he says England may be seeking revenge for Diego Maradona's actions in the 1986 World Cup, describing the relationship as one of love and hate. And of course, that was the hand of God moment. I wonder if we had VAR now, if that would have been a goal. But super interesting. Let's see what actually happens. I quite like the fact that people are saying England's not that good. They didn't start off very well. Defence is shabby. But I've got to say something. That manager, he ain't shabby. He's brought them all the way to the semi-finals.
German managers, that's all I'm going to say.
I quite like his criticism of the team. I'm like, go on, give them a bit of a push. But let's talk about Wimbledon, because another triumph for Jannik Sinner on centre court. Honestly, retained that crown. Do you think he was a worthy winner? I think he was.
It's amazing, the World Cup. I think we forget that there are other things happening.
No, don't worry. I was watching whole of Wimbledon.
Good, okay.
I wasn't. There might be other things happening, but I was on the tennis, don't worry.
Look, Jannik Sinner, a fantastic player, fantastic person. He really is, I think, for me, the personification of a good sport and a good winner as well. It's his 5th major. He's only 24. Zverev, this is the 10th time in a row he's beaten him. Incredibly impressive. And he came out and, he said, I'd like to thank my opponent, thank the crowd, even thank the ball people, boys, girls, ball kids, whatever you want to call them. And this is after, a pretty tough semi-final in terms of him beating Djokovic and denying Djokovic his 25th win in a major. So really, or Grand Slam. So really, really impressive. I know we discussed about, his big competitor being out with injury. But you've got to say, Sinner, you look at him now, technically he's the best in the world. His mentality is incredible. And I read one commentator who described him, female commentator, as a proper mensch, which I don't hear very often in terms of sports players, especially tennis players. So very impressive.
Yeah. And when you watch him play tennis, he's pretty phenomenal. I watched that final yesterday. He got off to a bit of a slow start. Zverev was very aggressive on the outset, took the first set off Sinner. But Sinner just has this quiet confidence where he begins to dominate the game. Like psychologically, he is incredibly strong. I mean, he has a forehand that he can hit at 90 miles per hour. A forehand, it's not even a serve. And sometimes when I watch this guy, I'm like, people have 1 gear, 2 gears. He's got about gear 10, and he's really put Italy on the map when it comes to tennis.
He could have been, by the way, Italy's chance at the World Cup this year. I don't know if you know this, but he was a skier and a footballer before he was a tennis player. And I think tennis was his 3rd choice. Like, he was doing ski races and he was doing afternoons playing football matches. But because he was quite tall and thin, and I think he was only about 35 kilos, the dream, he decided to give up all of those sports, and he said he preferred to do like a direct opponent game where he could just have control over the outcome. So he played that instead. So he could have been because Italy, of course, didn't qualify this year, at least we forget. He could have been the reason why they were playing. It could have been him against Mbappe at this semi-final.
It's quite interesting because they still interview Jannik Sinner now, and he obviously, of course, grew up near the Dolomites. They had professional skiing too, and they still ask Sinner, what do you prefer, skiing or tennis? And he says, I think I was better at skiing, and it makes me feel slightly unwell. If you're world #1 and you're dominating tennis and you think you're better at skiing, he's obviously just a phenomenal athlete all round. But Jannik Sinner, Carlos Alcaraz out. I wonder what would happen when he comes back. Hopefully that rivalry would reignite.
so.
But World Cup and tennis, what are we going to do with our lives when it all ends? Anyway, it's that time of the show where Alex and Jono have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And yours is a really sad story because it's sad for people who love films. And Jurassic Park and Peaky Blinders actor Sam Neill sadly passed away.
Look, I remember, being, I don't know how old I was definitely a teenager, but sort of leaving school a little bit early, heading to the cinema and watching Jurassic Park on its first day out in the movies. And it was just packed. And, seeing Sam Neill on screen, his character, it's still in my head today. So I'm going to be watching that one on repeat, I think, over the weekend. But, he was in Jurassic Park, he was in The Hunt for Red October, he had the piano, Peaky Blinders. I was reading about him and Ivanhoe, and he's known throughout Sweden because every New Year's Day they would broadcast Ivanhoe on TV for 40 years running. Fantastic actor. He was actually born in Northern Ireland, but then the family went over to New Zealand. He had his farm, he had his vineyard, he had his own wine brand. He was just a loved character who was an incredible actor, leaves such a legacy. And as I said, I just hope a new generation rediscover all of his films, his filmography and everything else that he did.
And I just like the fact that he was a farmer in New Zealand and he always said he sort of accidentally became an actor. He accidentally was introduced to Hollywood. But what a great legacy he leaves behind. I might rewatch Jurassic Park. I can't remember it now, but we'll see. Jono, and yours. It's a little bit of a different story, so we're going to change gear here, but it's about sniffing chocolate before you work out in the gym because it apparently improves your fitness. True or false?
Yeah. Well, it sounds like it's been maybe funded by a chocolate company, but there is science behind it, limited science. In Malaysia, they've just got a few volunteers to do something very simple. You fast overnight, and then you smell dark chocolate or milk chocolate, and then you exercise. And what they found is the people who actually sniffed the chocolate managed more reps when they were doing strength exercises, so they felt less hungry, and overall they were able to have more of an impact when they were lifting weights. So they didn't actually feel as though they were working harder, and that's quite fascinating. So they've pushed themselves more, but didn't feel that they had. So the theory behind it is quite simple. The smell of chocolate is stimulating the reward pathways in your brain. So what it does is it temporarily suppresses your appetite and gives you that psychological boost. So you've smelt it and you thought, oh, I'm having it, but you haven't actually consumed the calories. So there's an important caveat. It is a very, very small study. It's only 23 young men, so it's not really, you're not going to rewrite the sports journals because of this. But gyms are probably not likely to jump on board with this. But if they were, I think there could be a chocolate-scented air freshener that you could get in there as well, because smelling the chocolate apparently gives you the motivation. It gets you to get 1 or 2 extra reps in there as well. And that's a pretty sweet workout hack if it's legit. I don't think I could get myself to the point of smelling the food without actually eating it and feel like that's a reward. I don't think that's ever going to pay off for me.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Alex, what do you think? I quite like the idea of it could give you more reps, but I just think 23 people might not be legit enough for me.
No, I don't think 23 people doesn't really pass the
chocolate test.
The chocolate test. Yeah, no, definitely not. Even though, again, I think the idea that Jono has in terms of gyms, putting chocolate scent, in the air, yeah, that may be, a winner if you're a chocolate firm.
I must admit something, though, that gyms have like a certain smell. It's normally of sweat. And when you go into a gym, it's all those pheromones because you can smell working out. I don't know, do you replace that for chocolate? I think that might be the big question.
Certainly would be a bit sweeter, I think. But I do know a lot of places do this. Like, we've heard of cinemas doing this. We've heard of different restaurants doing this as well, where they'll pump a specific smell to try and encourage people to consume their products a bit more. So there definitely is some science behind that. But I don't know what gym you're going to and what pheromones you're smelling, Leigh Ann, but the one where I go to smells like a mix of Axe body spray with stale sweat, and I don't love it.
All right. OK, we'll stay with the chocolate, not with the body pheromones. That's all from us on W News Extra. Thanks to our guest, journalist and broadcaster John O'Hayes, who, of course, joins us from Dubai, and founder of Narrative Shapers, Alex Malouf, right here in the studio with me. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T, that's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, US and Iranian forces exchange heavy missile and drone attacks throughout the weekend and into Monday. We ask, are we on track for a major escalation? While Tehran claims it has once again closed the Strait of Hormuz, President Trump says that's not the case. He says the US is going to be a guardian of the strait and that he's reinstating a US naval blockade on Iranian ports. Plus, we're going to be taking a look back at the life of Lindsey Graham, a man described as one of Washington's most influential voices on foreign policy, whose death at the age of 71 was announced on Sunday. All of that coming up in this edition of GNT. Hello and welcome to the programme. It has been nearly a month since the US and Iran agreed to a memorandum of understanding aimed at ending the fighting and moving towards a broader peace deal. But instead of easing, tensions are rising once again. All over the past few days, the US military has launched a second night of strikes on targets across Iran's coast and deeper inside the country. All these attacks came in response to strikes on several merchant ships travelling through the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, Iranian media has reported explosions beyond coastal areas bordering the Strait of Hormuz, raising fresh questions about whether the US campaign is expanding further inland. While speaking earlier on today, President Trump says the US is reinstating the naval blockade on Iranian ports. The president also said the Strait of Hormuz is open with or without Iran and that the US will be guardians of that waterway and charge 20% on all cargo shipped through the Strait of Hormuz. Well, Mick Mulroy is the former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East under President Trump. He joins us now from Montana. Mick, great to have you with us, as ever. We've heard from President Trump in the last 24 hours. He said on one of the talk shows yesterday, quote, "What nobody knows is that we had a good deal. It was a done deal, and then they broke it. They always break it," he says. I mean, it sounds like considerable progress had been made. Are we now back to square one?
So, Tom, unfortunately, it looks like that's the case. This memorandum of understanding was anything but an understanding. There was essentially no meeting of the minds when it came to the interpretation of the provisions in it, especially when it comes to controlling the Strait of Hormuz. Somehow, Iran believes an open Strait of Hormuz means they can tell vessels when and where they can go through, and if they don't follow their specific guidance, they can fire upon them, which I don't think is anybody's definition of open. But right now, I think we're in a situation where the MOU is essentially meaningless, and we're going to see a tick for tack back and forth that could potentially go up the escalatory ladder if neither side changes its perspective on what a good agreement would be.
Right. And President Trump, one of the other things he said at the weekend was, quote, "We're going to keep the strait and we'll probably run it. We'll become the guardian of the strait. Maybe we'll call it the guardian angel of the strait. And we should be reimbursed for that, he said, and get paid for guarding it a lot of money. I mean, do you see a scenario in which the Strait of Hormuz is reopened on U.S. terms with the U.S. as these guardians, as President Trump put it, of that waterway? Is that a scenario you can envisage?
So there is a potential for the U.S. to be able to force open the Strait of Hormuz using military power. That would be a big political decision because it would probably involve ground forces, at least in some locations, both on these islands that are key, and then some key terrain on mainland Iran. That would be very risky. It would likely cause casualties, obviously on the Iranian side, but certainly on the U.S. side as well. So it's unlikely. But as far as a toll, that would there's no legal basis for that, and certainly it would hurt our argument that Iran should not be charging tolls to go through an international waterway. It is not theirs. It's not Oman's. The middle of this strait is international, and it has been deemed such under UN convention. So any kind of idea that the U.S. would then take money would basically bolster the Iranian argument that they should take money for the passage of the strait.
Right, it's extremely confusing, isn't it? Because the one thing you can find in common with both sides is this notion of tolls becoming a new normal on the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, that sets some pretty complicated precedents as well, doesn't it, for other waterways like the Strait of Malacca or the Strait of Gibraltar. I mean, would we see tolls imposed everywhere there's a narrow waterway?
Exactly. So there's 8 major choke points around the world, Tom. You just named 2 of them. Obviously, the Strait of Hormuz is another one. If every country that was adjacent to these choke points could charge a fee, we'd have, 8 or 16 countries that would be in charge of all of international commerce, and they could change the tolls whenever they wanted. I don't think the international community should accept any of that. And it's been U.S. policy to not accept that the freedom of trade, freedom of commerce, and passage of international waterways has been one of the main missions of the United States Navy. So we should hopefully get this back to what it was, which was an open strait, meaning it was international and ships could freely transit without harassment, without tolls, without an environmental fee. And I think that should be the ultimate end state for the U.S. and the rest of the world for when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz.
I mean, this whole situation has been going round and round in circles for 4 months or so. When you hear President Trump come out with something new, like, oh, we're going to be guardians of the Strait of Hormuz and everyone that passes through is going to pay us a toll, I mean, this is all quite new. I mean, does it sound to you like basically the Trump administration is making this up as it goes along?
So I don't know if this is just rhetoric to try to push the negotiations forward. I don't know that it would work, but it might be more on that line rather than something that's seriously being considered, because I just don't see how that would happen. There'd be major backlash. And again, it does shoot our argument that this is an international waterway and nobody should control it. No country should control it, including Iran. The important part of this, of course, is even if we do get the strait back open entirely, that's just back to where we were before the war. The next phase is really going to be, can we get into a new nuclear agreement, which was the primary purpose for the U.S. decision with Israel to go to war with Iran. And right now, we're not even talking about that.
Right, so we're not even at square one, really, are we? I mean, in terms of what each side is managing to achieve with this uptick in strikes and aggression during the course of the last few days, I mean, is either side managing to inflict any meaningful damage on the other, or does it look like a stalemate to you?
So I think what the U.S. is trying to do is every time they go and take strikes, they're trying to significantly degrade Iran's ability to control the strait. So as these go on, it will impact that ability. They're going after coastal surveillance sites, the radar. They're going after missile sites, drone sites, and then these small boats that the IRGC Navy uses to harass commercial vessels, to fire missiles at them, and to emplace naval mines. So that is going to be reduced over time as this goes on to a point, hopefully, that they don't much of a capacity to control the strait. That might take a long period of time. The president's also referenced infrastructure targets. We already seen strikes against rail systems. That might continue, and it might get more intense, including the power generation sites and the desalinization sites, which of course would elicit a major response by Iran, potentially against the countries in the region's infrastructure sites as well, their power generation sites, their desalinization sites. So this has a significant, I think, potential for escalation that the region should be very concerned about.
Right, so it sounds like escalation could be around the corner. And from what I'm garnering from what you're saying there is still an element of restraint on both sides, because if they go beyond a certain point, the genie is out of the bottle, so to speak, and things will really get into an extremely high octane state of war. Is that roughly what you're saying?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we've seen not only the ability, but the willingness of Iran to strike key energy infrastructure, key societal infrastructure in the region. If that happens again, the energy crisis that's currently going around the world and was subsiding a bit, but it's going to go back up substantially, especially if the strait is completely closed. And it's important to point out the average ship traffic prior to the war was around 100 plus per day of vessels. In the last 2 days, we had about 20 total. So we're not anywhere close to an open Strait of Hormuz. And if this is completely shut down, and of course, the other arrow in Iran's quiver is the Houthis in Yemen, who may start obstructing traffic in the Red Sea and going through the Bab el-Mandeb, another significant choke point. If that happens, then the energy crisis will be further exaggerated, and it will be felt all around the world, including in the United States, where it has a lot of political pressure right now because of the upcoming elections.
Yeah, and presumably what you're saying is what the Iranians meant when they said earlier today, if the war widens, it will reach all countries of the region, said Iran's top joint military command. I want to ask you about, while we're talking about targets, one type of target we haven't talked about is human targets. And at the beginning of this conflict, it did look as though the United States was going after specific individuals, and they achieved some of those targets. We haven't seen so much of that in recent months, though, and I'm wondering whether you think there is a reason for that.
Potentially because of the negotiations. I think there was a lot of concern. We even saw reports that the U.S. delegation was warning some of the Iranian delegations about the attempts that could be made by Israel on them. So I think there was an attempt to try to ease that concern, to push negotiations forward. If negotiations are going to fall apart, or if they just basically look like a stalling tactic by Iran from the U.S. perspective, then I think that the leadership targets will go back on the chopping block, to be frank. We've already seen reports that Iran is talking about assassinating President Trump, if that's the case. And we've seen at least the statement, the written statement by the new supreme leader that essentially said just that, in calling on countries, people around the world to assist. So this could go back to decapitation strikes for the leadership. Certainly they're concerned about it. That might be one reason why the new supreme leader doesn't show up in public at all, including at his father's funeral. But I think that is probably in the next escalatory steps that could be taken if these negotiations appear to be going nowhere.
Mick, is all of this new? I'm wondering whether there was this type of rhetoric and these sorts of threats, veiled or otherwise, were kind of the norm in your day when you were working in the first Trump administration. Have you heard stuff like this before?
No, I mean, there was always the concerns that exist today existed then, but the rhetoric was entirely different. And it was, obviously the president was the same, but there was different cabinet members, Secretary Mattis, Secretary Pompeo, Gina Haspel, the CIA director, for example, were just different individuals. And I think both boisterous, hyperbolic statements were not part of, their persona and their personality and how they conducted business.
Do you get the impression, having watched events unfold in Ankara at the NATO summit and having observed the dialogue between Washington and US allies around the world, that perhaps if it came to it, they would enter this conflict and perhaps heed that call by President Trump to get involved? What do you think it would take to get the NATO allies and EU allies to join in this conflict and help the United States in what President Trump sees as its hour of need?
So, Tom, it's important to point out that NATO is a defensive alliance. So as a NATO entity, it won't enter this conflict because we're not the ones that got attacked. We're the ones that initiated the attack. But the European countries, or any country, can choose to enter the war with the United States. What would it take to do that? I think it would likely be focused on the Strait of Hormuz, because that directly impacts all countries around the world, especially in Europe. So if whether they agreed with the U.S. decision to start the war, whether they wanted to get involved in a direct fight with Iran because of their nuclear program or not, they still have to answer to their constituents on why they're having to pay so much more for everything. And the longer this goes on, the bigger this crisis will be. I think there is a potential here for the White House to be able to talk to the leaders of several European countries and potentially Far Eastern countries about a joint coalition to force the strait open. Perhaps the U.S. would be doing most of the heavy lifting, but you'd still need the capabilities of several of these countries to clear it of sea lines. France, Germany, for example, the UK, all have significant naval capabilities that could add to this. And we could use, of course, a lot of air cover. So this is something that I think the longer it goes on, the more likely we'll see some countries agreeing to form this type of maritime coalition.
I mean, just a very simple question to wrap up, Mick. I mean, which side is hurting more? I mean, when you listen to what the Iranians are saying, for example, Iran's top negotiator on X during the course of the weekend, he said, the era of one-sided deals is over. We told you keep your word or pay the price. Reality is knocking. I mean, it really doesn't sound, listening to what the Iranians are saying, as though they think they're on their knees by any means. Who is feeling the pain more?
So I think right now the Iranians are putting a lot of stock in this upcoming election. So the midterm elections, knowing that the price of oil has a direct impact on that. And it probably does. I mean, that's one of the reasons why we've seen such a high disapproval rating in the United States for the war. But it's important to point out there is a day after. So once the election happens, however it happens, after that, there's no more elections for this administration. Not for the president, not for his party in Congress. So things could shift substantially then. And I think the Iranians should probably consider that part as well. They seem to only be focusing on that being a leverage for them, but not what happens the day after the election. So right now, it's just unclear who is, I mean, politically, the U.S. has a lot of pressure because we're a democracy. They don't have that problem in Tehran. But they will feel more and more economic pressure, especially if we put back the blockade, especially if countries around the world do more to economically and politically isolate the regime. Remember, right before the war started, there was major protests around the country because of the dire economic situations this regime has led their country into.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time, but really appreciate your analysis. Thank you very much indeed. Mick Mulroy, former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thanks, Tom. Good to be with you.
Well, let's get some more now from Jasmine Al-Gamal, who is a former Middle East advisor at the Pentagon. She joins us today from London. Jasmine, great to have you with us as ever. We're hearing some interesting things coming from President Trump at the moment. Just into us from Reuters, President Trump quoted as saying, the Strait of Hormuz is open and will remain open with or without Iran. He's also floating this idea about the United States being known as the guardian of the Hormuz Strait, and that the US will be reimbursed at the rate of 20% on all cargo shipped through that strait. I mean, does all of this sound to you realistic?
Thank you, Tom. It's always a pleasure to be with you. And the short answer to your questions is no, it does not sound realistic. I think we're all well aware by this point in time that President Trump will say things off the cuff, sometimes in very complimentary ways, and sometimes the way that you're describing them now. He very much is a leader that is led by his emotions, and he talks a lot off the cuff. So I would, obviously take what he says with several grains of salt. I would also note that what he is saying is actually not based in reality as we've seen it these last few months. Iran has proven time and again that it has the capacity to attack ships in the Strait, to interfere with global shipping, and that it does not mind doing so again. So President Trump will have a really hard time following through on his threats. And, what worries me, not just as an analyst, but just as, a fellow human being like you worried about the state of the world today, is the more that this rhetoric is ratcheted up, the more difficult it is to have good faith, productive negotiations behind the scenes. And so what I hope will happen is that the mediators who have been doing an incredible job so far, keeping this deal together, keeping the negotiations going, particularly Qatar and Pakistan, I hope that they will be able to move the parties forward, away from social media, away from the bombastic statements, and back behind closed doors again.
One of the other things that President Trump has said is that the blockade on Iranian ports that was in place before this latest off-ramp MOU was found is going to be reinstated. I'm just wondering whether you think that's going to inflict real pain on Iran again.
It will inflict pain on Iran. I mean, look, this is a situation where both parties are feeling the pain of this ongoing war. The reason that both parties signed the MOU in the first place is that they were both being fairly pragmatic about the need to end this conflict and move towards longer-term negotiations and address issues like the Strait of Hormuz and Iran's nuclear program, as well as other issues that were on the table, like Iran's frozen assets and so on. Now, it continues to be in both parties' interests to reach a deal. The U.S., can it institute a blockade in the Strait? Absolutely. It is physically capable of doing so. At what cost, though? And that's the question we have to be looking at. Same for Iran. Can it continue to raise the stakes vis-a-vis the United States and threaten to attack ships in the Strait and close the Strait? Yes, it can, but at what cost? Iran has been suffering economically for years and for months. And if you remember, Tom, the protests that we saw last December and this past January that were some of the largest we've ever seen in recent history in Iran were started because of the economic situation. So Iran also can't afford to raise the stakes so high that it finds itself in another full-blown conflict with the United States. So this isn't a situation now where both sides are trying to talk each other to the ledge, wondering if they can get the other side to concede. I suspect that once they realize the other side won't concede, we will start to see talks about getting back to negotiations again.
Just briefly before we move on to diplomacy in a bit more detail, I mean, the Ukrainians seem to have really found Russia's Achilles heel right now. They seem to have identified it and they're really going for it. And I'm talking about Russia's energy infrastructure. What's Iran's Achilles heel? Or do you think, just to perhaps even anticipate part of your answer, do you think the country is structured in such a way that it doesn't really have one?
I think you've seen President Trump talking about expanding U.S. targets to target things like bridges and other transportation and civilian infrastructure. I mean, that certainly would hit Iran where it hurts, but it would also open up a whole other Pandora's box, because the last thing that the region needs, let alone the Iranian people, is a failed state in Iran. And once you start going more and more after civilian infrastructure, shipping infrastructure, energy infrastructure, transportation, you start to get to that really dangerous point where Iran just starts heading towards becoming a failed state, and that is not in anyone's interest. As you probably know, Tom, I'm sure you know that Gulf countries are looking at this really closely with alarm. They're also getting attacked. Kuwait, Qatar, one of the mediators itself, Bahrain, you know, those countries have been attacked by Iran. Their territories have been attacked in just the last 48 hours. Several people have been injured, including a child. So this is not a game. It's very, very serious. It's impacting the future stability of the region. It's impacting people's lives. So like I said, we're really playing a game of chicken here, where both sides are trying to bring each other to the brink. One thing I'll say quickly, Tom, about the diplomacy, because I do think that once the price starts to get too high again, we will start to potentially see a ratcheting down of the temperature. But there is still one huge sticking point in the middle of all of this, which is that the U.S. still sees this as a tactical, will they open the strait, will they not open the strait issue, whereas Iran seems to be looking at this from a broader geopolitical perspective, looking ahead at what the new status quo, the new balance of power in the Middle East will be and what its place will be in that region, and trying to work backwards from there. And so in a sense, Iran and the US are still not quite having the same conversation.
Right, and we've focused a lot on what the Trump administration and the president himself have been saying. Let's focus for a moment on what Iran's been saying. Iran's top joint military command saying, if the war widens, it will reach all the countries of the region. I mean, you could argue it already does and already has reached many countries in the region and many countries not in the region. But what do you think the Iranians have got in mind when they say something like that?
I mean, exactly what I said about Donald Trump's rhetoric and bluster at the beginning of this interview, I would apply to the Iranians as well. I mean, the Iranians are going to threaten, they're going to ratchet up their rhetoric. As you said, this conflict has already reached every country in the Gulf, in the region, either directly or indirectly. Every country has been affected by this. The more Iran expands its targeting of its neighbors, the more it is susceptible to counterattacks from those very same neighbors. So escalating this conflict will not come at zero cost for Iran, and the Iranians know that. Likewise, an advisor to the Supreme Leader was reported as saying the Strait of Hormuz is more important to us than several, nuclear weapons. There's definitely a ratcheting up of rhetoric, but I think we have to look beyond the rhetoric and look at what the interests of the two countries are and what the risks are for both countries. And as I said, they both understand to a certain extent, I mean, we can't get inside their heads, but they both understand that a continued full-scale conflict is neither in their interests, Tom, nor can they afford to keep this up for much longer. So they are either going to continue playing this game of chicken, or they're going to come to a realization that they need to start ratcheting down the pressure. And that's when we will expect them to go back to negotiations. But even then, like I said, it's not over yet. They still have to agree to the terms that they're negotiating. And like I said, right now, I think they're on two completely different pages about what it is they're negotiating.
Yeah, one of the only things I can see where they seem to have a bit of common ground is on the subject of tolls. They both think tolls are the way forward for the Strait of Hormuz, which sets all sorts of other precedents. We've got about 30 seconds left. I mean, looks like we're in a bit of a stalemate with this one. It sounds like both countries are proceeding with a degree of caution and some restraint. What's your forecast for the next couple of weeks? A ratcheting up of tensions and then a ratcheting down? Where do you see things heading?
Look, I hate to predict because, I mean, we've seen the situation be so unpredictable these last few months, and President Trump is very unpredictable. So I would just lay out maybe a couple of options. I mean, one option is that they continue to ratchet up the rhetoric and the pressure until they get to the point that they agree, and it will be through the mediators, just as before, when President Trump said, the Pakistanis have asked me to do so and so or such and such. So I would see the mediators then coming in and saying, we have asked everyone to ratchet down the pressure. This is in the best interest of everyone. Or, Tom, I mean, the other option, of course, is that it continues to escalate militarily to the point where it becomes an uncontrolled escalation, which means that someone makes a miscalculation, goes too far, and then it becomes very difficult to scale back. And the one wild card here that we haven't spoken about, but I'll just add to the mix at the last minute, which would make it more difficult to ratchet things down if they get involved, of course, is Israel.
Okay. Well, we really appreciate being so generous with your time. Thank you very much indeed. We'll leave it there. Jasmine Al-Gamal, former Middle East advisor at the Pentagon. Thank you. Now, it was announced on Sunday that the US Senator Lindsey Graham has died. A preliminary medical report points to cardiovascular disease. He was 71 years old. Well, his death will leave Republicans scrambling to fill a key Senate seat at a time of heightened tensions in the Middle East. Well, Graham was one of Washington's most polarizing figures, known for his hawkish foreign policy. He strongly supported Ukraine and Israel. He also famously went from being one of President Trump's toughest Republican critics to one of his closest allies. Well, the US president says he spoke to Graham just moments before his death. Let's take a listen to what the president said.
I just can't believe it. He was like a member of the family to me. It's very tough, actually. I actually, on the call, he told me, Kristen, he said, you know, I feel good, but I'm tired.
Do you remember, Mr. President, what was the last thing you said to him? What was the last thing he said to you?
I said, we'll see you soon. Come over anytime you want. He came into the White House a lot because I liked him. Can't do that with everybody.
Well, we can speak now to Pastor Mark Burns, who is President Donald Trump's spiritual advisor and who's based in South Carolina, which is, of course, the state of the late Senator Lindsey Graham. Pastor Burns, always a pleasure having you on the program, admittedly under sad circumstances for you. You are, of course, from South Carolina, as I said in the introduction. Lindsey Graham died very unexpectedly, didn't he? He grew up in your state. He's died at the age of 71. What went through your mind when you found out that he died at such a young age?
Well, like millions of Americans and people around the world, extremely shocked. Again, you know, not only was Senator Lindsey Graham from our same state, but we shared the same city. Central South Carolina is where he's born, which is right beside us, literally the next town over from Easley, South Carolina, where we are right now, which is about 7 minutes away. And so his roots are right here in Easley, South Carolina, Central South Carolina. So, you know, naturally, there were so many opinions about Lindsey Graham's politics. And naturally, in the beginning of President Trump's run for president, Senator Lindsey Graham was not a fan, very verbally. And of course, President Trump was not a fan of Lindsey Graham. And because my alignment is still with President Trump, Lindsey Graham, Senator Graham was not, we were not on the best of terms politically. But I can tell you, as I matured politically, and I discovered the amazing hard work that it takes to be a national politician, a national statesman, I've grown to respect and to cherish some of the decisions that he had to make, tough decisions that not everyday Americans understood. And so it was a shock to us, and we're still feeling the effects here in South Carolina right now. A man who literally just got back from Ukraine, literally just spoke to the president, literally fighting for the Save America Act, and trying to put more sanctions on Russia up until the very end. This man was serving not just South Carolina, but the United States of America. And for that is something that you have to honor and you have to admire. And he was clearly the ultimate statesman. But I've discovered, Tom, the great things that he has done and did do for South Carolina. And I wish we had more time together. But he will oftentimes say to me, you have a career in politics and you have a voice that America needs. So for that, I'm very grateful.
It sounds like you had a good deal of affection for Senator Graham, and you also have this shared interest in Ukraine. And I'm going to talk to you about that a bit more in a moment. But just on a human level, I just want to ask you what kind of a man he was and whether you've got any sort of anecdotes of any moments you shared with Senator Graham.
Well, you know, again, for the most part of my political career, my very small political career, along with the greatest president in our lifetime, President Donald Trump, majority of that was not seeing eye to eye with Senator Lindsey Graham politically. You know, many believe that he was considered a rhino, a Republican in name only, and he made decisions that true conservatives were against. But again, as I matured, in politics, and especially learning about Ukraine and learning how the MAGA Republican was against it, but to understand the geopolitical things that are at stake if not supporting Ukraine. And while Senator Lindsey Graham was called a warmonger, a person who desired to kill children and kill babies, I believe that's absolutely a lie. And I've grown to respect the decisions he's had to make as a senator, as one of the most leading, most powerful senators in our current Congress, to decisions that not everyone made. And you have to appreciate that. And just for an example, we were flying together to D.C. and he, of course, knew when I first came out to support Ukraine that it was something that was not popular amongst the MAGA Republicans or the Trump supporting Republicans. And it was something that he and very few Republican senators who were considered rhinos was supporting, or they were warmongers. And of course, he was impressed that when I came out and I said I was lied to, that what is happening in Ukraine by Russia is not what's being reported to MAGA conservative Republicans in the U.S., and that supporting Ukraine is America first. And I began to talk to him about why that happened and why the conversion. He was interested to know, you know, what process I went through to change my mind. And I explained to him that, you know, in Ukraine and in Kyiv and in Bucha and in the Kherson region, which is right now being drastically destroyed. I mean, that people are being targeted, dogs and animals, ambulances, buses with children are being targeted by Russian drones in Kherson, and how people are just getting destroyed for no apparent reason. This is where the Holy Spirit spoke to my heart. And I had to, and I said this to him, I had to stand for what is right and not what is popular. And he says, I understand that, and most people don't. He says, most people don't understand in American politics. You have to be one of those few voices to stand for what is right and not what is popular. And we had a special moment at that moment. I began to share with him about if we allow Vladimir Putin to take Kyiv, he would take Moldova, he would take the rest of Georgia, he would take Poland, he would go after the Baltic states. And that's where Article 5 of NATO will interact. And at that point, it will initiate not just American dollars and weaponry that we're trying to send to Ukraine, but it will force American soldiers to go to the meat markets of Ukraine. And in Ukraine, who was that, without a shadow of a doubt, the most formidable military in Europe today, who was holding the might of the four Russian Federation, we would now be committing American soldiers. And Senator Graham understood this. He was one of those few senators that understood this. And that, from that point, strengthened our relationship. And he appreciated how I was able to stand for what is right and not what is popular. And that's something he had to do his whole political career.
He did. He really had to move with the times, didn't he? When you think about how he evolved as a politician from being a close ally of Senator John McCain, he then had to adapt to this new MAGA political order that you've been talking about there as well. And he seems to have had real outreach to both sides of the aisle as well. And even President Trump singled this out. He said on one of the Sunday shows, he said, Senator Graham was able to deal with Democrats. If I had a problem with a Democrat, he would work it out. So he had this sort of peacemaking, bridging divide sort of quality to him. And I think he once called President Joe Biden one of the nicest people I've ever met in politics. So someone who had a kind word for a Democrat. Don't you think we need a bit more of that in U.S. politics these days?
Without question. Again, it wasn't until I politically matured, and that's the key word, until I politically matured and I discovered that politics is not black and white, it's not left and right, There are those that are far left that we just would not agree with, but there are those who are far right that you may not agree with. But there's a growing number of working people who work in the middle. And that's what deal making is. That's what politics is. And it's not a perfect system in America. We know this. And we know that the two-party system, many of our founding fathers spoke against it. But that's where we are today. And it works for us. And it is able to push the ball forward. So as I've matured politically, from just being a pastor to being a political statesman on a federal, national, international level, I discovered that we cannot be isolationists. We cannot just focus on America. Me, having met with other heads of states and other political leaders from other parts of the world, understand the power and might of the United States government and how our power and our ability to associate and become friends with our partners around the world helps create the stability around the world. And so when you see people like Senator Lindsey Graham, who I've grown to respect and discovered that he was one of those deal makers to do just what President Trump said, to be able to cross the aisle, to do what when President Bill Clinton was in presidency and he worked with Speaker Newt Gingrich and the Republican-led Congress. And yes, they were on two different aisles, but they was always on the same team. And that is the team of America to help the American people. And so my prayer is that more people will come and the American people would not force politicians like us to choose sides, but to choose right. We don't want to fight for what's popular. We want to fight for what is right, and that is to support the American people and also support our allies around the world. And Senator Lindsey Graham was a master at that, and I'm just blessed to have had a front row seat to see this person who I grew to learn to respect and learn to admire his ability to bring jobs to South Carolina, to draw in massive major corporations like Boeing to South Carolina, but at the same time, protect American interests around the world and to make sure that we don't continue to have 9/11s that our enemies out there desire to happen.
I mean, everything you've said makes me realize more and more how much of an important interlocutor Senator Graham was between the Trump administration and the government in Ukraine. Some even describing Lindsey Graham as being a lobbyist for Ukraine in the Trump inner circle. And the fact that he was just there last week on Friday on his 10th trip to Ukraine since the Russian invasion began shows that, you know, he was a really important figure in this debate about Ukraine. And clearly his loss is going to be felt acutely there in Kyiv. How do you think the void he leaves behind with regards to that relationship, the one between Kyiv and Washington, how's that void going to be filled?
Well, I think that he's done his job. He was one of the first leading voices, you know, even before me, to begin to realize that we have to fight Russia. Naturally, we don't want no deaths, whether it be on the Russian side or the Ukrainian side. I just got back from Serbia and met with President Vučić. I just got back from the situation in Kosovo and the Republic of Srpska and how the tensions are still awry. But even there, you have the Serbian Orthodox Church who they don't want their Christian brothers in Ukraine to die at the hands of their Christian brothers and sisters in Russia. And so I understand that it's so much bigger than just, you know, you love Russia, you hate Russia, or, you know, you love Ukraine, you hate Ukraine. It's so much bigger in those regions. And it takes master negotiators like Senator Lindsey Graham to be able to navigate those very murky waters, to be able to say, listen, all lives matter. And everyone has an opportunity to succeed. We have to stop bullies. That is not warmongering. That is simply using the might and power of the United States government, and hence why God gives certain people power to defend the defenseless. That's what spiritual diplomacy is, this pen that I'm wearing. We give it to kings and presidents and heads of states all over the world, politicians. And these are people who don't carry weapons, they carry wisdom. And Senator Graham was one of those people who was able to maneuver around snakes, maneuver in murky waters, get two sides to agree, and then continue to push the ball forward. So my prayer is that his legacy will be seen not as a rhino, like I used to call him, And I called him. I was one of those people who publicly on television spoke so poorly of him without really knowing what it really means to be a true statesman at the highest level of government. And for that, I had to apologize. And I did actually apologize to him and said I was ignorant. You cannot live in a small fishbowl and expect to do political business in an ocean. No, it is a huge ocean. And people like him have to make decisions that not everybody understands. And for that, I appreciate, because we have to work with Democrats. We have to work with independents. We have to work with people who disagree with us and hopefully continue to move the ball forward.
We're nearly out of time. Just quickly before we go, something we're learning from President Trump. He's saying this. He's saying, I recommend Lindsey Graham's sister, Darlene, to serve as interim senator for South Carolina. Anything you can tell us about Darlene, and would you support having her as a senator there in your state, South Carolina?
Well, I think the Graham name is very powerful in South Carolina. Again, you're going to have people, there are people who call me a warmonger. There are people who call me a rhino. There are people who call me a sellout, and they don't know me. They're not seen what I've seen. They've not had to make the decisions I've had to make. They've not seen the devastation firsthand. They've only received propaganda reports that are pushed by Russia propaganda. And so because of that, I think the Graham name is a very strong name in America. If the president of the United States of America believes that she would serve as a great interim U.S. senator, I think it would be a great honor to continue and to give her that honor, because her brother was very close, very, very close. Again, it is very well documented how close he and his sister was. And so I think it would be a great honor to South Carolina. It'd be a great honor in the memory of Lindsey Graham, Senator Graham, who again died suddenly, and it was unexpectedly. And right now, of course, you have Mitch McConnell. Gratefully, Senator Mitch McConnell just issued a picture showing that he's coming back. But it would be devastating to have lost two of our longest serving U.S. senators in the middle of trying to get Russia sanctioned, trying to get more Republicans to realize that if we don't support Ukraine, we will be forced by NATO in Article 5, when Russia continues to take Ukraine and take Moldova, Georgia, Poland, and then go after the Baltic states to return to the USSR, then we will then be committing American boys and soldiers on the ground. We do not want to do that. We do not want to create a World War III. And that's what President Trump has been doing. Many says President Trump has been cozying up to Putin. He has not been cozying up to Putin. He's been a master negotiator, trying his best as the leader of the free world to prevent World War III from happening. But Senator Lindsey Graham knew this early. And that just shows to his ability to maneuver in murky waters. So because of the long legacy that he's shared here in my state, but now that in our city, Central, Easley, South Carolina are right beside each other, literally 7 minutes down the road here. It will be, I think, a great honor in his memory for his sister to take that helm and be the interim senator for the remainder of his tenure.
From what I gathered in this conversation, it sounds like you and Senator Graham really had quite a lot of things in common. I mean, this passion for Ukraine, a political evolution, a political journey that's taken you to, different destinations, and a great deal of passion, and South Carolina as well being something else you had in common. Just before we wrap up, I mean, just 3 or 4 adjectives you would use from your own personal experience of dealing with Senator Graham. 3 or 4 adjectives you do to use to describe him.
Extremely wise, extremely loyal to those that he served, but also, again, he could take a punch and keep on going. And so people's opinions did not matter to him. I think he was focused on the goals that meant a lot to him. Of course, we didn't agree on everything. But again, my prayer is that those who are on social media who are saying nasty things about Senator Graham, and again, I one time was a part of that same group that was saying nasty things about Senator Graham without really even knowing his wisdom and his ability to negotiate and get things done. You can't just be on the other side and talk negatively about someone and nothing gets done. No, you have to be able to work with those who have been placed in power And so he was able to take the hits from people, even when he was booed in his own city. I was there when President Trump spoke, and it was really loud. They booed him, and it was really embarrassing and bad. It didn't faze him whatsoever. He dust himself off and kept on moving forward. So you have to appreciate a man that can take a hit and not be moved by it, because I think he was truly a servant of the people and not his popularity.
All right. We really appreciate you sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you so much for being so generous with your time. Pastor Mark Burns, President Trump's spiritual advisor. Thank you, sir.
Happy to be here.
Well, that's all we've got time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for some more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
The people of Milana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-colored. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. The unique democratic system practiced in Milana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully.
VAR out. VAR out.
Yeah,
we want our game back.
Yeah. Do you know I've managed in a professional game?
Where?
In Tampa. I was a player.
That's not professional. I've got Danny DeVito for you, right?
Welcome to the Dressing Room Podcast with me, Joe Cole, Wayne Bridge and Carlton Cole. There's only one place to start. It's at West Ham versus Arsenal and the VAR decision, which is probably the biggest call, certainly controversially, that we've seen. Cole, you was at the game.
Yeah.
Heart was in your mouth.
I couldn't believe what I celebrated.
Yeah.
But the reason I celebrated is because of the whole day. So
right.
I didn't plan on going. So I was just going to have a little walk around London with my sons. And got to London Bridge.
Yeah.
And I see three bikes perched. The boys looked at me, I looked at them. He goes, Dad, you want to go to the game, didn't you?
Yeah.
Because I was trying to take my mind off things, right? He goes, what do you want to do? Ride there from here? Yeah. He goes, might as well. So we rode from London Bridge all the way to the game.
Did you? How long did that take you?
Half hour, 35. Well, I wasn't really fit. Yeah. But I was we was just going cruising. But didn't realise how cold it was, so my hands were frozen by the time I got there. Well, I get into the stadium now. Everyone's happy to see me rolling. Yeah. And then...
Bet you wish you never went now, don't you?
It's just like... But the thing is, game starts, kicks off, we're there. We're rolling, playing really well. It was the first 20 minutes, I'd say Arsenal on top. but we were still in the game. Then we start to get involved, and we get a chance. We start moving up the pitch. I'm thinking, oh, here we are.
Declan Rice went to right back, didn't he?
Yeah,
it was a strange decision.
So
that was a change in the game, I thought.
Yeah, it was. So we started getting involved in the game. I'm thinking, this is it. Yeah. There was a little flying header. I don't know what it was. I couldn't see Castellanos, little flying header. Bang, wasn't bad. Good save. And then the whole place started to rock, saying, "Oh, we're in it." So the whole stadium now was starting to believe, like we could get something here because they're not at it. They're supposed to be like true champions are supposed to be. You know what I mean? Because we've been in receiving end of when someone needs to get something over the line. You're never really in the game, especially if we're at the position that we're in. We're fighting for something, but I was expecting us to be run over in this game, but it wasn't that. And we was like, oh, we're giving them a good back and forth. Anyway, they score. I actually went to go and get a stiff drink. Right. Yeah, because I was so nervous because I was walking up and down the boxes.
What did you order?
A nice smoky whiskey, backed it.
Yeah.
As I'd done that, I heard the chant. I heard like you can hear it in the distance, the cheer. Yeah. And I was thinking, that's them. They've scored.
Did you miss the chants before as well?
What, for who?
West Ham had.
No, I saw all of that. I saw all that. It was just their goal.
Right.
I missed.
It's a horrible sound.
It's a horrible
when you're
sound.
At a stadium and you're at home
and you're like you're looking up into the air like that.
Who was it? Who was it went through? West Ham. Missed that chance just before Arsenal scored.
That was Fernandes.
Yeah, oh mate, he's got a slotted bottom corner and he's gone near post.
Yeah,
and then I felt when he missed that, I thought they're going to score now. It's what champions do, isn't it?
Yeah, but it happens. Was that what champions do?
Well, I think
champions do.
They do. They end up finding a way to just win.
I think it's the world. Like I think sometimes it's the world willing. The amount of times the great teams, whoever's scored late goals,
and they get decisions that go their way.
I blame myself though for going to get that stiff drink.
Yeah,
because whilst I was out there, everything was
your fault.
Everything was cushy. I took my eye off the ball.
Yeah. Do you do that? He's the same as well.
I do that.
Yeah, the same as well.
What?
Sometimes if I do something, I do it
to get a result.
I feel like it's the world. Yeah, I don't know, just the way of thinking. Like I went to the toilet.
I feel I'm
Saints
that powerful.
Scored, so I kept going to the toilet, hoping the Saints get another goal.
I feel I'm that powerful. I can affect the game on the pitch. That's how I think. I don't care, mate. It's my fault. I went for a stiff drink because I'm greedy. Yeah. I've already had 2 beers. Before that. So I thought I got greedy. I said I'm going to the bar, get another one, and then that's what happened.
And then the moment happened, Coley.
Oh yeah, then we talk about that moment.
I see where it's my wife's birthday, so we was out having dinner. So had my father-in-law had the game on the screen, so I'm watching it on the phone, slippery. What's going on? And me and my son.
Oh, that's why you dropped me out then.
Mate, listen, do you know what I mean? I love you, but
it's bang out of order, mate.
Yeah. Anyway,
you said you were coming to the game with me the week before.
I know. I forgot it was my wife's birthday.
That's why I didn't want to go.
Okay.
You dropped me out, so I said I'm going to walk this off with my sons in Central London.
I've got to live with her, right? I'm not going to say to her, I'm not going to your.
She's got to understand party. This is a massive game. Say, listen, mate. Babes,
anyway,
I'll make it up to you. Can't let Coley down.
Yeah, well, listen. Anyway. So we're watching the game. We're watching the game, and then my son's like, my son. Yeah. He's just gone. They've done it. They've scored. Yeah. And then we bounced a little bit in the restaurant. Yeah. And I'm like, hold on, VAR. And my son had watched it. He's gone, nah, Dad, it's all right.
Yeah,
but I thought it was all right. And then we're engrossed in it. It took them a long time.
Yeah.
Tell us from how did it feel in the stadium,
mate? I tell
with
you
the VAR, the emotions.
Coley, like I've never been so emotionally invested in something like this before. So. I've seen it happen, but it's never been us. Like, and when something so big's riding on it, like, so obviously Callum Wilson puts in the net. I looked at it first, and I see it go over the line because the player that I think he heads it out or he clears it, he's over the line. So I knew the ball was over the line. Where I was sitting, where my angle was, I knew it was over the line. So I said, it's a goal.
Yeah.
And then when the referee points to the centre circle, I was like, yes. So I done a running jump into the glass window, right? If I was younger, I'd have done a backflip as well, right? Because I was that excited. And then
you've never been able to do a backflip.
Oh yeah, it's true.
Yeah, go on.
Well, I in my head, right? So anyway, I go and bang on the glass. Yes. So I'm there. I'm involved now, innit? As a fan.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I was like, I can't believe it.
Was the place rocking?
Rocking, Coley. Like, imagine me there. Energy, bro. Like, energy god. We're on it.
Energy.
And then it goes, VAR. I'm like, don't worry about it. You know what I mean? Positive. No, they ain't going to find nothing there.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Then it takes longer. Then it's taking longer. And I'm thinking, then he's getting called to the VAR point, and then all the players are lined up behind him, and they're all chanting at him. Jared's chanting at the ref, saying, obviously you can see what's going on. Everyone's nervous. Callum's like that. Come on, ref. You can see them talking to the ref's back.
Yeah.
But the ref's looking at the screen, and I'm like, look at this. This looks surreal.
Was it so? To take us there, right? So. Emotion, bang, the goal's going and the whole place is rocking.
The whole place is rocking, and then there's a dampener.
Pops up, then it's that feeling, and then it's the intensity.
The intensity now, we're there, we're like, we don't know what's going to happen next. The suspense.
Yeah.
It's just too much.
So and then take us into when the ref disallows the goal. What's the stadium like? What happened?
All right, so the ref's disallowed the goal now, and he's come off on the mic and he's explained himself.
Yeah.
And we're saying that is bang out of order.
Right.
They want Arsenal. So everyone initially saying, like, VA Arsenal.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Everyone's saying that. So, like, they've just, everything's in their favour, whatever, whatnot. Because I didn't actually see the incident. I only saw, obviously, the goal go in.
Yeah.
And obviously there must have been something that's happened. And I didn't realise until I went inside to the box.
Yeah.
And I looked at it and I was like, well, yeah. There was something there. I've got to be fair. Definitely, his arm's gone across. And they're looking at that. But I'm like, how's it taking that long for you to come up with that decision? Like, obviously, you're looking at other stuff leading up to that.
Yeah.
So there must have been other things. So I'm looking, but they didn't show us that part on the replay. They just showed us that part.
Yeah. Do
you know what I mean? So everybody was kind of confused to saying, and then everyone was had... The people around was having a little go at Pablo, the poor lad. Yeah. But when I looked at it, he goes, "Why is Pablo even doing that? Like, what is it? Typical strikers." Like, so I was looking at it, I was like, well, it looks like he's being pushed into him, so he has to have his arms up, like to balance and try. You know what I mean? I don't think it. And when you analyze it, have they not seen that he's being hugged into Raya's position? So he's been pushed in there. So obviously your natural thing is you're gonna put your arms up, and then it just happens to be that Raya was underneath his arm. He didn't line him up and go like that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? He didn't even. It could have been anyone there.
Yeah.
But because it's the goalkeeper, it makes it sensitive.
Right. So Darren England, who's in charge of VAR, this is what they said. He's identified that Pablo's arm was in an unnecessary position across the Arsenal goalkeeper Raya's chest, clearly impeded his ability to move and catch the ball. Darren England believed this action had a direct impact on the outcome of the goal, and therefore a foul should be awarded. VAR is to identify any contact that has or is likely to have a direct impact on a key outcome, in this case, a goal.
Who is this guy? Who's this Darren England?
Darren England.
Has he ever played football before?
Listen...
Has he ever walked on a balancing beam?
I don't know if we've got that information on him.
I need to know, because this guy says he's on an unnecessary position. Who deems it unnecessary?
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the problem, right? So let's take this back, right? Because I looked at it, and I've looked at it multiple times, right? So first of all, the goal's been disallowed, right? The ref for me is in a situation where this is their fault, VAR's fault. They've allowed this to go all season, right? You footballers and football managers, we will bend the rules as much as we can for our own advantage, right? So straight away, VAR is supposed to be for like, think about how we were taught to defend from corners, right? You can't grab if you grab a shirt, it's a foul, right? Okay, you know, if you hold someone like that, it's a foul. You can put your arm on someone like that, right? Just so because you're feeling them, and you're supposed to be. If you're marking or blocking, you're supposed to be
always watching the ball
and watching the man, right? And that's the art of defending, right? That was what you get taught. Right now, first thing I saw when I saw it was Trossard not even looking at the ball. Like, I mean, it just blows my mind how that's allowed. Right, arms like that.
Focusing,
so 2 arms.
Focusing on the player.
Declan Rice, like that.
Like
right,
that.
so like I'm like,
who's the other geezer? I'm holding Mavropanos' foot.
Yeah, there was like
it's a tag team.
Tag team action.
Bushwhackers. Where's the W?
I don't know what
WWF.
it's like. I don't know. Do they discuss it? Go, you grab his foot.
Yeah. I don't know what they're doing.
Don't worry about these cameras. We're all right.
We're all right because we'll get away with it.
And this ain't us battering Arsenal, Bridgie, because Arsenal are just the best at pushing it to the limit, right? And I think it's pathetic from the referees and VAR. We'll get into that in a minute, but we'll just look at this incident, right, to say why it's wrong. Yeah, they're saying his arms in his face, right? There's 3 fouls going on before that by your players, right? So basically they've gone. If you would have got the cameras on every one of Arsenal's or any club for that matter of fact, but with Arsenal's case, their corners and gone right. The goal's gone in. Someone's headed the ball in. Right, we need to find a foul. You will find a foul.
Definitely.
You will find a foul because they're not doing that. And this is annoying me, right? The referee, like, I'd much prefer to lose a game because it hurt, right? I'd much prefer to lose a game, right? And I've lost big games in our career, right? The ghost goal at Liverpool, Lampard's goal with England where it's gone over the line, right? Worse than this, right? But it almost feels worse because you've got these bunch of, these referees and VAR, they're all in it, right? The referee's given it. He knows what, you get a feel for the game. Every corner's gone in, everyone's wrestling, right, we're letting it. But this one that's gone in now, which is massive implications on the title race and relegation, right? And then what it does is it opens it up to like conspiracies and thinking like that. But it's not, it's just incompetence. It's like the same way that referees, right? So imagine you put yourself in their shoes, right? Referee, VAR, they all get together. I don't know how many of them there are, 100, 150, right? And every time the referee misses, the referee thinks, well, that might be a foul. I'm going to leave that for VAR, right? And then bang, VAR. Then VAR call him to, they find something, so that them three, so they all stick together.
Yeah, they always stick together.
They're not pushing each other like,
mate, you make a decision. Right, it's like at school. It's like at school. My son, he might say something wrong to a teacher, but another teacher might not think it's wrong. Do you know what I mean? But because that one teacher complained, right, they've all got to stick together because they've got to look like they're on the same team.
Yeah.
So it's us v them.
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing.
Bridgie?
Boring, innit? Like, mate, when the corner comes in, right, as soon as the corner comes in, where's the first foul?
That's it, isn't it?
So it's the first foul. You're not allowed to hug. So they give a penalty or give a free kick the other way, but it doesn't happen, does it?
No.
So just get rid of it.
Yeah.
Let a referee just make a decision. He gets it wrong. That's it. That's what if you have VAR, if it's going to work, you're going to do it right. But no one's doing it right. They've messed up all season. Arsenal got away with scoring goals. Other teams have probably got away with scoring goals. So it ain't worked, is it? No. So they should stand up and just go, hasn't worked, sorry, see you later.
They're not man enough. They're not man enough to do that.
But let's go back. So goal line technology, we all like, yeah? It's there. It's black and white. It's there. It's in and right. Even this semi-automated offside stuff, right?
Even that, it's a toenail.
But even that, we're not arguing like this.
Okay.
If the goal's gone in and his foot's offside, we go,
fair
right,
play.
it's annoying, but it is what it is, right? And we'll swallow it, right? But this nonsense that's going on.
This is down to interpretation as well.
It's outsourcing the decision making to somewhere else.
Do you know when he watches it back, the ref? Does he watch the whole clip from
the start
before the corner's coming in? He's watching everything going on.
Yeah, they should do.
Yeah.
Right, so he should be. So how has he not noticed the shirt pull
because
or a hug before that?
Because they've gone for the part where the easiest part, because the goalkeeper,
that's not the rule, though, is it?
It affects the game. So because the goalkeeper was impeded, it affects the game. So they've gone for that decision. Where to get to that point when it did affect the game, there were fouls leading up to that point. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
The game's
so
getting affected constantly.
But I feel it's a cop out because you need to eradicate the start of that because it's a chain reaction. You foul that person, that fouls him, and then it gets to the goalkeeper when the goalkeeper's being fouled, and then that's the one that they want to blow up. That's where it's wrong, because I'm saying, and you're saying, stop it at the source. Stop it at the source. Don't put your hands on him. Don't put your arms around his waist, pushing him into the goalkeeper. There's too many things going on. And then obviously, as I said, he's got his arms out. Yeah. So what are you supposed to do? Just be like that. What's a natural position?
Darren England, right? Who was pushing him? Who was pushing him again?
Trossard.
Right, Trossard's not a big lad, but he's a professional footballer, right? Yeah. You know, if he comes in and he's nudging you, and you put your arms by your side, you're falling over.
Yeah, of course you are.
You're going to
We're not cones.
You've got to put your arms up.
We're not mannequins.
And you put your arms up in a box. I've got no problem with an arm going there. Yeah. What I've got a problem is that and that. Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
Because when you jump like that naturally. Yeah. When you're trying to hold balance, you've got to move your hands. Yeah. Someone's pushing you, and you're trying to go and trying to head a ball. Yeah. Obviously, he's not looked at him and says, "Oh, it's the goalkeeper." Yeah. It's too quick. It happens too fast. Oh, it's the goalkeeper. I'm going to put my arm around him. It doesn't work like that. So it needs. Come on, something natural has to happen here.
Can I put another layer on this? What I think's happened. Like if we're going to be like,
but it's a foul.
It's a foul, right? It's a foul. West Ham got stiffed. Arsenal had a right touch. Anyway, but I want to say the reason I think this won't get changed is because FIFA, UEFA, the FA,
useless.
Right?
I can see that. Premier League,
right? They've all got together and they've gone, we want to put this technology in, because they've looked at tennis and gone, right, that works, and Hawkeye and all that, and they've gone, right, we're going to put that in. So there would have been some kind of committees, companies, lots of money involved. We're going to change this. We're going to do this. It's going to get football better. And they've all pat themselves on the back. How clever are we? We are the leaders. We're going to make football better, right? It's been there for 5 or 6 years now, right? The fans have spoken, right? If you're in a democracy, no fan and no players and no manager want this, right? But these people were making money out of it, and it's put their name to it and their reputation to it. They can't turn around and go, you know what? We tried. It's okay. We tried it. It's taken away from what we love about football. West Ham have got taken away, and fans in that stadium got taken away a beautiful moment where they've fought, they've dug in, and they've got a point and they're in the game. Arsenal would have been a bad moment for them, but it would have been the right. You're losing the moments, basically. You know,
sometimes there's no point in celebrating a goal.
Well, you do. You see players.
Do Arsenal want to win or lose games like that? Do you know what I mean? Do they, in this era, do they want to win? Don't they also want to win it cleanly?
You want to win anyway.
If you are them, by the way. If you are them.
If you're Arsenal today, you are buzzing, right?
Yeah. But you got to give them credit. Do you know what I mean? Know where they are.
Yeah, no, got absolute credit. Like, I've made my peace with them. I think they're a brilliant side, and I think they're going to win the league.
Made my peace. What have they done to you in the past?
It's only because he's got a few Arsenal friends now.
No, I've always had Arsenal friends. I'm happy for them, right? I'm not one of them that really don't do you know what I mean?
It's about time they won something.
It's been a couple of decades.
VAR's just got to go because it's too inconsistent. So it's just got to go. They're useless at doing it.
Why
they're never going to admit it.
When have you ever seen anyone in power go, you know what? We made a rick there. What I mean. It'll be like they'll
come out of a statement just basically saying they're right, and
until whoever's put their names on it is just ready to retirement, and then they'll go,
we'll get rid of it.
And because listen, it makes football worse to watch, right? Yeah. Ultimately, it's an entertainment business.
What would you do?
What would I do?
Yeah.
What if I'm president?
Yeah.
Of FIFA?
Yeah.
Oh, mate.
What would you do?
I'd go, right, see.
So, you tried it. So
I go, listen, if I'm president, I go, listen, we tried this, we tried to do this, but I'd say the beauty of football is in between the lines. It's in the mistakes. It's rawness of it. It's in the human error. Like we goal line technology, that works. I'll keep the semi-automated offsides. I mean, because we want to make it more. We want the better teams to win more often.
So how would you explain?
I'd say, listen. Part? What do you mean? I'd just say, listen. Whoever put their names to it, come up here.
The jury's out.
Come here. Yeah. Right, you thought this was a good idea. That's all right.
You still got your job.
Yeah. But you ain't going to be...
You're not making decisions, right? No more ideas. It didn't work.
Go and put
back in the queue.
Put a kettle on or something for the rest of us, right? I say, listen, but that's what it should be about. If you've got a meritocracy, if you come up with a good idea and you smash it and it makes football better, great. you're going to go up the ladder. If you're putting your name to, you can't just be in power, keep ruining everything, and you're still in power. No, get rid. That's what I would do in the nicest way, and I'm sure they ain't going to be on the streets, are they?
Listen,
so that's my first
Premier League. I've got your new president, Coley.
Yeah,
I think you're down to take Richard Masters' job. President of the Premier League. And then I think you should be changing a lot of things.
I would love
Richard,
that job.
Look out for you. I'm voting Joe Cole.
Yeah, I'd love that job.
So Coley, Bridgie, like before VAR, it was like referees are getting 92%.
Okay.
Go and look this up. I might be wrong. 92% of decisions right.
Yeah. Okay.
Now VAR comes in it. Now it's gone up to 98% of getting it right. Yeah,
that's them saying they get it right.
That's what I'm trying to say. So
it's opinions.
That 6%, is it worth it?
Yeah.
No,
to take the fun out of the game. That VAR, taking the fun out of the game. Is that 6% really worth it?
Absolutely not, mate.
It's not, is it? So we need to there needs to be a petition. There needs to be a petition, and it's starting on this dressing room today. Yeah. We're going to start saying in or out. Yeah. VAR in or out.
Yeah.
I think we should get.
I reckon most people go voting out.
We should do a poll.
Mate, imagine how weird you've got to be if you've gone, I love VAR.
They listen?
Mate, no.
We'll do a vote for.
Mate,
do we want it in or out? And if we vote out, will they listen?
I'm going on a march. I'm going to go on a march in the summer if you join me.
VAR out.
VAR out. Yeah. We want our game back.
We want our,
Yeah? Why not? Would you want to do that? You do that with me.
I'll come with you.
Would you do that?
I don't know. Where are we marching to?
We'll go around Hyde Park.
Right, moving on from what was a real sort of emotional incident. We've got to put that to bed now. It's still not done, Coley, right? It's still not done. West Ham would have to win the last 2 games, that's for sure. And we'll have to hope. But anyway, we're moving on. I wanted to talk about these 3 clubs, Bournemouth, Brentford and Brighton, because all very similar in the stature. You played for Brighton, Bridgie, and they've been incredibly successful in buying and selling players, the same as Bournemouth. Bournemouth sold their whole back 4, more or less, and they could get Champions League position. Brentford lost Thomas Frank, Keith Andrews. They look. We talk about West Ham and Chelsea and how poorly run they are. These 3 clubs, unbelievably well run, aren't they?
There's a continuity in who they put in at the helm. So as a manager, so it's like they've got a system that works. They might tweak it here and there. They might they'll bring in because when Areola come in, we were questioning it.
Yeah.
Because wish we can give Gary O'Neill the job.
Yeah.
So why haven't you but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they obviously know and what they're bringing in and the style of play the players need. So they are looking at the set of players they got. They're thinking, what type of manager is going to work with these players? And it has to be the right motivator as well. So they're producing a lot for the little they have.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? They're maximising their football club. I feel, and the Brighton's been doing that. The Brighton,
it's Tony Bloom there, isn't it?
Yeah, but
Tony
since
Bloom,
when you were there, was it like that too?
Yeah, it was like that.
It was a growing club, wasn't it?
Growing club, but I think he's got his own strategy and how he buys them.
Oh yeah, because we know that he does like the money ball kind of thing, innit?
Yeah.
It's worked for him. You look like they've just crawled up there and they're just doing really well. Like the time I had there, I loved it.
Yeah.
Is it like is it a patient club? Do they
fans
put time? The fans
are great.
Because
I was at City at the time, so I was having a terrible time. And then I kind of had enough of foot when they went down. I loved it.
Is it?
Yeah, they were brilliant to me. The fans were great.
What was training like?
Great little training was good. They got a new training ground and that. I had Gus there.
Yeah,
I always forget about Gus when I talk about managers because he was probably one of the best I had as well.
Yeah.
Because a lot of them players at Brighton he had brought up through the leagues.
Yeah. And
he had no disrespect to them, but they started lower down the league. You say average players playing really good football. He was so good at getting his point across how he wanted people to play. Playing with confidence, just helping each other all the time.
Yeah.
So would you say that Gus was the
had
start
everyone moving around different areas, depending on what teams you're playing. He was really good, but Tony's he's been brilliant for them.
Would you say?
I don't know if they go a lot on the stats as well. Sometimes when they buy players, they work. Brentford did that, and he was doing the same as well.
They were partners,
because Matt Benham and
Matt Benham and Tony Bloom.
Tony Bloom sort of
partners,
Bloomfield, is it?
Yeah,
Tony Bloom. They were mates.
Yeah,
and
partners in a business.
Yeah, but they were mates. Yeah, but they obviously parted ways.
Yeah,
one went and bought Brentford.
Yeah,
and he stayed there.
Yeah. But as much as they're businessmen, obviously.
Yeah.
Like you can see, they want the club
to do well,
to do really well, and that comes. I think that probably does come first. When they're looking at buying, they're looking to progress, not
progress. Yeah. Not just buy and sell.
No,
I mean,
but they made a lot of money as well
because they get these players and they do really well, and it's hard to keep hold of players, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, when you're at that type of club, it's hard because as soon as
but what happens when they start getting in the Champions League?
Yeah, they have to get to that next level to then not.
Yeah,
not have to sell.
Do you think that will work for their format?
Mate, if they get there,
Coley,
if they get up there, why not?
This is
to retain players now.
If they get up to that level,
to retain,
I think they can start retaining because it's a nice place. It's a great
nice
stadium,
part of the world
nice training. It's a nice place. It's not far from London either. It's an attractive place.
Yeah,
like I said, if your son's a professional footballer and you want him to have a really good environment to learn and develop, you're sending him to Brighton, Brentford, and Bournemouth, right? Because the difference between them three clubs and let's say West Ham, because we've just been talking about West Ham, is the expectation and the history and the sort of at West Ham is so it could be
cultures.
It could be so hard for players to play there.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But it's the opposite there. The fact their fans are almost sort of like they're happy to be there, right? In the most respectful,
lovely
nice
people
way.
as well.
Do you know what I mean? They're happy to be there. They get behind their players. So they got that. That's the angle. But you're saying
organic the way it's happened. It's organic. It's not like they're up there now and then. We expect all of this.
Yeah.
It's organic. It's been because they were small. Then they go up. They've been going up slightly, ever so slightly, and now they've got this format that works for them. And now they're getting into Europe. They're so happy. They're thinking, oh my God, this is we're blessed. Do you know what I mean? We haven't got all those problems and palavers that some of these other bigger clubs, but we're going to be a bigger club soon if we keep on going in this direction.
Like that next step to go, I believe, like obviously these three clubs are heavily driven on data, and that's how they've built up their business and got better and better and got the marginal gains here and all the things that they've done really well. But I think the last step, the real greatness, we've seen the margins. I think there's something untangible that data hasn't quite got hold of yet. So I think that if they get into Europe by finishing sixth place, I can't see how that club can go from sixth place to third place because I think the margins are so small. It becomes more like what the manager's saying to players. There's something like, do you know what I mean? Like to get the best, like that's why Pep's a genius.
That strategy take you to the next level?
Can it take you to the next level? I don't think the data's there for it to do that yet. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, Chelsea's regressed.
Exactly. Chelsea tried to use it because they're thinking. I think the owners at Chelsea have come in and gone, let's look at. They've got people from Brighton. Let's try and do what Brighton's done and all that. But when you do it,
we don't know exactly everything they've done, though.
They've definitely done that. They've definitely done that, but it's just you can't do that with a club at Chelsea like Chelsea. Mate, Champions League winners, all of it. Like you can't tell the fans to start lowering their expectations all of a sudden and say we're going to go that way. Like, what was the point? What's the point?
Yeah.
We're already here. Why are we going back? So it needs to be addressed.
Yeah,
so this is not the format that's going to work for the expectation of this club.
Okay, so I just want to ask you this quick question. So the three managers, Fabian Hürzeler, Adoni Areola and Keith Andrews, outside of whoever wins, Mikel Arteta wins the league, he's probably got to get manager of the year. And then three in the running for manager of the year for what they've done at their clubs.
Areola definitely is.
Yeah. Why do you think him more than the other two?
Who are the other two again?
Keith Andrews.
Keith Andrews had a system there that was already there, that left by Tom Frank.
Yeah.
Hürzeler had a system there.
Yeah.
But what sets Areola away from them is that we already know about those two systems, Brentford and Brighton, and they're going scout up. But Bournemouth still had to strip it back a little bit and go again. They had to sell a load of players and go again. And you can see he's talented.
Yeah, but Brentford sold Vissa and Buemo
Yeah,
Norgard,
but they've got that system in place. That system, that Moneyball system's not a joke, you know, bro. That's like they got someone lined up already to come in and do that same job. Probably not to the extent, but give him some time, he'll get back up there, and it just fills in that void again.
Okay, so who would I pick?
Yeah,
like I'll tell you in a minute. Like if we had Moneyball in a dressing room podcast, who would be lined up to replace us then?
Oh,
who would the gaffer? Who would Tell bring in?
Me,
like,
I think with me, definitely someone. Like
I've thrown you there, haven't I?
Yeah, I'm going Idris Elba. you're going. I'm going Danny DeVito for you. Right?
This guy. He had to
I don't know what you are.
Oh, tells
you're a bag of tricks. You're a bag of tricks.
Adam Sandler.
Yeah,
I'm not that funny.
Right, okay. Anyway, I'd probably give manager of the year to Keith Andrews because I think that was a big Thomas Frank coming out, and they sold 4 players.
Is that because of?
Because I'm close to that.
It's close
maybe.
His son plays for a minute. He's trying to get him in the first team already, isn't he? I know what he's up to.
Hey, Max Downwood did it at 15.
And would you say probably because you weren't expecting it?
Yes,
Yeah.
I didn't see it, and I hold my hands up. Listen,
see, we see it coming, me and Cole.
Yeah,
obviously we see things.
Listen, like what I said about with VAR, the people that have made the mistake. I made a mistake on Brentford. I got it completely wrong, and I've held my hands up.
From the managers that are doing great to the ones that are struggling a little bit, you were at Liverpool at the weekend.
I was Arne Slot.
He's under pressure, isn't he?
I'm massively under pressure, mate. And do you know what? I had great seats, so I'm sitting literally 2 seats away from the manager. I'm listening to him talking to his backroom staff, and we're chatting to the bench. Like Andy Robertson's on the bench, great lad. Joe Gomez, like, so you're really in it, right? I've never been to Anfield and felt it so restless with a manager. You speak, obviously when we go to the game, we do our own work, we're speaking to people, they're not happy. I'm like, blows my mind. He won the league last year. All of the incidents that have happened, Jota, Isak being injured, Ekitike being injured, Wirtz, nobody saw Wirtz not saying it. So I'm like, this is so un-Liverpool where they're restless, right? And no more so when he took the young kid Rio Ngamoa off after 70 minutes.
A strange decision.
I clocked it, right? So we're sitting there and Rio Ngamoa's looked over at the bench and gone, like his muscles are tightening up, right? And Crouchy's nudged me and gone, listen to this when he takes him off. They're going to go mental, right? I've gone, what do you mean? Like, so he took him off because he said he's struggling, and the whole
and he's young as well.
They're fuming because they love Rio, right? Yeah. But I've never heard that. They've always backed the manager at Anfield, and so
it's always manager first before.
It's always manager first. It's the only club I feel like it's like Shankly, Paisley, Fagan, Dalglish before any player. All the great players they've had. Yeah. Klopp, obviously.
Yeah. The Slot is just Slot don't slot in.
Mate, but Klopp won the league once in his tenure. Slot's one in one. 1 in 1. He's still 1 in 1. No one's taken off him yet.
Yeah, I know.
And I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it.
There's not a lot of patience in football, is there?
No, but Liverpool usually have patience.
No, I think it's a character. I was listening to something the other day, and it just made sense.
Go on.
He's a bit cold, that Arne Slot, isn't he? He's not like a charismatic guy. So you're going through. I bet
it's hard when you're going through it.
No. You're going from because he's won the league, so he's got a bit of
he's having a
leeway.
tough season, though, isn't he?
Yeah, but he's not like that anyway. So
how did he look?
Look, you've gone from Klopp.
Did he look like a man that think, he's struggling a bit here?
No, do you know what? He looked like he lost a bit of weight. He looked all right. He looked good. He looked like he's beach ready. Slot.
Mate, he was on RB for like 3 weeks before the season finished last year.
Well, he's obviously spoke to Wayne.
He ain't doing that this year, is he? He's not doing that this year.
He looks all right. I must admit.
Yeah.
He looks all right.
I'll tell you what. So as I was saying, look, Arne Slot is Arne Slot, but he's a little bit of a dry personality, isn't he?
He's not.
Klopp is charismatic. Yeah, do you know what I mean? And before the ones before him as well, apart from probably there's a few that didn't get along. So Rafa went through it a little bit, didn't he?
At the end,
he did. They got a bit toxic.
Yeah.
Who else was there?
Roy.
They loved Houllier, didn't they?
Yeah. They loved Houllier. But I'm saying like they backed the manager.
They always backed the manager.
But I think
from going from Klopp to Slot, Going from Klopp to Slot I think is always going to be a recipe.
You think
for
it's done?
disaster.
Time's up.
I don't think it is.
The reason I think the time's up for him, and I don't necessarily agree, but this is the only thing that Xabi Alonso's available. Xabi Alonso's available, and it just seems like like when you just see, when you see a couple together and they're in love, and you're like, I can see that works. I can see it.
Yeah,
I think Xabi Alonso and Liverpool are just that. I just think they just are. Yeah, and I think that's the problem for Slot. I think it's going to be harsh on him, but I think.
Without that, do you think he goes anyway?
No, I think they stick to type and go, let's give him a bit. But the only reason is because Xabi Alonso's available. I think they'll go with him.
Is this an insight?
No insight, man.
No,
no.
Just think.
That's just what I think.
It does make sense, but at the same time, I think they stick with him.
In the opposite dugout, Callum McFarlane, we spoke to him again. They needed that, Coley, Bridgie.
Yeah.
6 games in the league on the bounce without a result, and they went 1-0 down after 10 minutes. And I looked over and I was like, you're just like, this is going to be a long day. But they played well. Casado got on the ball. Santos got on the ball. Cole Palmer he worked his socks off. He looked better. Pedro was brilliant. And they got back in the game and they deservedly got a point at Anfield. And we spoke to him afterwards and I was chatting like, you can't help but root for him. And this is something that struck me. I think there's a lot of noise around Chelsea in regard to the ownership and how bad they've been in the structure and everything. And Callum's in the job, right? And no matter what you like, Chelsea used to Conte, Mourinho, all the great managers, right? Tuchel's of this world, right? Ancelotti. So, but he's in the job, right? And it's an interim second time in the season, right? So things have clearly gone wrong, but he's in there, right? And his story, he's managed Croydon. He didn't make it as a footballer. So I just think it's such a great story. He's going to be leading Chelsea Football Club out in an FA Cup final against Manchester City and Pep Guardiola. Put yourself in his shoes, mate.
For the average man on the street, that just gives you hope, innit? It's inspirational.
Chelsea fans should lean into that because I look at him on the sideline, right, and I think to myself, what an opportunity he's got. You've got to get behind him. And if I look at him, he even looks like a football fan, and I mean in the nicest possible way. He's one of your own, he's come from nothing, and it's a David and Goliath, and the FA Cup has been built on them type of stories throughout its history. I think it's not enough been made of it. This kid's going to go and he's leading Chelsea Football Club. He's in his late 30s. He's got.
And you're calling him a kid?
Well,
not a kid, bro.
A man.
No, but he's a kid in the manager's game.
In the manager's game,
young, yeah.
Right. So, but it doesn't matter. He's paid his. Whether you listen, I don't like people saying he shouldn't be there. He shouldn't be there. Right. He's there, mate. He's there, and from his will, he's got himself from academy football and a bit of luck. He's a dreamer, and he's there. Yeah. And it's the FA Cup. I love it. So I'm just like, now I'm rooting for him.
I don't love it.
Why?
I think you need to have the minerals, bruv. We don't know.
You usually sound like me, William, for fairy tales.
Yeah, I love a fairy tale.
Listen,
you're wishing it, but
I wish him all the best. I wish him all the best, but
it's a very tough ask because of the way they have been playing.
It's Chelsea Football Club, bro. Honestly, it's different levels. You got to manage that type of team. You've got to have some credit in the bank. Do you know what I mean? You can't can't go from nothing to something like that. You've got to put in the work. Do you know how many people out there put in the work for 10, 15 years and they don't get an opportunity like that?
No. He's put in the work though.
The level I'm talking about the levels. The levels. They've travelled. They've gone different lands to go to do this. Do you know what I mean? So now when I look at the whole scenario, I'm not saying that he's just gone from Croydon to Chelsea. I know he's put in work, don't get me wrong, but that's at youth level and then doing, you know what I mean? But this is a different kettle of fish. This is Premier League, bro. Do you know what I mean? This is some people don't even get opportunities.
All right, I know exactly what you're saying.
Ashley Cole has had to go to Italy, bro.
Cesena, that is very true.
Do you know what I mean?
That is very true. I agree with you there.
We've got to think about, opportunities, but I'm not giving my mate just an opportunity because I just think, do you know what I mean? He's my mate.
Okay.
And I've seen his route. And I know him
this one, it's fallen into place.
I know it's fallen into...
get rid of Liam.
But what is it?
That happens in football. You get a little bit of luck. You get a break.
Yeah. Bridgie, what do you think? What is it in the world? Like I said, all of them young coaches out there trying to make it, basically. Ex-players, Ashley, trying to make it, right? What is it what's Callum done? That's made him in them. So what's
Right
the
place at the
universe?
right- he's just at the right
The
place at the
universe
right
has
time.
conspired to put him in the dugout for the FA Cup final at Chelsea, and he's going to win.
Yeah, but it's
We're
right
trying to
place,
will it.
right time.
It's
That
right
was
time.
like me when Saints played City in the semi-finals 50 years on since they've won it. I live in that fairy tale. Oh, they could get a result here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's. I know the way you're thinking.
Yeah.
But the way you can't. You're talking about like manager. That's just right place, right time, mate. I don't think Chelsea are ready to go. Right, we're going to get a manager.
But I don't think some people are making enough of the story. Like, look, Jamie Vardy, for instance, right? Jamie Vardy went from like... No, but listen,
he's going to want a movie made after this if they go.
You're going to be producing a movie.
Yeah. He's already working with Netflix.
I know, there's something going on with this guy. It's like, we need to make a movie about McFarlane.
He's like
I don't know if anyone's buying into that idea, geez.
If he's saying it next pod if they win it.
I think I'm the only one thinking along these lines. Everyone else is more worried about the owners and all the trip
You're going with your heart.
That's it. Well, that's the best place to go.
Yeah, you love the underdog.
I do, man. Right. Whilst we're on the FA Cup, quick predictions. What do you think is going to happen, Bridgie? You've played for both clubs.
What do I think? Going with my head?
Going with whatever you
I'll
go with what you
go
want.
with
Your
my
head,
head.
your heart,
I
your
just
gut.
think it's too much for. I think Man City should win.
No. They should. Everyone knows they should win.
I'm trying to talk
What
out
do you
of it.
think is going to happen?
You just asked him.
He's dodged it.
I haven't dodged it. I just said to you, I think City will win.
What do you think's going to happen? Well, they should win. That's not. That's not committed.
I'm not saying they will win, because if I knew, I'd come and bet on it.
I'm not calling. You're not Mystic Meg.
They should. What
does your heart say is going to happen?
Septic
Not
peg.
what you want to win.
Septic peg.
I said my head says City will probably win. That's
Right,
my
maybe
head
Bridgie
says.
will answer the question next week.
Oh,
after the game.
my head says City will win.
All right, his head says City will win.
He's so angry at my answer.
Go on.
Chelsea
What does your
win.
head say?
Chelsea win.
Yeah, where's
Chelsea
that
win.
coming from?
My heart.
Yes. Okay.
What's your head say?
Chelsea win.
Yeah, exactly. You can make your head think with your heart.
We're trying to teach him how to think and use your heart as well. It connects.
It does, mate.
Leave him alone. He doesn't have to go with the way you want it.
Lead with your heart. Are you working?
Am I working? No,
At the
I'm
game.
not. I've
You're
got
working
kids
at
all
the game.
weekend.
I'm working.
Yeah, I'm
at
doing
the
the
game.
boxes.
I'm at the game.
I couldn't do it because I've got the kids.
Well, yeah. What
Yeah.
suit you wearing? We talked about
You'll wear a personal suit,
green-
so you
yeah,
I'm wearing the green one.
Yeah, I've
I'm wearing
stepped it up a little bit
the
for
green
cup final.
possible, yeah.
I feel you should do on a cup final. I feel like I love what I love about the cup final? The manager walking out
All right, this is
before
what
the
we're going to do.
players.
So you wear the blue one, I wear the green one, and then you wear a white t-shirt underneath.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
It's
white
anyone's
trainers.
game, isn't it? That's the
And white
beauty of the
trainers.
cup. That is the beauty of the cup. It's anyone's game.
It is. It is.
One off.
It is.
Anyway.
He's up there. Right, we're talking jackets, and he's back. Quizmaster General with his jacket. What you got for us this week?
Yeah, lads. Got a good one.
Okay.
So welcome to Cole and Cole's quiz. All right. We had that bit, sorry. All right. So rules, very simple. I'm going to read out the name of a football team. Yeah.
Right.
Is it a real football team or a fake football team? All right. Whoever buzzes first gets to answer. Get it wrong, and the point goes to the other person.
Okay.
All right. Number one, the strongest.
Fake.
No, it's a real, and it's a team in Bolivia.
The strongest.
The strongest.
Yeah.
What, just the strongest?
That's what they call it, the strongest. The strongest FC.
Stupid name.
Well, stupid name. That's someone's football club you're talking
sorry,
about. Yeah?
sorry. It's not really.
All right.
It's strange now. I'm not used
It's
to
a
that.
team in Bolivia, all right?
I'd like to go to Bolivia. I would
Yeah, I
like to
guess
go
it's
to
going to
Bolivia.
be.
Well, you're not welcome now.
They're all going to be fake, aren't they?
Number two, who got that right?
Me.
You got that right. Well, you didn't. You got it wrong. Mysterious dwarves.
That's got to be fake. It's got to be fake.
If it's true, Harris survived the cancellation period. Do you know what I mean? Harris survived woke. I don't know.
It's a real club.
No way.
In Ghana. It's actually a real club.
No way.
Yeah, the Mysterious Dwarves. I've heard of them.
Oh, do you know,
You ain't heard of them.
I have. I've heard of the Mysterious Dwarves. Real. It's a real team.
There's no way it's a real team. I'm
Mate,
going the stewards.
Mate,
here.
they're all like
Professional.
They're all 2 foot.
A professional
I'll tell you what, they wouldn't deal with Arteta's set pieces.
Is it a professional
Run through their
team?
legs. They'll run through their
Is it a professional team, yeah?
Yeah. Mysterious dwarves. Why are you laughing at my team for? Anyway, all right. Next one is Swingers City.
Fake.
True, I'll go true.
It's fake.
No, Swinging City.
Yeah, Swingers.
Swingers
City.
That's a bit fruity, isn't it?
I'm going to let you have a go at this one.
Bit colourful, isn't it?
Yeah, bit, yeah.
Okay. The next one's up.
Right, okay. Spurs.
Get ready.
Spurs.
Real or fake? Wanky FC.
Oh, mate, no chance.
True, true, and I think they're from the Far Eastern region somewhere.
What do you say?
Well, I'm faking. Oh, he's gone in.
You're right.
Yeah. Am I right where they're from?
No.
That's got to be a point deduction.
No, it's all right.
When you have the gold jacket, you start making the rules. Until
Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe.
Yeah, it's a team in Zimbabwe. Wanky FC. Oh, blimey.
Wanky.
No wonder you got that right. Anyway, there's another one.
Imagine me as manager there. Wanky wank.
Shagger City.
True.
Shagger City, yeah?
Yeah.
What are you saying?
Mate, it's not going to surprise me if it is now, to be honest, but...
Yeah.
Can we guess the region?
Yeah, go on if you want.
The Caribbean region. Am I right?
No. South Africa again. Shagger City. Shagger City. Top Shagger.
Conversation with a missus. I've been offered a job.
Shagger City. And I'm going on my own.
Go from there to Wanky.
Go from Wanky to Shagger.
By the way, if anyone's out there and they support any of these teams, please follow us.
Yeah.
And please send us some merchandise.
Yeah, we need it.
We need to see if this is
Oh, mate, merchandise would be brilliant.
We're going number 6
We need
now.
to Google the shirts.
We're going number 6. Get ready.
Go on.
Tax Dodgers United. Bridgie.
I want it to be true, but I reckon it's false.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
There's no such thing.
I thought it was...
We should start off our own team.
What was you going to say?
It's Man City, innit?
No! Shots fired! Shots fired!
They
so
know.
angry. Just you got him in the final.
Oh, gosh. So it could be sent to Chelsea, though.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Number 7. Go Ahead Eagles.
True. Dutch. Bang. I know it is.
I was first, though.
No, you weren't.
Yes, I was.
Yeah, it was him.
Can we have a video replay, please?
VAR. Let's go back to VAR.
That's the only one I knew. That's the only one I knew.
No, we need human error. Sorry.
Are they Dutch?
So, yeah, they're Dutch. Well done. And the last one, Fart.
There's him again.
Just off the back of this, some wild names. I'm going to go true.
You're right.
Really?
Yeah, Dutch?
No, it's a team in Norway.
Fart, mate. Like,
Fart.
They just can't sign English players, can they?
Mate.
You wouldn't want it on your CV.
Mate, I need to get some pictures of their kits.
Yeah, we need to get them up for the people.
Yeah.
Please, if there's any fans, please contact us.
If anyone's seen Fart FC, let me know.
We'll come to a game.
And Joe, in this week's quiz, you're the winner. Well done. Give yourself a round of applause. Well done.
Stupid quiz, though. Right, before we go, I need to pick up on saying on socials last week, you chose Gaza as leadership, as in build a player. You chose Gaza as leadership. I think as in lead by example on the pitch. On the pitch.
Don't. Let him explain himself.
That's my thinking he's gone with. I'm just going to ask him. Because he's got a bit of stick for
I couldn't believe my ears.
Just justify your answer.
I couldn't believe my ears.
For the people.
Really?
I couldn't believe my ears.
You couldn't believe it?
I couldn't believe my ears.
I would have thought you'd know where I'm going with this. Right? I would say, I tell you why, right? I'll break it down for you.
Go on then, mate.
Because football's become too sanitised, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's all PR, this and that.
Yeah,
you know, and when you go to win a World Cup or to win anything, I think now you need somebody wild to follow. You need somebody that first of all, is going to be there.
Yeah.
spiritually and emotionally in the game.
Okay.
Right? And I just think if he was there and he turned up in all the big moments for England, right? And you're just like, we can't be sanitised. You need that wild spirit leading England, because that's what we are.
Does he have to be the leader of that group?
Yeah, I'd follow him.
Would you?
Yes, 100%.
What, to the nightclub a night before a game?
I have to believe in him. That's how much I love him. That's how much I love him.
You'd go.
I would go. I'd be questioning myself.
I think you will be questioning yourself a lot.
I think there's some magic. There's something magical about him.
Yourself.
I'll tell you why, though. Oh,
you think that works? You think that technique works with professional footballers at elite level?
Listen,
I don't think it does.
I think it's only certain people.
He was the reason I played. He's the reason I played. He's the reason I played football. I remember it specifically. But I remember watching him when he captivated the nation, and when that semi-final, when he started crying, when he got booked, and he just had everything. He was in the game.
His heart on his sleeve, and
I was like,
I don't mean he's a leader.
He led me because I was like, I want to play for England.
Who's your best ever captain, Coley?
My best ever captain. Do you know what? It's a hard one to say. I'm probably going to go. Do you know what I think is a really good captain? As Kevin Nolan.
Yeah, he was good.
Do you know, like, in terms of the group? Because remember.
Oh, he's not. Is he your best ever captain, Coley? And you just got to say it.
No, I say Kevin Nolan. I think Kevin Nolan was. I think he's because Kevin was a very, very good player. He wasn't he'd say himself, he wasn't a top player.
Yeah.
But he made the best of. He was a very, very good player. A very good player.
Of course he was.
Right, but as a captain, in terms of holding the dressing room,
he was very good at that too.
At his level,
yeah, he was really good.
He said the right things, the right people. If anyone, you've seen West Ham. Think of the West Ham dressing room.
If we didn't have him that year, it wouldn't have come up into the Premier League.
And also stay up as well, because he was
very good.
People can go sideways at West Ham because the type of players that they bring in were always like waifs and strays.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Who could like go?
No, I know what you're saying.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
I look at that. I think captaining at the top level, when you've got great players, I think it's a bit more easier. Because they take care of themselves.
And there's usually loads of captains in the dressing room.
And you're more.
I'd say for me, Lucas Neal.
Yeah,
I used to love him.
Okay.
Lucas Neal was unbelievable for me. Look, JT was a captain, very, very good captain. But I'd say Lucas Neal out trumps him because of what he brought, and we had the Great Escape season.
Yeah.
That year as well, and
so you got
He kind of obviously the club was in disarray because of the manager changes.
Can I change my mind?
And then you had to captain someone like Mascherano and Tevez, and then you got there was a strong dressing room personality wise, but he kind of steered the ship into our favour at the end. And it was a hard dressing room to control. Yeah. But he's taught me such a good guy, likable person.
Yeah.
And that's why I say Lucas Neal's probably one of my best captains.
That's good. That's good. Yeah. Change mine. Not change it. Nobby's still up there. But there's a kid called man called Rio Mavuba at Lille when I played with him. Played a few times for France, right? And he was a very, very good player. Wasn't the top, wasn't Makelele, but he played for France, so he's a good player.
Yeah.
But he had a way about him with people. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? It's bringing. I think it's just something different.
Yeah.
A leadership on the pitch, but also bringing the whole group together. Young players, old players. You've got to be able to talk to everybody. I think you can't be within yourself.
Would you be a good captain if you got given the reins?
I was too young when I got it at West Ham, but I never really wanted it. I didn't want to be captain. I never really.
You was the best player, so they had to make you captain.
I think I was probably the only player who was playing close to his
potential
at the time. Everyone was having a bit. So I think Glenn just went, "It has to be you." Do you know what I mean?
Michael Carrick.
Michael wasn't a captain.
Was he
I don't know what he's like
introvert?
as a manager. He's too introverted, Michael. He kept himself to himself.
Well, that's quite funny now because he's but that's why you have backroom staff to help you with your probably deficiencies, and he's probably doesn't say much. What about you? What's your best ever captain, Geese?
At Southampton, I like Jason Dodd.
Jason Dodd,
just because he was good with everyone.
That's it. What people don't realise today.
Good with everyone. Do you know what I mean? You can have a captain that like you kind of follow.
Yeah.
Who like leads by example and stuff, but he was just good with everyone. And then maybe Vincent Kompany.
Yeah.
Vince, yeah.
Yeah, he was young, do you know what I mean? But he's so mature for his age.
Yeah.
He was always talking to people. Captain Chelsea, yeah.
You captain Chelsea?
Yeah, one of the games, yeah.
Did you?
I missed the penalty as well.
Big dog.
Brilliant.
Did you?
Well done, Wayne.
I've only been captain once.
Yeah, Jason
twice.
Dodd, he was just brilliant with everyone. So that relationship with all the players and to be able to go around and talk to everyone.
Yeah.
Talk to everyone.
Problems come to you when you're captain. I didn't like that.
I was captain for about 3 or 4 England games, under 21s.
Really?
Yeah, mate.
Big ups.
Yeah, man.
I can imagine some of your speeches.
I know. There was one time, I think it was Peter Reid. Peter Reid.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think we had a game. I can't remember. It was like somewhere in Ukraine or something like that. Or Moldova. I don't know. And I come in half time, and I just had a go at everyone.
Did you?
I don't know who upset me, bro. So I'm using the calmest in the group, innit?
Yeah.
But I was like, you lot, this ain't good enough. I was quite new to the camp, by the way. So I shouldn't even be doing that. And I just come in, I just had a go at everyone, and I lifted out, and then we go out and we win.
Yeah.
And then
was it natural? But you just felt like you needed to.
I just felt I needed to do it.
Probably worked them.
And then I got the captaincy for like 3 or 4 games.
Yeah.
And then after that, then I progressed on the 20s, then 21s.
Yeah.
But I weren't captain ever since.
Okay.
That's Scotty Parker.
Scotty Parker was never my captain.
Oh, was he never know?
He wasn't our captain.
Oh, wasn't he?
No, it wasn't
was
our
it
captain.
Nobes?
No. It was Matthew Upson.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. Scott Parker wasn't.
He felt like a captain, though.
He felt like a captain,
especially with the tough times.
Yeah, but he wasn't my actual captain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, what I didn't like about being captain was like all of the problems that come to you. I've got enough problems that come to my way pretty naturally without everyone else's problems. Like, you know, it just didn't sit well with me. I'd love to be a manager because then because
you can delegate. You can delegate.
No, but like I like.
Oh, mate, being a manager's at hard work. I played a charity game at the weekend.
Yeah, go on, speak to us.
Nah, they're not for me.
No,
why?
I would quite happy to be a coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's very different, innit?
Why?
Just like.
What is it about
look at some players, mate, I need to drag you off here. Like, do you know what I mean?
Feel bad about
I need to get these videos. I felt bad, but it's only a charity game.
I don't feel bad.
But I was like, it's just the headache of like, we're going to play this way, we're going to do that. I was thinking, I could do without this.
No, I'm telling him, mate, you're not doing it. So
Jimmy Hasselback was manager of the other team. We played a little bit as well.
Yeah.
Is it, yeah?
It was a charity for getting a AstroTurf 3G pitch built for this school, like autism dyslexic kids.
Yeah.
But me and Jimmy both played a little bit, mate. Jimmy, he's still so competitive.
Is he really?
But can he run?
Yeah. Mate, he can move a little bit. Jimmy's done well. He scored a few.
Did he? Of course
and
he
a
did.
free kick. Yeah, he plays
He's still
well.
banging them, like, not the same.
He can still move a bit, Jimmy. Not like me, he can move a bit.
Because he's got an artificial knee now as well. So I'm looking
he was moving well, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bionic knee.
Bionic.
You two could get a double up, couldn't you?
Yeah,
One each.
Yeah. Buy one, get
I'm
one
not
free.
sure I can be
one
bothered
free.
with the recovery at the moment. I'm
Yeah.
still recovering from the weekend though. Just
Are you hobbling?
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
Do you know I've managed in a professional game for one game?
What?
Yeah.
Where?
In Tampa, I was a player.
That's not professional. Sorry, mate. I'm joking. I just wanted to put him down. I wanted to put him down.
You enjoy that at the moment, don't you?
I know. I'm sorry.
That's all right, no.
I'm a bit, because
How did that go?
I'm upset at the moment.
We lost 1-0.
We'll cut there. Let's not go into the
Can I make a case of myself?
Go on.
Right, so I'm player assistant manager. Manager gets red carded, so we're going to Canada. I missed the game for injury, so we're going to have to take the team. So I'm in the back and I'm practicing my Churchillian speech for the lads. I'm getting him fired up. We're playing on this AstroTurf in Ottawa.
So you're looking in the mirror?
I'm looking in the mirror doing it.
Imagine someone walking into that.
Right, and I've gone in there. We've prepped it. Like, I didn't have to prep the training, but I was in the coaching stuff, so it was all sort of part of it. And I've gone bam, 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 bam. Right, we've done it right. I've thought of everything. The night before I couldn't sleep, I'm like, every eventuality. I'm thinking, right, bang, bang. If they start well, I can switch it around. If they do it, I can switch it around like that. Everything. I think I've ticked every box. I stand up, shake the opposition manager's hand, right? Come back round, the game kicks off. Right, I've gone right, bang, I'm at the front, right. I turn around to walk back to the thing. They scored after 20 seconds. Right. My goalkeeper's front one in. I still remember his name. Lovely kid, Cody Mizell, his name was. So I remember his name.
You don't like him, really?
No.
That's why he remembers him.
It
annoyed you.
It annoyed me. It annoyed me.
It did annoy me because it's like, but as a manager, I'd done everything right.
Yeah.
I turned over everything right, and then bang, and we're down 1-0 away from home. Then I tried to change the system a few times, right? And it all went wrong. And do you know what the worst thing was, right? The other manager, Dutch geezer, I can't remember his name, right? Mate, like, I don't know what possessed him to, like, I thought we go into the other managers afterwards for a glass of wine or something. I thought he's inviting me for a glass of wine. I thought it was tradition, right?
Don't tell me, give you some advice.
Mate, this geezer got the laptop out and said, "This is how I beat you."
I bet you were nice man and just stood there and listened to all of it.
Oh my God.
He's got
you should drop me out of all the time.
Mate, it's not the type of energy you're giving off. He's just trying to coach you through it. So listen,
that's hurt you a little bit.
That's hurt your pride.
That's hurt
a little bit, yeah. Mate, because he's
he's
a pretender.
He's kept this to yourself. I love that you're figuring this out now.
Yeah, of course, I don't listen.
Did you take what he said on board?
Mate, listen, he ain't managing Holland or anything now. I don't know what he's doing, so he ain't no cop, is he? But I thought to myself, I've got to do better next time.
There you go.
There you go. Right, thank you for watching and listening. Please rate, review, and subscribe. We are back on Tuesday. You can watch us on YouTube or listen to us wherever you get your podcasts. Please follow us on all socials, and we'll be back next week. Thank you, boys.
Cheers, mate.
See you later.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Rizkan Show for empowering conversation.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Sigrid Kaag, co-chair of the United Nations Foundation, former Deputy Prime Minister of the Netherlands and currently advisor to the Gaza Executive Board. Welcome to Al Arabiya.
Thank you, Talal. Delighted to be here.
After leaving the United Nations, you remain active in international geoeconomics and political affairs through different prestigious engagement. But can you explain to the tens of millions of our viewers in the region and around the world your role in the Gaza Executive Board that advises the Board of Peace presided over by President Donald Trump?
Yes. It's an independent role. It's also unpaid, as it should be, as it serves a purpose to provide, hopefully, the building blocks of peace and security between Israelis and Palestinians. Now, the remit of Security Council Resolution 2803, which established a number of the institutions, including the Gaza Advisory Executive Board, obviously has its limitations. A practical one is in the entire era and recent developments of recent months, the board has yet to meet, the Gaza Executive Board. So in earnest, I can't tell you very much. Individual members, including myself, have spoken to one another. We're trying to support and shore up the political, policy and financial support to the National Committee of the Palestinians, which to my mind is the centerpiece from a viewpoint of legitimacy, political credibility, as well as the connect that is essential between Gaza and the West Bank. Ultimately, this is not only about the alleviation of immense human suffering by Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, but also about the future of a Palestinian state alongside a safe and secure Israel. So it remains a lot of work. If you look at the facts on the ground, I think nobody could suggest significant progress has been made. Fortunately, the living hostages and the bodies of the deceased have been returned in the first phase. The negotiations on the disarmament by Hamas, as well as the withdrawal by the IDF. I cannot speak to this in public. I'm not privy to that level of information. But ultimately, civilians in Gaza are kept prisoner time and again in an ever-shrinking physical space. Living conditions are hell on earth, with no prospects of significant change in sight. And this, to my mind, if there's one message to your audience, it's a reminder how and why international humanitarian assistance aid cannot be conditioned or tied to political progress. Individuals, Palestinians in Gaza, have rights: the right to food, the right to proper shelter, to medical care, the right to education.
There are those who argue that since the adoption of Resolution 2803 on the 17th of November 2025, that endorsed, of course, the US-backed comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict and authorize the establishment of the Board of Peace as a transitional administration and to deploy a temporary international stabilization force ISF to secure Gaza, to oversee demilitarization and to protect the civilians. They argue that since that date, which is over 7 months ago, no ISF and stabilization force has been formed, no real end to the Gaza conflict, with approximately 1,000 Palestinian civilians killed since adoption of 2803. On the reconstruction, no large-scale structural construction has formally begun in Gaza, and efforts remain heavily focused on planning debris removal and navigating daily immense security and humanitarian challenges. Do you agree with them?
I think it's an accurate description, particularly based on first-hand reports by the United Nations, as well as other credible entities, international and national non-governmental organization. You can see that the death, the types of injuries, the absence of significant volume that is relevant to people trying to survive, or actually some call themselves already the living dead. This is not something that we could call success. I think the premise of a first step of success was President Trump having imposed a ceasefire with a number of indicators of a plan forward, the 20-point plan, but each detail, and we know that through any complicated diplomatic process, requires negotiations, requires technical details, requires further benchmarks. So far, we got stuck in phase one, between phase one and phase two, I would say, as an international community. I am not involved in the details, as you know. And I would say the serious concern, and rightfully so, is that Palestinians in Gaza risk being forgotten. Since the Israel-United States attack on Iran, Iranian response, and what is now called the Iran war, political attention, economic attention and focus has immediately shifted, rendering Security Council Resolution 2803 and the full implementation of that resolution, rendering it a significantly lesser priority.
Sigrid Kaag, what would you say should happen now to improve the lives of the Gazan people?
Well, it's a response that you can hear from any NGO representative, or I believe a UN official, or most other countries. Massive influx of aid, unconditional, not dependent on whether the negotiations proceed well or less well when it comes to the disarmament by Hamas and the withdrawal by the IDF. The encroachment by the IDF into further shrinking the space Palestinians are permitted to live in, that needs to be altered straight away. And of course, the death toll, it keeps rising. That's one. Second part is early recovery materials need to be allowed in. The amendment of the existing dual-use list risks impacting second and third tertiary negative consequences for all civilians from a health perspective, education, pure survival when it comes to the absence of forms of decent shelter. I could go on and on. The Economist a few weeks ago had a very sad but very telling title, "In Gaza, only rats are allowed to roam free." Just picture that for a second, and then you can imagine what it is like to be a Palestinian civilian trying to survive one day more in Gaza without any prospects of serious change, let alone improvement in sight. Last but not least, medical evacuation. Some countries in the region have performed miracles to allow patients in, to have them treated free of charge, to bring their relatives. The list of seriously injured Palestinians in Gaza, I believe, is now around 140,000, but correct me if it is less. It's a serious number. Each one has a name, a life, had hopes, and they need to be treated. We cannot look away.
I'd like to move to Iran, which is a place you visited in February of 2018 as a Dutch foreign minister and met with President Rouhani in Tehran at the time. And at the time also you expressed the EU continued commitment to the JCPOA. What is your take on the latest development in the Gulf and on the Switzerland diplomacy, and where and when did we, or diplomacy, failed us in case of this conflict?
Well, I think 2018, and since the withdrawal by the Trump administration, the first Trump administration of the JCPOA, we've seen, of course, a rapidly changed environment. But I think we also have to look at where we are now, or since the terror of 7th of October, the onslaught on Gaza, and the continued suffering, as well as all the reactions, counter-reactions, the military hegemony established by Israel versus an Iran and a regime that is fighting for its survival. All these are aspects to take into account. Where we are now, I believe that we have seen once again that a war without proper strategy and strategic objectives, let alone a political strategy, definitely runs into a serious set of issues. That's one. We've also seen that asymmetry is weaponized, be it geographically or otherwise, by use of proxies. The third part is that there is a return, and by necessity, to diplomacy, from coercive diplomacy to actually proper diplomacy, which means you need to sit down with your adversary. You need to figure out where compromise lies, how it can be legitimate, not only against international law or treaties, but also how it can be legitimate in the eyes of the different populations. So you have a chance to build a path forward.
On Lebanon, you served from 2015-2017 as the UN Special Coordinator for Lebanon, during which, of course, a period of constitutional paralysis. Lebanon's situation, of course, today is different, with the election of a new president, the formation of a new government headed by our previously judge, an ambassador here to the UN, Nawaf Salam, entirely different from the one you experienced. But how do you read the current developments in Lebanon and the way forward?
First of all, I think the government of President Aoun and Prime Minister Nawaf Salam have made a few bold moves in the interest of the country, in the interest of the state, and reinforcing statehood, including the very difficult one, already covered under Security Council Resolution 1701, the need to have the monopoly of state established over all arms and armaments. That, of course, is domestically a tough one, given the fact that regional allies, Iran and Hezbollah, and domestic equations do not necessarily match up, certainly in the last 2 years. And this is a difficult one. So I don't think the question is how to read. The question is more what and how the international community could support and where they need to focus. And you need to be mindful of the complexities and the sensitivities and the history of Lebanon.
I'd like to move to Syria. You know it very well. You led the OPCW United Nations Joint Mission in Syria in 2013 and 2014 with a team of 100 experts that successfully oversaw the removal of Syria's declared chemical weapons under active wartime conditions. That mission, of course, I remember interviewing you on the last day from Cyprus, on the last day of the removal of the last remnants of the chemical weapon, declared chemical weapons from Syria. And of course, we know what happened afterwards. That mission met its stated objectives, but however, Syria subsequently used chemical weapons again against its people. What does that history teaches us about the durability of internationally verified agreements when the political will to enforce them is non-existent?
The mission at the time had stated agreed objectives set between the Russian Federation and the United States of America, confirmed by the Security Council, carried by a treaty, the Chemical Weapons Treaty, and led and implemented by the joint team which I led. So we did what was agreed. If the parties have agreed to leave remnants or to not touch certain areas, that's a second phase. The second part, and it puzzles me a little bit now in the negotiations or the start of talks around Iran and, of course, the importance of its nuclear enriched material, I believe there are good examples, including the Syria mission, whereby the international community, in this case the IAEA, maybe the UN, and a few other actors could team up, provide for the leadership, provide for a verified, monitored implementation plan that ensures whatever is agreed gets acted upon and reported back to the Security Council. That triangle is an extremely important one. Ultimately, yes, political will is always important. Political will to monitor, to call out when violations occur, to have sanctions if need be, and where needed. And. That's a long list, but you can negotiate that.
Sigrid Kaag, we thank you for your time. We thank you for your insights, for this exclusive interview, for sharing with us your thoughts. And we also thank you for your history of service to the Palestinian people and the people of the region. Thank you so much. Thank you.
My duty. Thank you, Tara.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.